numbers are right, they're going to get into it. But I think in the long run, we will need to see kind of crypto get maybe not serious, but a little more serious, right? In some of these, like, because if we can't, um, making something useful becomes not profitable, but making something silly is the main point of profit, right? That's not something I think is long term sustainable. Right? But it's not to say that it's bad right now. I don't think it's bad. Um, I think it's kind of nice to have a little bit of that. Uh, it's good to have a space for the degens at the time, right? And
Yeah,
that's
and
that's
that's the thing.
important.
That's the value there. It's like there's like the market's kind of just got bifurcated, right? There's like there's a space for different types of person, like investor, trader, risk taker, whatever it is you want to say, right? Some people they'll invest or they'll trade like the serious
Gambler.
assets. That's fine. Yeah, there's degenerate gamblers, yeah, yeah. And there's people who also wanna wanna get rich like much quicker, right? And there's a space for them too, but they just have added risk attached to it. And then for them, it's just a case of right, once you've made that, like what do you do with it then? Like, is it gonna go into a larger cap asset or something that has more of a use case, or is it just gonna stay with the shitters? Because listen, I traded a lot of shitters in my time, man. Like, but most of them you don't really expect to exist in like you know a year or two's time. So you really just kind of flip it and just move on from it, you know, and just roll it
I,
into something of more substance.
so I did like there was sort of I feel like there was a trend in memes, for example, where they did start to like find uh find utility, and there's definitely a balance with that too, right? Like you can't,
Right.
if you're a meme and you made your money off of being, a bit ridiculous, you can't get too serious. I think that can, punish you at least in the short term, right? But
Yeah.
um I do like that some of these memes actually did start to turn into more than just that. And I think
Yeah.
that is kind of a good sign, a good healthy sign for crypto in the long term, right? Is if you can come in as a project and you know use mindshare to create a platform to do something bigger, that's actually really cool, right? And that's not
Yeah.
something you necessarily see in traditional markets. So
It can be. Yeah. It's like I mean, don't take my word for it, right? It's because I'm gonna come from a much more cynical sort of viewpoint, but I would say 80% of these projects, like they're shit in the sense that like the use case and the promise is what allows the sort of price to find floor and maintain itself, and also potentially have like an upside scope that you can gauge, right, for when narratives are more relevant. But I think for that, I've seen so many like projects that have over promised and under delivered, right? And I think a lot of these
yeah,
will end up the way that go the way of the dinosaur. But there'll be a bunch of them that won't, and will do extremely well. And that's what like having a diverse portfolio will allow, right? Is that for some of those winners to really win, and that would be great. And I think what's also great compared to maybe the last couple cycles is that you because a lot of these guys are overpromised and under delivered. You got a bunch of like really phantom partnerships. They'll be like, we've got a Google partnership, and it'll just be them using, I don't know, like whatever it is. Or the Amazon. No, the common one was Amazon. They said we've got an Amazon partnership, but it was just them using AWS, like Amazon Web Services. It wasn't an actual partnership, right? Or a Google partnership or something, and it'd be just them using services. And then they'll have to find some other way to pivot. You'll find them pivoting often, which, funnily enough, it felt like it should have been bearish to have your token constantly pivot, but it actually ends up being kind of bullish in the end because sometimes it's like okay, they're just trying to find a way to remain relevant, and then they do end up kind of being relevant. One
well,
good
and
example.
it's
Okay.
yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Mm, yeah. I was just gonna say one good example of that was Phantom. Like Phantom was something
Mm,
I'd invested in from ICO. Or it's like, what is it now? Sonic? I think it is. I think it's Sonic now.
yeah,
And yeah, that was like initially they had like good tech, but they just didn't really know what the hell they would to do with it. So they kept like throwing themselves to like anything that will stick. They were like, okay, we've got a partnership with like this refrigerator company in Southeast Asia. Then they were like, okay, we're gonna, do was it smart cities? And then they were just like, Andre Cronje come along and he was like, right, let's do this DeFi thing, right? So he started like creating DeFi products, and then he found a way to them to pivot again into that. Then they were gonna become the sort of base layer for CBDCs, but that fell through. Then they were gonna do like sort of tokenized metals, precious metals in the Afghan stock market. Like they kept finding ways to pivot and pivot and pivot and pivot. And the price actually sort of did positively reflect that. Like even though it feels like it shouldn't really, it feels a bit grifty, but at the same time, it worked out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, well, so the thing
Same
is, right? Like a grift is only a grift as long as people think it's a grift. Once it's established enough, and if it makes it long enough, right? And so, in some sense, I think that kind of speaks to the adaptability of crypto, right? And that's the beauty. Like we were talking a bit about it with tokenized stocks, and like yeah, there's always going to be there's a lot of reasons to be cynical about it, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's
What the
adding
hell
assets.
is so wrong with it? The idea of
No,
it.
I'm not
I
saying
mean,
there's anything wrong with it. I actually agree wholeheartedly with you. But I do understand the cynicism that's applied to it, right? Because ultimately for a lot of the folks who are looking at it, they're looking at it from the perspective of they already trade legacy, they already invest legacy. So like, why would this thing? Why like how does that make sense? Why would anybody want to do this?
because
And it's
they're
because
gonna
they have
they're
the
gonna pump
access,
our
right?
bags. They're gonna
Right,
pump our
and
Mhm.
bags
they
without
For
even
yeah,
real.
having to be involved in crypto. They're gonna pump our bags.
I'm gonna go
a
ahead and
hundred
tell
percent.
you
And I
from personal experience. I'm doing it right now. I waited. Quiet. I don't have any crypto. I'm
That's okay.
scared. I'm scared.
What are you scared about?
Stick to the top 10, man. And I can't.
Nah, I'm just going. I'll go in and out of positions quick. But like for me to buy up a position of ETH right now, or even close right now, I feel like I can get a better bargain. But that's
I hear
nickel and diamond. That's nickel and diamond shit. So
so I
I gotta
think
be
Yeah,
I
more
think my
aggressive.
biggest
I gotta be more aggressive, and what this past couple of weeks have shown me is that exactly. So I've learned something about myself and my
you haven't
trading.
you have
And
you haven't been going. You haven't been using more than 5x leverage, have you?
I never opened that fucking app again.
Well,
language.
language.
I know. I felt.
What's up, Steven?
Well, remember
Yeah,
you're getting
yeah,
streamed,
no,
right?
I
On
literally
Canada.
I put
yeah.
it was $150, and I traded it like it was my entire net worth. You know, and I got caught. I was like, "There's no way I wouldn't get caught up one time." But it was great, and it's a great drug, and people can do it really well and get rich. Period.
Dude, how much leverage are you using?
I was like, shit. I was adjusting it. I was like, oh, okay, Zoop. And then you know, adding to margin if it was getting close for a
You
little
pulled
bit. If I was like,
you,
if dude, I'm talking little amounts. I
you
would
pulled the
take profit.
slider all the way to the right, didn't you?
Yeah, I heard
125,
that.
baby.
Zoop.
125. No, 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 no. Actually, the one that got me was 7x. Um,
How you been, Steven?
You're
dude, I've been
unisolated and you kept
been
adding
great.
margin.
I've been
Good to hear.
great, man.
Good to hear you, man.
Good to see you and hear you.
Thanks, brother.
Blue eyes, man. Look at you. Yeah, so no, I mean, there's no point in leverage if you don't have what Hold was saying. You gotta have patience. You got it. It's long term
The only
shit.
the,
The long term game, but leverage is a
the
hell
only
of a
good
trade.
thing about the only good thing about leverage is that you can short.
You can. you can
That's literally the only good thing.
if you're responsible with it and you don't drink too much, let's say, and you leave the bar, like you've made some great trades today. I'm not gonna sit here and get stuck on the screen and 36 hours later, it's like you're walking away from a blackjack table. But for the
Yeah, I
people
mean,
that I've seen that can do it and successfully do it continuously, it's damn, my hat's off to them so much. Honestly,
First of all,
to you guys.
it's I mean, look, the benefit of leverage is that you can short. But I mean, there's obviously in an
That
uptrending,
is
you can
Dude,
going short is basically going flat, right? And you wait for re-entry. But
that is the
obviously,
only
in
exactly.
thing that ever tempts me to actually do leverage is the fact that it actually gives me opportunity to go in a different direction.
yeah,
That's
and there are opportunities to do that. There are products that allow you to do that with spot, but they're not as reliable. So they have spot leverage like tokens going like free S
Yeah.
whatever, right?
like you just
Free
said.
S.
So
Oh yeah,
they
like
are
the spot
highly
ETF.
unreliable.
Say
They
again?
are. You get feed. You get fees
Yeah,
overnight.
there's a lot more math that you have to do. Like if you're gonna do it on spot, it's a lot more math than honestly just doing
No,
it
no, no,
on
not a spot. A leveraged, like a
no, I'm talking about
3x.
on margin. So margin spot, right? Which is
Oh
I
yeah, yeah,
believe
yeah, yeah.
what we're talking about here with
Oh yeah,
leverage spot.
same
That's
What
thing.
you know
the free S the like free X bull, free X bear.
It's the most
um,
dangerous, honestly, because that's not. They're gonna take your entire account.
yeah.
If
There's actually are ETFs that are dedicated to that as well.
I
Which is
have one.
kind of crazy to think about is that there are leverage ETFs that you can invest into that you're like they're short term trading tools, right?
Yeah,
To do just what to basically to degen on Bitcoin through
I
stocks.
did it. I did it
Bit of a
through
crazy
Charles
thought.
Schwab. I went and I bought the Charles Schwab, the 3x leverage, or the something number crypto 3x. Um, and I've been down since I bought it. Yeah, it's great. It's fine. That was just a little bit, but I had never
I've
seen
considered.
crypto on at Charles Schwab when I'm, you know, never in
Oh,
that.
so yeah, so I've been researching a bit, and I've considered there's some like 200x
Dude,
or sorry 200% negative um
oh,
uh ETFs for like Bitcoin.
oh
I've
yeah,
considered that
like
when
yeah,
we get to the top, I might put an investment into one of those, so that at least my money's secured or a little bit more secured, and write it down, uh, but like um, still have it in the stock market so that I can kind of trade in and out, as some positions
I know.
present good buying
Yeah,
opportunities.
I get it, dude. That's a good strat, but I know ETFs. I think well, like they basically wait and they hold on to the very last moment to announce that they are being delisted. They're taking the ETF away from offering and not delisted, but um, and it ain't no thing. It's just like okay, but if somebody's managing the
Yeah.
account, okay, you got
ETH is
you got
doing.
what's up?
Sorry, ETH is doing like looking like a bull flag looking type thing here on the 5 minute kind of in a way. I don't know. It held the 50 on the 5 minute so far pretty well. Not sure. It doesn't really have much volume or momentum though. That's the only thing.
See, are you streaming?
No. I just wanted to do a quick update
Is it
or
looks similar
with
to
the
the
price.
15 minute that chart and where that's headed down to the 0.5, maybe.
Headed down to the 0.5?
I think so.
Like from what? From the high we just made?
No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the meow meow kitty kitty that I was talking earlier with, but just 15-minute is not that short term of a trade. What
Yeah.
all right, you asked me, what are you messing with? What do you have? Because you probably consolidated your shit. Are you still
A little bit. I mean, I'm still holding most things.
all right? All right, great.
I haven't really been doing too much selling on spot. I've just been looking for more places to buy.
Okay, that's perfect.
I definitely have been working on consolidating now, like stuff that I don't really want to hold anymore, but is in the profit. I'm gonna apply to something else.
Yep. 6 months to a year from now, you're gonna look back and about a third of those are gonna be like, I hate that.
Yeah, as soon as there's a day where there's something that I really want,
Yeah.
and it's red as hell for the day, and the other thing that I want is like I'm in the green on, or the other thing that like I don't want to hold, but I'm in the green on. I'm just gonna swap that with and buy what
Mm,
I'll buy what I do want and sell what I don't want.
I
And I
might
just won't look back.
very similar thing. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna sell a few positions. I don't know yet.
I thought you were said you don't have any crypto.
No, I don't. But I'm not. I'm not okay with that. Like when I was saying that, I was like, damn, pissed. But yeah, I don't know what to say. It's safe and sound and growing, and then losing and growing where it sits. And it's 111. You can make a wish.
So
But like,
I what I did and what worked for me because I sort of had to um, I can definitely relate to the feeling like it's a drug, you know. It's like I almost had to like taper out. I still trade in leverage, and I don't certainly don't advise it to anybody. Uh,
what
for
leverage?
me, it's
I'm gonna stop you. What leverage? What kind of leverage? It makes
um
a huge difference.
mostly low leverage, but there's
Like
like Bitcoin.
three.
If I feel confident in what I think is going to happen, and this is absolutely wrecked
No.
me in the past, but it's up to 100x. Um,
Okay, so
but
you're crazy.
yeah, absolutely.
That's that's your
And
crazy
I
trade.
certainly and I right, but I'm also doing it with a much so it used to be like, man, I'd throw all my money at it and be like, I'm gonna, see if it hits,
Mhm.
like gambling, right? Now, it's a very small portion.
Yeah.
Um, like I only have like 40, $50 in leverage at a time. And then every time that I pull any profit, and if I take profits, I
Yes.
immediately take that amount and I put it into spot. And so
That's good.
and I don't play like so I that way I don't feel like I have to like if I lose the rest of my leverage account, I don't feel like I have to like get my get backs, right? Because I've been slowly building my spot positions,
No, I think that's
which
great. Yeah, I think
are
that's good
much
practice.
larger.
So I done
And
seen.
so
I
that's
mean,
what I had to do for me, right? Because that's just the way my brain works. Is to, like I have to taper out of something. But I think like after this cycle, and because I came in late to the cycle, that's part of my thought, right? But after this cycle, the like especially through the bear, I might do some shorting at low, real low leverage. But I think after like once we get to the bottom, um, I'm strictly going spot next cycle because I like the amount that I've lost in learning, and this is a learning experience. I knew I was going to lose some, but I don't want to keep paying tuition, right? Like that's part of it. Um, for me, uh, I've gotten like, I'm getting more comfortable, and I think part of the thing is like it's like you see those numbers go up and you're like, oh man, this is so great, it's really, it comes from like a lack of understanding. Like my technical analysis wasn't that strong when I started, so that's where leverage felt like uh this big opportunity. But in reality, it wrecked me, but it taught me a hard lesson quick. And that worked for me. That is not, and that is not something I would suggest to anybody. But that's how I learned. And you know, if I had been in spot this entire time instead, right? If I had listened, I mean, I'd have a much
Try.
much bigger bag, right?
Yeah.
But instead, I
But say
tried
that. I
to
mean, why
create.
don't you hear that? Say that again. If
Yeah,
if
yeah,
it's
real
bigger.
talk. I mean, and I tried to create more opportunity, and in some sense, like I said, it forced me to learn at a quick rate. But that's more because of my own procrastination, right? It's not it's not a healthy thing. That's an unhealthy trait. So I part of my, and this, like trading in general has um it incredibly affected, in a positive way, my discipline uh, in everything, right? And so, I would like to next cycle be in here just completely on spot, being healthier. Like all these things come together. I pulled some profits out and I treated myself to a really nice dinner recently, and that felt
Yeah.
good. That's
Yeah.
something I
Yeah.
could afford to do with the progress that I've made. But I could also be in a lot. Uh, like I said, if I had been in spot this whole time, I would have been in a lot better position. And my spot bags aren't like enormous, right? They're small fries, but I
Mhm.
am getting my small chunk of the market, and I'm okay with that for now, right? I'd like to grow into a bigger position over time, and
I
like
mean, you're
I've
basically
kind of
saying the fundamentals of trading. You're doing it perfect.
yeah, and I also like I think I think I looked at like leverage as, oh, because there's ways to hedge with it, right? So that felt like a safety, but I realized that ultimately I was, in most cases, eating away at my own profits, right? So the way I think I would like to um hedge when I get into spot is effective use of DCAs from the bottom of the cycle, right? Because now I have this bigger understanding for what happens on the macro. I'm a lot more comfortable just being like, I can just dollar cost average in um, with a decent portion of my bag, and then everything else is what I trade with, right? And that's like that way I've got, if even if things don't go 100% according to plan, I know Bitcoin go up, right? Once we hit that once we hit the bottom of the bear, I know Bitcoin go up. So, um, and generally so far it has followed a bit of a timeline. So, um, that's sort of my plan for uh, increasing reward without increasing risk, and ideally decreasing unhealthy risk, right? Um, so that I can continue to be in this market for a long time.
what it's all about. If you ain't in the market, you either did well or you got knocked. So leverage played properly and responsibly is good. I don't talk shit on it. I talk shit on mine. But yeah, if it's unnecessary because of your spot position, then sit back and relax. Anyways, dude, that was good. It's like the fundamentals of trading in a nutshell that you just said. That's the last. But you gotta be able to DCA down. Sometimes you get stuck in that pickle.
Yeah, I'm still trying to. What's up? What's up? I'm still trying to figure out how I'm going to apply, like whether I'm going to apply just kind of a strict martingale strategy for DCAing down or what. But I may not even DCA until we hit, like, until I get confirmation that we're at a bottom, just to preserve my assets after what I've lost in my tuition.
Oh man.
Talk to Kwai about value cost averaging. It'll sort of, it's like a new perspective on DCA. It's good. It's good stuff. And I agree with it.
I haven't even
I don't
heard
know
of
if
this before.
Kwai's still here. Yeah, it's like if you're going to start it somewhere, but you still feel that, oh, yeah, there's a fair chance it's going to continue to fall, but I want to start getting involved. Just start at smaller portions. And then as the market falls further, you can go in heavier as it falls further, like each time. So that way your bigger buys will be bottom heavy, which means your average will be lower.
So that's sort of
Yeah.
the like the
That's
martingale
like a
strategy,
dynamic.
isn't it?
That's like a
You don't want
dynamic
to
DCA, like the martingale strategy.
Yeah, it's
You
like,
do end up like selling and repositioning. But yeah, like the idea is definitely to buy all the dips. That,
and then
but
the heavier the dipping, the heavier you go, kind of thing.
That's called
Yeah.
investing. That's called investing, guys.
Well, yeah,
Right?
that's
yeah, like
it's a strategy for investment. Yeah.
so there's like there's dollar cost averaging, which I guess is just buying like not based on price at all, but just on a schedule. So you buy the same amount like every day or like once every week or at the same time. Like, you
Mm.
buy at the same time every day or every other day or once a week or once a month or once every 2 months. Like
How about it
you
comes
can
out of
set
your
a schedule.
paycheck that you get? That's a dollar cost average into the market. All right.
It
Yeah.
is.
Yeah,
It is.
exactly. But
Yep.
yeah, like so that's like, and then so you don't do it like based on price. You gotta get an average cost like over the course of a long period of time. If you do it at the same time,
Goal.
like, and you buy on a schedule instead of what the chart's doing. Well, so that's technically like what DCAing is supposed to be, but like a dynamic DCA is like making it heavier as it goes down, like Rick was explaining. Like
Roulette
Yeah.
table with it.
make your lowest buys the heaviest buys, and then
Trust
make
Yeah.
them
And I know-
smaller
I
as they
get you.
get closer to the price.
True
I know there's-
DCA, like just blind DCA, is like where you have no idea what price is doing. You're not sensitive to price. But
Mhm.
I'm guessing value cost averaging is where you do have a consciousness of where price is and where it's been in the past, and you're like, okay, let's say we sort of project that Bitcoin will find a floor at say 70, 60K. So it's like as you're coming down off 120, it's like, cool, I'm gonna put $200 in at 100,000, $300 in at 90,000, $800 at
Mhm.
70,000, and then 1,600 because you're getting closer to the low. It's like, well, I'm going to go in heavier at the low because I want to get in. I want to get my average low as possible. So you go heavier at the lower point, investment. And over time, like that,
So
and then let's say it jumps back up to 90. Well, you're not going to go 1600 in at 90. You're going to go back to that lower entry, that lower size. And that's like being like conscious of price and where things are going. So yeah,
You can't
save the
trade
so it's
like
bigger
that
purchases
without having
for lower
an
prices.
income
Like
stream, so to
Mm.
say.
the
Rick, you can't have that because you would get stuck if that's how you trade. Fucking
hey Steven,
It's not
you're a little
trading, it's more
quiet, by
investing.
the way.
the
excuse me.
the idea of the whole value cost averaging is doing like what you were saying, but like
Mm.
on only on the days when like price is already
Yeah,
fallen. You know what I mean?
Right.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So
Like
it's
you
kind of
don't
like
go
these.
in at the
Like
same
I've heard
price
of these.
twice. You wait. Yeah.
I've heard of these like DCA bots where it's really not a true DCA, but they're doing they're setting up a bot to purchase when RSI in the 4 hour hits, drops down below
Yeah,
30% and then or below 20%, like 22 or something, then comes back up through 25. Which I think I'm gonna toy around with some of those as well, because
They're good.
RSI is a pretty solid indicator. But it sounds like what you're saying is BCA, right? That would be like your it's sort of what in a bit of what what we see here, right? Like you're looking at macro factors, you're looking at technicals, and then
Yeah,
you're
technicals.
making you're kind of making a mean, not necessarily a direct mean, but like somewhat of a mean assessment and overall price assessment. So like if I've got, because you're sort of allowing to create like a budget within a range, right? If we think it's going to drop 70-80% in the bear, right, then you're sort of looking at time, you're looking at factors in the market, and you're allowing yourself to still buy in more or less on a schedule, but that schedule is like the micro cycles on the way down, right? And on the way back up too, which is cool. And that sounds like pretty much a lot of what we what we learned here, or what we see done here, by several of the traders. So yeah, I like that. That's really cool. Thanks.
Why? What was that bot you had, like the Marvin Gaye bot or something? What the hell was it? What was it called?
Marvin
Marvin Gaye
Gaye
bot,
bot.
Whatever the
the
hell.
sexual healing bot.
Something. It
Okay.
was something.
Martin Gale bot.
Okay, there you
You
go.
need to
Who's
check
Martin
out the
Gale?
Barry White bot.
So
Very
so the martingale strategy is essentially what he was describing, right? Martingale, how it works. And so the flaw of the martingale is that it assumes you have infinite assets to put in, because if price keeps dropping, right, you
right.
double down at each dip. Now, with what he was kind of saying with the BCA idea, and that's where I think, like, if you create a budget, right, and you wait for certain metrics to get hit, like, oh, we've made 70% down, right? So, or even 50% down. So there's probably only so much further that it can go based off of what we've seen in the past and so on and so forth. Um, then then it's a very viable strategy. The problem is if you do it on, like, I would do it on Bitcoin personally. But like if you do it on an asset that is likely to go to zero, or that has a decent possibility of going to zero or being delisted, like that could very easily just extract your money, right? But if you're talking about like a deflationary finite asset like Bitcoin, uh,
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a viable strategy, because you can sort of see, like, we have enough information to have an idea of where it's going to go, to have an idea of what time frame it's going to happen in, and then you can utilize all these tools that we're sharpening, right, to to then decide, okay, here's where I'm going to start my first. And I think just like anything else, right? You always want to leave extra over in case it dips even harder. But if you're in spot, it's not so bad, right? Because if you're in spot, and you don't really have to worry as much, because if Bitcoin goes down, let's say, it hits really low, like 80K in the bear market, right? And this is just hypothetical. I'm not making a price prediction, but if it hits 80K, right, man, you might not have planned for that, but your assets haven't entirely diminished unless you sell. And even then, if you sell, your assets haven't entirely diminished because you've transferred into fiat. However, if you can hold and for a retracement, and we see anything like we've seen in the past in terms of how high price goes from wherever the bottom is, right? Um, in a long term standpoint, you're still going to benefit from that. Um, but you have to kind of set like when you do a martingale bot, it's pretty easy to get liquidated if you don't set the right numbers because
Okay.
if you have a finite pool of assets to pull from, and you run out of money to buy that dip, then all of a sudden, right, your liquidation is close underneath you. You've used all your assets buying the dips, and you're not going to make it in time to get to the sell point. But if
Right.
it's we do know markets generally go up, right? Um, and most things in 5 to 10 years are going to be much higher. Crypto, I would say Bitcoin, Ethereum, you can probably feel pretty safe with that, but I don't know about other assets, so that'll still be seen. And I'm not throwing shade at any assets at this point. I think there's a lot of viable assets in the top 10, the top 50 even, right? Um, but there's still a lot we have to see. Uh,
Right.
Not
Okay.
financial advice, obviously. Yeah,
Oh, thanks for the explanation. Yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
it's interesting. Mm. Yeah, I might look into that.
Yeah, the initial
Yeah, man.
strategy is the martingale, Martingale, if you wanted to look it up.
Martingale. Yeah. Some exchanges or platforms will let you set up like a deposit strategy, like where you just deposit every week. Like you buy Bitcoin you know what I mean? Like a
Right.
recurring buy, essentially.
Yeah.
You get to choose the
Yeah.
interval, you get to choose the amount, and it just hooks up to your bank or whatever, or your card or whatever like that. And
Yeah, you
yeah,
can even do it
you
on
sort of don't
Cash
have to
App and
think about it. It
PayPal.
just auto does it. It just automatically does it
Yeah,
in the
yeah, dude.
background. You don't even have to think about it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and the reason I bring up DCA in the first place is I don't know the exact statistics, but it's something like a DCA, particularly like I said, I focus on Bitcoin because it's deflationary and finite nature, but it will beat generally like 60% of traders, um, and that probably gets even higher if you're talking about leverage trading. So because that's what is it, like 70% or 80%, something that leverage trades that end at a loss, right?
I think it's
So
higher, bro.
yeah, it very well could be, and um, point being is like DCAing is you're taking away all emotion, and and you're you're literally just investing over time on a schedule into an asset that you believe will continue to rise. Um, so like mine, I have a couple ways that I do it. I have some DCA spot on Bitcoin. I also have my bank is um like has a fractional trading thing added to it and roundups. So my roundups, I don't do that with Bitcoin, but it's
Yeah,
for
yeah.
stocks. And so my roundups are in Nvidia. And I'll change it from time to time what my roundups and what my because I get stock rewards as well. So you can set in my app. But yeah, I'll do it for Nvidia, or like at one point I was invested in Raytheon, or D-Wave at one point.
Mm-hmm.
So that way I'm like always, when I'm not even thinking about it, I'm getting these strong stocks. I wish now there's a card that I applied for, and it's called Fold. But they do the same thing but with Bitcoin, which I think is really cool. Now I don't know. I would imagine probably like Cash App, how their price for Bitcoin is probably a lot lower than the actual price. So like not the best way to get exposure. But I like the idea of like not having to think about it, and like just when I'm spending on normal things, that I'm accumulating assets that are going to grow. Um, and so I'd like to eventually get this card, so that I can basically just every purchase that I make, like a percentage is going into Bitcoin, right? I kind of think it as like a way to fight um, to fight back or to counter the money that I'm losing to taxes and fees. Um,
Hell yeah, dude. Setting rules for yourself on different accounts. Like, I cannot take this out until end of year, fourth quarter. You're right. So,
Mm.
and
I get
if so, penalties will be applied. Through.
in Australia, I get a 50% discount on my tax if I purchase and do not dispose of Bitcoin. Like I get 50% off the tax for any capital gains realized or not realized. Like I'm like, you know what I mean? Like the valuation.
Man, that's cool.
It's not bad, eh? I think check your
Oh, we've
country,
heard
like
of that.
check where you are and see if there's any kind of tax situations with crypto, Bitcoin purchases, that kind of thing. Yeah, if you buy it, just hold it. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, that is really cool. I mean, that's essentially, I think that's like one of the advantages of DCAs as well. Is I believe DCA investments, um, the way the capital gains work. Now, I know this is different by state and by nation and so on and so forth, but the way the
Yeah.
capital gains works is you don't pay capital gains on DCAs, at least where I am, until you like
Until you
unless
sell?
you pull it out. Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, right.
if you do a 10-year investment, you pay the capital gains when you pull it out. So if you're
Yes.
DCAing for 10-year on an asset like Bitcoin, it's I've done the calculators, and it's something like let's say you DCA $10 every month, right? Now,
Yep.
obviously, the profitability of this DCA investment is entirely dependent on when you start it. And so I personally, my strategy is going to be at the bottom of the bear. I start and I'm going to do a 10-year investment. And that kind of I might lose some. I can always stop early, right? If I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, we're getting to the top. But the idea is that $10 every month will turn into about $20,000 of capital investment, or initial investment, if
Mm.
you will. Um, when I pay capital gains, it'll be about $20,000, and if it accumulates at the rate that it has in the past 10 years, um,
Mm.
I'd be looking at like about somewhere between 500,000 and 700,000. So that feels like to me the easiest way to become a millionaire, really, right? Is um it's kind of a set and
Slow and
forget.
steady. Yep.
Yep.
Slow and steady wins the race in investing.
Absolutely.
It's just
The
And
personally.
temptation
I
to do
mean,
it quickly, though, is there. The temptation to do it all quickly and next week and all that, that's always that temptation's there.
yeah, absolutely.
enjoy the
But
ride.
if that temptation doesn't override my $10 a month, then it's fine, right? Um
Mm.
and that's sort of my hedge against myself, against my own ego, against my emotions, right? Is
Yeah.
that's the
Spot.
way I see a DCA. You know,
Yeah,
When you
man. Total.
when you get your
You know,
statements in the
this whole
mail
time.
and you get your statements and you see, or you look online and you see the growth of it, that's the high you'll start getting. So
You know you know who's been winning every time Bitcoin hits an all-time high? The diamond hand crowd. The people that said, yeah, buy it, never sell it, just never sell it. Every time Bitcoin finds a new price, they are the winners. You know what I mean? Like they're
oh
winning
yeah, the buy and hold,
ultimately.
the buy and hold
Yeah.
strategy. I mean, if you look
Every
at
time there's
if
a
you yeah,
I was gonna every
go ahead.
time there's a new all-time high on Bitcoin, I think of Michael Saylor. I'm like, yep, he's still right. He's still correct. Like his
Yo,
opinion on
he'll buy
Bitcoin
the
was
top.
sound. He does, yeah. But yeah.
But I mean, if you have X amount of millions or billions of dollars to put to buy the top, then it's not
Mm.
as bad, right? You're losing a bit, but as long as that top keeps topping, right?
it don't even
Yeah.
matter. It don't matter.
Yeah.
He's gotta spend it. He's gotta spend some. He's gotta spend money. He
What's
has
the
to
point
put it
otherwise? Yeah.
somewhere.
He's
Like
just funneling it
Yeah.
away. Like for what? What are you saving for,
houses.
bro? Are you
Only
gonna
home
try
he's
and
gonna
buy
buy.
you
No,
gonna
you know
try
what
and
he's
buy a
saving?
country? What are you saving
What
for,
he's
bro?
saving, he's saving
Yeah,
MicroStrategies as a company, like single-handedly
yeah,
Yeah.
with Bitcoin.
yeah.
And that's
Mhm.
that in and of itself is pretty amazing, right? It's a
Genius.
failed software company to be valuated at what it is, to have as many ETFs that are trying to mimic the growth of it is crazy, right? And
Yeah.
but it works,
It's pretty
and
cool.
Bold,
yeah,
abrasive, and it works for
yeah,
him. Mhm.
yeah.
Man, the
And I think
gains on his fortune that's sitting in his accounts, the gains he's making on a daily or an hourly outweigh any losses that he's incurring on that day. I guarantee.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I my first exposure to that sort of like more long term and that hold strategy, right? The first role that I kind of enforced on myself financially before I really even had an idea that I actually really needed to improve my financial health was the Roth IRA, right? And that works in based on
Yeah,
taxes as well, right? Like but
same shit.
my Roth IRA, it's not a huge account, but like I know Social Security is probably going to be a thing of the past and not too far a future, right? Um,
It'll work
so
out.
or at very least that I'm not going to be able to solely rely on it in retirement age. Um, and so I started Roth IRA because I always I've never stayed at a job for too long. So I couldn't rely on my 401k. I couldn't rely on some of these. I'm not like there are things benefits that I'm not going to get, and my benefits change from job to job. So I kind of had to take it on myself, right? And I've watched my own family struggle with having funding for retirement. So um, my goal was all originally to become a famous musician and pay for everything, but that didn't work out. So I had to start kind of cutting my losses and figuring out how I was going to move ahead. At least it didn't work out in the time frame that I wanted it to meet the metrics that I needed to. So um, I've had to figure out how to kind of like craft my future, and I am very much a short term um, stimulation minded person, um, and and enjoy the moment kind of person. But so kind of I had to sort of develop some things, and the Roth IRA was the first one, um, and my my Roth IRA is doing great. It's not huge, but like it's probably my most profitable investment over
Year over
time,
year, dude.
outside of maybe Nvidia, right? But now it's starting to switch to where Bitcoin's starting to become that, and I think
Oh
I think
shit.
Bitcoin will
All right.
eventually outperform um my Roth IRA even, right? If I can um if I keep up with it, right? If I'm continually watching the markets, if I'm paying attention to what's happening, because there's always a chance that this all changes in 2 years when midterms happen, or like as midterms are coming up, or 2 years when elections happen, or
Yeah.
4 years,
59 and a
whatever,
half
right?
though is
Right.
when you
So
do.
you know, is it's amazing. Like I would have never thought that I would have been even partially fiscally responsible, because I spent like my entire 20s and even my early 30s very fiscally irresponsible, with a lot of respect for the people that were, right. Um, but I've seen enough dudes that live on people's couches because they can't afford their own spot, and that's not a way I want to live. And there's also like I have a lot of ambitions, um, but those ambitions need I need to be able to back up what I believe in and what I believe I can do with my reality, right? So the best way I found to develop this discipline is really here in this channel, right? But in general, just starting to try to dedicate myself to a little bit more fiscal responsibility. I'm always going to want risk. I'm always going to love the volatility. Like that's I
It's
thrive. I
naturally
thrive.
here. It's here naturally.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's always risk in life. There's always risk in life, and I've spent the last like 15 years of my life trying to help kids that remind me of me a little bit, learn to not maybe go down quite the same path to learn the lessons I've learned. So, um, and that's something I found here as well. It's like there's a lot of folks that are very willing to share the honest reality of what they went through to help someone else to not maybe go through the same things and learn to mitigate that risk. So, very, very, very grateful for this community, and all of you involved, and obviously, super grateful for Dbloc. So, cheers, yo. Safe trade.
I love hearing that, dude. Thank you. It's always nice to get inside somebody's head and hear what they're doing and how they're feeling
Thank you.
at the market. Yeah, for real. Answer me one thing real quick and I'll shut up. You said you just started when you got in here to really learn. I mean, it sounds like you wrote a book.
Yeah.
Just
So, I
absorbed
mean,
so
like,
much so quick.
I, I put myself in this direction, like I said, with when I saw that banking app that was like it was had some access to stocks and
Yeah.
stuff like that. That was like my first like I don't even think I was consciously doing that. I just kind of knew I needed to. You know what I mean? Like it was like things were bad. But yeah, no, I wanted to learn trading for a really long time, and I don't know. I just kept finding videos that were like, um, or like teachers on YouTube that were just like either they were selling their course, or which I couldn't afford, or they were like it just felt disingenuous, right? And man, I hustled for years, so like I know what that looks like, right? So like I just didn't I don't know. I was like, I'll learn it when I find someone that seems like they're giving out facts. And it was like about when we hit I want to say like 70K, and it started dropping. It might have been a little bit after that. It might have been like 90K. But it was before we hit 100K, and Bitcoin was dumping, man. And I was like, oh no, like, and I found this channel like randomly. I was just like, Bitcoin analysis, I think is what I looked up, and And then like I was finding all these like old videos that were like 2 days old, and I was like, okay, Bitcoin analysis live, and that's how I found the channel. Is it was and like I think I heard it was like Dbloc and Zusi talking, and they were arguing about, or not arguing, but having a debate about where price was going, and it was like I could just hear the honesty and the wisdom. You know what I mean? And that was it. I was like, okay, this is where I'm gonna learn. And yeah, ever since, man, like it's like I've learned a ton. But I've also had the blessing that my work is consistent but inconsistent. It's random days. So like when I'm not at work, my sleep schedule is screwed anyway. So when I'm not at work, I'm just like, I'm here. And I might not be here talking, but I'm here listening at least. Just super grateful for that. There's been so many voices. I mean, uh, X always here late night because you're on the other side of the world, man, and I'm real grateful for that too. And a lot of members, so I had a lot of folks sit me down and just sort of like um, drive some concepts into me uh, down on the trading floor and stuff too, which is really helpful because I was definitely I was flying risky for a while there on really high leverage. The laughing matter because I survived. It would not be if I did.
I know. That's the beauty. You wouldn't. I can hear it in your voice. Things are going well. Tracking well.
Yeah, man. I'm at peace with where I'm at, and I still got a lot to learn. Still a student, always a student.
Like enjoying the ride up. It's kind of amazing.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, for sure. Cheers. Thanks for asking.
Thanks for saying, damn it. People in here are gonna say the same thing about you, what you just said about Block, you know. There's wisdom in the group. Group is powerful.
Yeah, for sure. It's a good community, man. That's there is value in this community that I don't think I've found in really any on Discord or anywhere, man. So yeah, super super grateful.
I'm gonna go ahead and say the same thing. That's a good word to use. Today I feel grateful. Regardless of anything.
Like I don't know, where the world's gonna go, but if you spend life grateful, at least you didn't spend life miserable, right?
For not this yet half of my life, no. It's been great.
Yo, big feel that. Big feel that, my guy.
I know. Yeah, we'll talk for sure. More grateful for Rick up there though. Hi, Rick. Kidding.
What's that, mate?
Did
Grateful for me.
no, I just see you greening, thumbing it.
Greening. Oh yeah.
Yeah, big grateful for Rick. Big grateful for Joseph opening his mouth too. Like since then he's like
Yeah.
he's like yeah, he's in here all the time now talking, and that makes me happy, dude. Like he's got a lot of knowledge too. Out to y'all, man.
Joseph or Joe Aspen or both.
Uh I, both. But I like the way Joseph delivers personally more.
Mhm.
Wait, no shade to Joe Aspen. He's got his own style.
Yeah,
But
he's a good soul.
yeah, he is. I like him as a person. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Mhm.
dude.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone in here that is nasty or mean or unlikable. I think everyone's pretty cool in there. It's good.
Yeah, that's real talk.
It's good. As long as that's the way these crypto groups thrive is when you focus on the topic rather than focus on personalities and, dramas within the Discord. Like that takes you off track and you lose focus on the market that way. I've seen it happen a couple of times now, big in a big way.
A
Like,
couple.
yeah,
Yeah.
man, a few times, like many times. Yeah, people having issues with each other, and it's like it derails the whole point of why we're here. And it's sad when that
Yeah, I think
crap
it's
happens. Mm.
I think that's true in life in general too, right? Like it's
Oh yeah, yeah,
when you have the maturity or the humility to understand that you can
Oh yeah.
learn from
yeah. It's
anybody,
just
like literally anybody. It's
exactly.
what you learn that's important. But yeah,
It's like save the drama. Like, go watch a sitcom or something. Go watch like a movie. Like, if you want to feel emotions and things and or whatever, go work out in the gym if you're angry. But yeah, save it for that. Like, don't get into these dramas in this. It's not worth it. It's
yeah,
just
like
crappy.
and that's there's a singularity of purpose here too, right? Which is everybody
Yeah,
might
everyone
have
wants
a
to be
slightly
profit.
different goal. Right.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to get better, right? At
In
what
saying that,
we're doing or to
yeah,
reduce
it's okay to
harm.
debate. There's nothing wrong with that. Just as long as things don't get like personal and stuff like that. And like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, bridges burning is sad. Like, just yeah. It, no, I don't feel like any problem can't be resolved. Like, you can resolve pretty much anything that goes on with people's behaviors and whatnot. Like, I think everyone intends to just be here for making profits and being profitable. And yeah,
Yeah, and I think
usually
being
the
challenged.
group does a pretty good job of reining things in. Like when things go a bit wild,
Yeah.
group's pretty
You mean
pretty
Liquidity?
competent.
Yeah. Well, and I think like, being challenged, right, is actually really healthy.
Oh, it's
Like if
important.
somebody
Yeah, no,
challenges
that's
your yeah,
yes,
like
that is
that's where
good.
you
It's
learn
it's how
the
you handle the
critical part.
challenge, though. Yeah,
Yeah.
if it becomes
And how you humble yourself
yeah,
to the challenge because the challenge you can either humble
yeah,
yourself to the challenge or the challenge is going to humble you. Right.
yeah. Just gotta avoid like the toxic pathways, toxicity, and being toxic and on the attack of others.
Mm.
But nothing wrong with debate. There's healthy, constructive debate is good because it actually helps the people that might have not the wrong idea, but like a non-productive approach to something or what, like it, or even just opinions on certain topics or cryptos. Like, yeah,
Well, it puts forward to diversity too, right? Because, for example, what worked for me, or what worked for me, is not necessarily what's going to work for someone with a completely different strategy, or not even necessarily a counterintuitive strategy, but a slightly different strategy. That there can be critical differences in how we go about things, and so you know if like even just the debate for the sake of whoever's listening or watching, like is really important too, because uh, what works for me is not going to work for some, or there may be a much better strategy for someone with a different amount of assets to put into the market or different risk assessment, right? um, or a different edge in general, different knowledge base to pull from. So
The real put it real clearly, because he loves to talk loud. People took it as a debate, an argument, and if two people have an opinion, somebody's right, somebody's wrong, or you can figure out, by listening, actually listening, come together with a
Yeah.
solution, because that's the goal.
Yeah, that's what that's called, by the way, is dialectic conversation. And dialectic conversation, if it's not, you're debating different concepts, not to see who's right, but it's understanding that there's a spectrum of right and wrong, right? And that
Mhm.
context is important. And so it's actually about finding more right between multiple people. Um, 'Cause,
Understanding.
yeah, yeah, like we think of right and wrong as the polar thing, but in reality, um, there is true and false, but that might change depending on context. So, um, we're really looking at when I think I'm right, it's because I think I'm more than 50% correct. Um, when I think somebody else is wrong, it's because I think they're more than 51% incorrect.
Like,
But that doesn't mean that they're incorrect. It's just from my perspective. So yeah, sorry, go ahead.
that's a good way to put it. 50, 51, 50.
Yeah, it's a spectrum, man. Because we all have different backgrounds and different um, agendas, different ambitions, different
It's diverse
cards to
every
play, if you
in
will.
its
Like, everybody's given a different hand. It's what you do with that hand that really matters, right? But it's also
easier to
why that is the driving force behind people. Like my goals are to uh come from where I am and grow to the next phase, which I've set a pretty high goal for. Um, but other folks might be to circulate their wealth, um, and to mitigate their risk while circulating their wealth while keeping it active, right? Those are different goal sets with similar with some similar tools and some of the same tools involved, but those how those tools are applied might be completely different.
a lot of simple tools. Excuse me, man. Choking here. In general chat, um, up there, Serbo put yesterday at 10:34 a picture of SEC Chair Paul Atkins. That dude looks like Alan from Two and a Half Men's ex-wife's new husband, Herb.
This channel is pure profitable entertainment. Thanks guys, you guys are awesome. Brazil is in the house. Brazil emoji, Brazil emoji.
By the way, Rick, have you seen XRP lately?
It actually just hit my take profit, and I just jumped in on another long.
Yeah, I've been in a position for a little bit here. I was like, you know what? Let me get a throw long on XRP as well, and yeah, it's doing pretty good.
Yeah, I
The
got
rest of it,
crushed on shorting it a few hours ago.
sounds like you changed your bias pretty quick though, at least.
Yeah, no, I'm just having a reverse course.
I think that's probably the biggest improvement I've seen in my own trading is flipping my bias. That that was something I struggled with more back when, because I'd be like super convicted in something, and then I'd be like, oh, it's gonna go here, and making these patterns, and the EMAs are up here, they're down here, so it's definitely gonna do this, and then I wouldn't shift out when I started seeing it go red, and now I lose less because I'm much quicker to either just close the position or reverse when I need to.
Yeah, I do something I hardly ever do, and I know where I don't do it anymore because it absolutely kicked my butt. I kept sliding my stop loss, expecting it to flip, and it just chewed me up. And I usually do my TA so that when I do my long or shorts, it doesn't matter, on my futures and doing it with leverage. I usually set my stop loss pretty tight. Just if it comes down and wicks me out, then I just wait a second, readdress the TA, check it out. Might lose $3 to $5 or something like that because it's pretty tight. Then when it runs, and I keep sliding my stop loss up behind it, and keep going up with it. But yeah, so I can't complain. I've had a good couple days of trading. It's just that one I got away from my normal, tactic and paid for it. So got to go back to my lessons learned from before.
Yeah. So to positively reinforce here, what was the things that, or what was the TA or the metric that kind of stopped you from continuing to slide your stop loss down?
Sorry, what could you say that again? I got a little
Yeah,
confused there.
sorry, that was probably not the clearest. So what was the thing that changed your mind that allowed you to stop lowering your stop loss and to change your bias?
Or I'd have to go back and look and see what I was looking at. Let me go up here to my other chart. Yeah, I think it was predominantly, I was kind of watching the whole Bitcoin dominance thing along with my future trend channel. It usually is pretty much bang on for me. Pretty well with that. and the Bollinger Bands on it, and it broke down. You know, it squeezed it and it started heading down. And then so I jumped into a short, and then starting to pay off pretty well. Then all of a sudden, it just dropped. You know what? Sorry, I need to reverse that. I don't know why I've got so many other bets trades going on. I was in a long, and that's when it came down at about 9 o'clock tonight. Well, Mountain Time, and let's see, 6:30. No, guess that was more like what was that? That would have been yesterday. Go back here. I gotta look. I'm all discombobulated.
Ooh, price action. We got dominance dropping. Ethan moving.
But I'm just trying to make some type of recovery.
Yeah, my XRP actually just stopped out in profit. Not much profit, but at least
No.
not loss.
It was a short I was in. An XRP got burned. Wasn't a bunch. I mean, it was a couple $100, but it was a couple hundred I shouldn't have lost because, like I said, I went against my own better judgment, my own typical rules.
Yeah, it definitely hurts. I guess it's good that at least you were aware of that in time for it to just be a couple $100. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I had it short. And luckily I did because it's still, heading to the upside. So would have been I would have really been screwed right now if I was still sliding it. That's why you have your steadfast rules to stick by, and every once in a while you get stupid and like a gunslinger and try to do something different. But yeah, it didn't pay off.
Yeah, I don't have like a hard rule on sliding stop loss, but I try not to slide it down and try to really just slide it up as I go in profit. That's hard sometimes, right? Like if you have a lot of conviction in a move, and sometimes it's like right after, that's when price goes in the direction that you wanted it to.
Right.
But the reason I've tried to like not slide it down is like I realized that there's a ton of times where if I'd just been actively watching that chart
Mhm.
and instead of sliding it down, just re-entered the position when it actually started going with volume in the direction that I wanted it to go. You know what I mean? But yeah,
100%.
I definitely feel that I've definitely gone through a ton of that. So maybe I'll implement a harder rule on that myself.
Oh. Like sometimes I'll look at my profit loss and everything, and it'll show like 7 or 8 losses in a row, but they're all like $2, $5, $9, something like that. But then hit the one that goes, then boom, I'm 85 to a couple $100. Also depends on what leverage I'm pumping at too. So I'll have more tiny losses, but when you hit the right ones, take it and run and keep sliding that stop loss up underneath it and just let it go. I'll be doing
Yeah,
a
for
lot more
sure.
spot training once we hit the bear market and go down. I'm gonna the bags I've been making on doing a lot of my leverage trading, and then just start. I just expect a huge market crash by late this year, early next year, stocks and crypto. So just trying to gather some bags now, and then when everything's down low, jump in.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely well within reason for there to be a big retracement. It's like it's just been such a crazy few years. Yeah. Hey, Clive. So
Because why do I think we're gonna have a big? Yeah. I think less on I think less on those two versus a lot of the other stuff in the stock market, but yeah, I think those two are. Mhm. Right. That's awesome.
I think for me it's politically there's been a lot of like this has been just a different time. There's like a lot of things that have happened that have had effects on the economy, right? Are things that like um are vastly different from how uh former presidents and former congresses have legislated. Um and right, and I'm not saying yeah, I'm not speaking yeah, exactly. And I'm not like making I'm not, hating on it. I'm not loving it. I'm just saying that it it does seem I don't know how sustainable it is, right? And I don't know how it's going to react if so I guess it really depends on where things go, right? Because if we do this like, return to normalcy push or whatever that they did last time, if that's like the marketing, um yeah, so there's been a lot of rules have been broken along the way, right? Or a lot of norms, I should say. Yeah, which I think is yeah, and I think that there will be companies that like I'm sure there will be stocks that don't um get hit as hard, and there will be markets that don't get hit as hard. Right, 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 and yeah, but in general, I do think that at some point there's gonna have to be there's either gonna either this becomes forever from here, or what I think is more likely is uh, that we have some sort of push back towards normalcy, which I don't necessarily think is uh, always going to be a good thing, but in the sense that there that's going to have an effect on the market, and we're going to see it's going to be like because this feels a bit like a bubble, doesn't it? Not necessarily, and I don't know if it's going to be a crash. But I certainly think there are gonna be some pigs that get slaughtered on the way. And quite a bit. Yeah. So mhm.
What the fuck is to buy a hot girl? Let's see.
Senate, yeah.
Right. Yeah, big
Pendulum
wave.
always swings too far one way or the other.
Yeah. Over consolidation of power is unhealthy. Yeah. Well, and so it's funny because like it's very you know I'm near DC and they've got this whole like all the feds out and all. It's a bit it feels like there's good to it, right? But it does feel a little bit dystopian. Like it's I've never seen the city so quiet. Um, which there's good to that. But it's you know it can be a little scary too, right? That like we're in a state of emergency right now, right? Um, it's been declared, like right, like the way that they are utilizing these powers is they declared a state of emergency, which doesn't really add up to the numbers. Yeah, so the way he's able to access, but basically how he took over MPD and how he took over, or how he's utilizing the National Guard, right? Is a declared state of emergency to counter violence and to clean up the city. And then he said he's going to do this in other cities, right? Um, so that state of emergency thing, it basically it feels like he's kind of testing the waters with it a bit, right? To see where his powers lie and how far he can go before he gets stopped. Um, I don't know what that's going to pan out to, but I don't. I do wonder how that's going to affect um, elections, right? Because I don't know that that should affect the midterms being able to be processed. But I know that like a state of emergency can affect or can delay certain things. So
Oh yeah,
that'll kind
he
of
can cancel. He's gonna. I've said it probably on here about 10 times. I don't think we're gonna have midterm elections. He's gonna pull some bullshit out of his ass and start a war overseas, or he's gonna do something over here, and that's why he keeps testing the streets over here. And he's gonna declare martial law, and then he's gonna
yeah, that's what it feels like.
cancel the elections, and it's not gonna be pretty.
That's
That's what it
funny.
feels like, and it is very odd. I will
Yeah,
say.
right.
They were his picks. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I will say a lot of these federal agents that are out there, they're not like these aren't the old FBI guys. These are, a lot of them are like bounty hunters that they're hiring instead. And this you've seen this with other, federal agencies after the big wipe, if you will. But uh, which I've got like I've got contrarian opinions on within my like a little bit of a battle in my own head because like I like what it's done for the economy, and that's not all him, right? Like that's him, that's Powell, that's it's I would say it's smarter minds than his that are probably pushing these things or taking advantage of these things and creating opportunity. But it certainly has an effect, right? And so it's like I'm both the my economic mind is like, man, this has been great, right? But the underlying or the underpinnings when I read between the lines, I don't necessarily like what I see, right? So and that's I'm not making political statements. That's in policy. Right. Well, yeah, I don't typically partake in it. Like I know enough people in media that I don't particularly partake in media. But the truth is, even the information that I get from people on the ground is affected. Like their biases are affected by media, right? So ultimately, yeah, I ingest that information as well. I do try to go on like what I see, um, and what I witnessed because really it's hard to make a, you know. But at the same time, like on some level, we are reliant on
The
that
thing,
data.
the
A lot
thing
of
is,
that
we all
information
saw
is
it
off
with
the market.
we all saw it with our own eyes. We saw it on TV. We saw the January 6th shit go down. We saw them come out with fake electors. I mean, if that wasn't enough, I don't know what the hell is. I mean,
Yeah, yeah,
just
I think
ignorant.
yeah.
it's
There
fair.
there there are absolutely concerns that I have with just the future of how our structure works and with how far it's been tested. Um, you know, but also like there's a lot going on. I think socially as well, right? And not to I don't want to stay in politics for too long, but like I know that like there's risks right now. There's a lot of potential big changes in the future, and really there's a lot of ways that this could go. Um, and I don't see there's not as much activity in terms of like there's not as many dissidents. There's not as many loud voices opposing the things that are scary about it, right? Um, and that's really my only concern is how that affects our day-to-day lives and how that affects the market at the end of the day, right?
Uh,
Um,
That's why, yeah, that's why I was saying earlier. That's why I think the market's going to go down because shit's just going to get worse by the end of this year, and it's going to get out of hand going into the midterm election year. And I mean, our economy is just going to go to shit, unfortunately. I mean, you're starting to see it already. All the joblessness, all the inflation going up. I mean, everything is just showing red bells. I mean, people want to talk about the stock market doing good, yeah, but for the most part, the stock market did good because only 7 stocks carried the market for almost 2 years,
Right.
3 years. Take those 7 stocks out, the market isn't all that impressive. Now all of a sudden, all this tariff bullshit and stuff starting to come down the hill, and all these
yeah,
people got fired from Doge, unemployment. We already were at record low unemployment, and now you fire all these people. Where the hell are they going to go? Who's going to hire them? Now we get
mostly, yeah, yeah. There's always going to be
Dual position.
state and local, or they went to contractors. And so, uh, what's interesting is that I don't. So I would say we're in an interesting time in the market in general, right? Like a lot of these companies that are super succeeding are making big shifts in the way their manufacturing works or their development side works. We're seeing the implementation of AI on a larger scale within business. We're seeing automation increase. So a lot of these things I think are also like it's market speculation. It's the market speculating on where things are going to go, and things do look up for a lot of these companies. Like I don't think that's entirely bubble. Um, so it's I'm not 100% sold on that we're going to see a bigger retracement. But there's enough factors that are kind of red flags for me that like I definitely am keeping an eye out for it. So
This is not the sandwich shop. Next, please. No, really.
You have 90 people applying to deliver pizzas at one store. What's CSR? Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, it's and being be reliant on. Yeah, that's a hard ask though, right? When you're like people only have an older, like you're in a particular position where you love your job, right? But there's a lot of people 20 and older that aren't going to take that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Not everybody has that mindset. Well, so that's an interesting thing, right? Like there's a lot of perspective that's a lot of the fear about what is like the fact that they're automating all these things. At the same time, we were it wasn't that long ago that we were talking about how populations are not growing at the same rate. Um, like the dynamic within family structures, for example, is changing as well. And so it's actually it's funny because like it's like we were looking for there's people that were like looking for a solution for this problem of populations not growing at the same rate. Automation is that solution, right? So like it's kind of a perfect solution for that. It's just not always the perfect solution for the people that are in those jobs currently. um, mm.
From 2000, from 2012, you had people wanting 2.15 kids on average. Now you have people wanting 1.13. 20 to 35-year-olds. That is.
Mm.
That's half.
So what you're saying is if you want to be a weatherman, do it in space because then no one can really be mad because they don't even know the answer themselves. Yeah. I mean, that's macro versus micro, right? It's we all know Bitcoin goes up, but like when? Bitcoin Bitcoin is a use of technology, cryptography, or cryptographic signatures to be able to create a transparent, more transparent, more private, and more decentralized um, alternative to traditional assets. Bitcoin is a safer Bitcoin is a safer way to move money, period. Um, it's a safer way, right? But also, yeah, it's safer for the consumer. It's more risk for a trader, right? Because of the volatility. But it's safer in the sense that um like the transaction it is more private, right? It uses better technology to secure the transaction. And because it requires the entire network to validate, that means that if somebody tries to lie, it's harder to lie. That's it. That's what makes it safer. Um, yeah, that would be the more basic way. Show me show me an asset that's grown to show me an asset that's grown to 120 or a commodity that's grown to the amount that it has at the rate and consistency that it has in the amount of time that it has. Right. And and why is that? Yeah. So here's my selling point then, right? I would argue that it's because the initial growth, yeah, it's because they didn't know what it was actually useful for. Like diamonds are a great example of that. When diamonds in reality are really only useful for, what people set their value to and for industrial purposes, right? But it's because of the finite amount. And diamonds uh are that plus like if you added the Fed to it, right? So like diamonds, they control the flow. That's what gives it its value. With this, you don't have to control the flow. It's already controlled. It's set. It's a set amount. And unlike a physical asset, you can't discover more, or a physical commodity. You can't discover more of it. There's not going to be like a magic extra 100 Bitcoin that appear. Once it's done, it's done. Um, so that's sure, sure. And right, but that's not necessarily going to diminish the value of Bitcoin itself. And so that's the beauty here, right? Is because it's decentralized, it's not controlled by one person, right? At least not that we know of, you know. And because it's finite, and because it's not a physical thing, it has connections to physical hardware, right? It needs physical hardware to run off of, but it's not like you can just discover a new mine. It's not like and it's not affected as directly or as short term by changes in climate. It will eventually be affected by that, but we can adapt the technology that supplies it or that empowers it uh, to changing climate. So it's got adaptability. It's got the ability for the tools around it to be upgraded, but it itself is essentially more static, right? It's not as dynamic, and that I think also gives it some inherent stability that other things do not, right?
Let me chime in real
Now that
quick.
would be my argument. Sorry, go ahead.
as opposed to what is a Bitcoin? It's one, stored energy because it takes so much energy to make it. It's not cheap. Two, it's digital real estate and a source of value. I mean, no one can take it if you hold. What? Yeah, but people that have people that have people that have money likes to be able to profit into something like real estate. But in the end, you're paying so much in taxes and upkeep on the house. This is like you can sell your house, your secondary house, and instead of dealing with tenants and whatever else, maintenance and whatnot, you would be able to take that and know that in 4 years, anyone that held a Bitcoin hasn't lost if they didn't sell. You know, so if you're planning on holding a house for 10 years, why wouldn't you want to hold Bitcoin for 10 years? I mean, I don't know. That's the argument I would put.
Yep. I do want to debate that it does have intrinsic value, and its intrinsic value is essentially the SHA-256 algorithm, which is the same or the same encryption that is used for the U.S. government, right? So it's a powerful encryption tool or a powerful cryptographic tool, and that is its intrinsic value. Beyond that, it's everything I think is what the market assigns to it. And even so, yeah, you could say that um, ultimately the
Well, you can go on to the value, to the point in 1970 we came up with the gold standard, and since then they devalued our dollar to 98%, 2 cents on the dollar, right? And holding Bitcoin against other assets, it keeps outperforming. Like in, I think this, 2016, it was like 226 Bitcoin for an average price house. And then fast forward, it was like 64 the next full cycle, 64 Bitcoins for a house. And then fast forward the next one, and it's like three now. So you have that over time, and it's all because of inflation. So the real key is to it's a way to bypass inflation. Yeah, I believe BlackRock had one of the articles that they sent out, and it was it had that, it had a whole bunch of other things other than houses to go by on how it keeps outperforming. Yeah, I got a little idea.
yeah, I'm
Depending
also
on
invested
how this
in
cycle
BlackRock.
ends, D-Block thinks a lot of these Bitcoin treasuries, or some of them are going to fail and give it a bad name. But think about this: all the money that's sitting on the side that's not in it and is kind of looking sideways at us that are in it, when they see this next run, which is going to go, anyone that didn't get in it, they're going to be like, big money. They're going to be like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm wait for the bear market and then get it. Why buy it at the top? In another year and a half, it's going to be substantially lower. And from there,
Yeah,
just, dollar cost average, for the length of the bear cycle, pack the bags and go. So I think like diminishing returns is going to be it's going to be
Mm. Yeah, yeah, I can see that. And well, and so so to that point, right? Like I think there's we've seen that there's a curve of like diminishing returns, right, on assets. But I think the thing beats that curve, and I think what gives promise to Bitcoin, right, is each consecutive run that Bitcoin has, no matter what the volatility, no matter what the retracement is, at the end of the day, each consecutive run where it continues to go up and it continues to produce inflation beating numbers, right? The more investors are going to get into it. And so, and the more legacy will get into it, the more traditional investors that would otherwise maybe have been more skeptical of it are just gonna see the numbers continue to increase, and that's yeah, yep. And I think that's a big part, right? The longer BlackRock stays in, the longer BlackRock is marketing it, right? That's free marketing for Bitcoin. And free marketing to powerful investors and to a large portion of wealth. Um, so that I think is like that maybe is not the intrinsic value, but that only supplements on or that's going to continue to supplement on top of the intrinsic values as long as we don't have a catastrophic event for Bitcoin, which right. Right. Well, and that's even more like how many catastrophic events has Bitcoin been through and not crashed, right? It's had retracements, sure, that are big and that were scary to maybe traditional investors, but I mean, it's continued to grow and it's continued to grow at a fairly steady rate. Currently, yeah, it's currently at 119, 187 on my exchange. Yeah, 117, correct. Yeah, I would say yeah, I would say I think the charts kind of support a number like that. They may even be higher, but I could definitely see it at least reaching. Yeah, 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 yeah. You are surely consistent with that one. How much does what is the percentage of Bitcoin that BlackRock owns? Because that is right. So how much control does BlackRock actually have over the price then? Now, I'm asking that. I'm not really. Yeah.
I'll plant my flag at 85,000 for Bitcoin within the next 9 months.
Yeah, I'll say it doesn't drop. I'll say it doesn't drop below. I'll say it doesn't drop below 88,000, and I think next year, yeah, February I could say 150. I think next year, or not next year. Sorry. Actually, I don't know. I would say the
Are we
5 year for me, 5 year, at least over 500,000. I'll I promise. I might not remember if I'm right, but I'll definitely. Well, actually, no. I might not remember if I'm wrong, but I'll definitely remember if I'm right. Yeah. As long as I keep my current, at least some part of my current investment strategy with Bitcoin, I will definitely, I will rant and rave about if I was right. Um, yeah, never asked for.
well,
I
the
have
pandemic,
offered to
but
take the
during the
cut and
pandemic,
pay for a
I
gig.
actually,
uh, I didn't ask for it. No, I certainly
I,
did not. I've offered it.
I, I, I asked if they could keep my contract and pay half because most of the clients are contract basis, right? So like I wanted to keep them, but it was the pandemic. I was like, okay, how about we do this? We cut the pay in half, but I keep your contract. Yeah, that's true. If you're an employee, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I've offered to take cut and pay to um patch up a relationship with the business owner that I had
Right,
lost.
right. Yeah, you
Yeah,
have to do that with certain contracts. Like, okay, how about we do this?
yeah, yeah. But I didn't necessarily ask for it, you know. I just said, you know, I'm more than willing to do this job for less. Yeah. Yeah, free speech is a very special thing, and I think something that does need to be protected. People don't realize how important that is, or how much of an opportunity that creates. all types of discourse, right? So. Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing, right? Is it's not like I was talking before about the cards you're handed. Everybody's handed different cards. What you do with them ultimately that matters. No one cares if your grandfather wins or yeah, they care. They care if you're productive. Oh man.
5 wives. Good God.
Mm.
Oh, what country was that?
That was quick.
Jeez.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Cuomo. Yeah, yeah. Here in Asia, they are the GE of Asia.
Well, I think I would have stayed in Japan. Until the old till the old man kicks the bucket.
Yeah, we are. It's hyper nationalism. It is hyper nationalism and elitism. But there's also we've got a bit of things to back that up, right? That's part of why it's worse if you can't be convinced otherwise. It's one thing to be in denial; it's another thing to have the facts. We've got a few of them. I'm not saying we're right. Just yeah. Also, we can come take your women, but you can't take ours. Hey, please. Always a pleasure. Go ahead.
Fast.
Take care. Man, I had the best. There's a Japanese restaurant in DC that I'm quickly becoming very fond of. Best short rib, best it's just the best everything, best drinks, good ambiance, good service, all the wine.
It's interesting. I've done business with some Japanese and haven't had too much issues. They've been pretty decent people.
Yeah, we
yeah.
hold ourselves to a very high like ethical standard, but I think when it comes to personal matters, that's where you see it.
Are you
Um,
Japanese?
yeah, I am.
Okay, gotcha.
Like
Yeah, yeah.
you know, it shows in the craftsmanship, right? Like we're really good at craftsmanship. We hold ourselves, and
Attention to
it's
detail and just taking pride in your work, which the U.S. worker doesn't have anymore because there's no loyalty anymore since they broke the unions and stuff in the 80s and that all got more interested in showing the stock, the shareholders more profit and just
well,
screwing over their workers.
a big part of it here too is right. We don't really we don't have a very defined set of traditions. It's a very diverse set of traditions, and those traditions also have been peeled away with assimilation, right? We're a hodgepodge of different cultures. Like Japan is very
Sure.
homogenous, very homogenous. The mainstream
Different
is
prefectures and everything.
very yeah, like well, and like if like the mainstream is to work hard and people, it's less common to sway from that. Whereas here, our freedoms come at a multitude of costs, right? But we have the freedom, and so it's like it's interesting because here I think it's much easier to shine, right? Because of the lack of work ethic. But it's also like not always easier to get rewards for for that work because just because you shine more, it doesn't necessarily mean you get rewarded more. It means you get assigned more work, right? And so there's I think here it's uh, greed punishes a lot more, but it also rewards a lot.
Right.
There's a little more, and I think Asia in general, there's a little bit more of a like a collectivism, right? In a lot of countries. Um, and you see that in a lot of Eastern Asian culture and work ethic and mindset. Um, you don't see that collectivism here. You see like tribalism, right?
See that in what?
I say you don't see that as much in the West. You see a lot more tribalism.
Right.
So that's kind of like we're always going back and forth. Whereas like and if you're rallied with your team, that might be good, but if the team is mismanaged, and there's a lot of that too. There, I think it's um, I think it's just there's a long standing tradition in Japan of this like you like honor your family by doing even like the most menial task. Um, there is honor in it, right? If you
Right.
put your head down and do the thing.
A proud
Uh,
culture. Yeah.
yeah, it's both a proud and a humble culture, but like there's also like there's cost to that too, right? Like we have a really high suicide rate,
Hmm.
really, and it's because of the pressures of that kind of society. It's also because of the tightness of the space, therefore like less ability to sprawl out, less places to go.
Sure.
Here you can sort of like you can run from your problems if you want. You go halfway across the country, right? And it'll take a while for it to catch up with you for most folks. Uh, and you see that a lot. Like you see that there's a lot of industries where people just get shuffled around from location to location. They don't necessarily actually get, which I think is uh, it's both the cost of privacy, right? But uh, it's also a reflection of like there's a lot of mismanagement here. There are great leaders here, and then there are really poor leaders. There's a lot of poor leaders, and some of that is some of the poor leaders are just underpaid to do a much harder job than uh, for the amount
Gotcha.
of things they're producing. But like that's part of what capitalism is, right? If you have the
Right. Yeah.
ideas and you have the back it, have, if you're the one that came up with it or you're the one that refined it, and had the vision to make it happen and had the investors to back you, you know, that's the benefit of the society, right?
Yeah, you would hope. All right, I'm
Yeah.
gonna pull a Clive. I'm off to bed too. I got a early Zoom call. So cheers, everybody. Good night. Happy trading. Good luck, and happy Friday.
I'm just gonna shut my mouth. Enjoy it. Victory.
All is quiet. Everybody sleeping, catching up on sleep.
Good morning, fam. Somebody got an open mic. But what is up with this
Oh, it's
nasty ass price action, man? Like we already bought
yes,
down here. What you doing? Go up.
sir.
Go up.
Yeah.
Seriously though, I
Are
was
you?
watching it.
What are you
Like,
in? What are you in?
a layer 2 Ethereum play. I'm in
Layer
Mog,
2
bro.
Ethereum?
Mog's my
No.
baby. Yeah.
Oh,
But
right on.
it's been acting weird lately. Seeing Bitcoin and Ethereum fight for dominance. I think this is the first time in 4 months I've seen it act the way it acted, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But apparently all layer 2s are doing that, right? So that made me feel a little better.
Yeah, I mean, there's just this big narrative around like the figures with PPI and all that crap. So we have to get over that.
So Bonk, right? Bonk came out
Mhm.
last year. I overheard, I think.
Right.
So when that
Bonk
came out,
came out.
how many
Right.
zeros were in the front of it? Like 5, 6, 4?
Many zeros, yeah. Lots.
So it only took 1 year for it to get to the price it's at now. That's crazy.
Something like that. But you look more at the market cap, like what kind of market cap it had and what it grew to, and that way you'll get your performance.
Is
Like,
there a way I could look for a timeline to see the
yeah,
market cap? There is
coinmarketcap.com, and then
point
find Bonk,
market.
and then look at the history, look at all-time history. Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. Cause I be thinking, man, like I know I
I
gotta let
just
this.
got home, so I can show you myself. Like I can get in there and show you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. But I'm on. I just woke up and made my coffee, so
All
I'll be
good.
on. Yeah, take your time.
Yeah,
But yeah, I'm
yeah,
just
all
curious.
good.
Like, what's the chances that 1 in a cajillion that I pick the one that will reduce some zeros and hold off till next cycle? That's what I'm trying to
So what
like.
you're in Mog.
Oh yeah.
So the thing with Bonk is that it was like I believe, I'm not sure of who released it or who made it, but I think it's associated with the devs of Solana. So that's why it had like such a good chance of success, because it's who's behind it, like who was pushing it. And they got a bunch of like central exchange listings and things like that. So that's why it got that huge boost. But I'm just gonna switch to my computer
Yeah,
real
do your thing,
quick.
brother. Do you think?
Yeah. All right, where are we?
I just accumulated like the number I've been wanting to accumulate for the longest time, and I'm like, wow, if this just lost 1 freaking zero, just 1 freaking zero, you know?
Second. You still hear me okay?
I hear you more than okay. Way better.
All right, good.
Yeah, that mic is
All
good
right.
quality you got right there.
So, yeah, this is my desk setup, my desktop. So, Bonk, the history of Bonk. I think it came out earlier than last year from memory.
Oh, did it?
Let's look at the all-time. Yeah. So, price all-time. It came out on the 31st of December, 2022. So, it's been out for like 3 years.
That's an interesting date.
Yeah.
So I was at the end of
Almost
a.
3 years. So,
Oh no, that's at the end
yeah,
of a
New
bull
Year's
market.
Eve.
New Year's
New
Eve.
Year's Eve, 2022. Yeah, right on the end of the bear, basically. Market cap wise, it started at a market cap of, I mean, it says 0 for the longest time, but basically before it took off, it was like, $30 million market cap.
Okay.
And then when you look at the all-time high of the market cap, that's 3.725 billion.
Oh my
So
God.
30 to 3 billion, 30 million to 3 billion.
I think that's what
That's how
Mog's at
big.
right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's have a look. I'll look at Mog. Let's have a look at Mog.
I remember at one
So
point it was
for
at
Mog to do
500 mil.
something like that,
Mhm.
right? For Mog to do something like that, you kind of needed to get it at, sub sub $100 million market cap. It's at 500 million, 480,
Yeah.
480
Not
million. So
even.
it's already
Not
on the
even
way.
500.
Its all-time market high, like market cap high, was 1.2 billion. So it's been in the billies before.
That's 2024 December. Interesting.
Yeah, 13th of December 2024. Yeah. So it has been up there in the past, but yeah, man. I mean, look, there was a time. See, there wasn't even really a time to get in before the crowd. It kind of went from 0 to hero real quick.
Just
Look,
like Bonk.
0, bang, 445 million all
Crazy.
at once. Like it just, I don't know what happened there, but yeah, it's had some good dips though. Like, look, it went down to 150, 147 mil market cap,
Yeah, that was this year.
and now it's at, what, 480.
That was when
Yeah,
I
so that's
first.
that's
That's
a
when I
good
got my
dip.
lucky strike. Remember, I told you guys I started in April and I got stupid lucky, thinking like, "Wow, I should quit my job and do this all day," on spot trading.
Mm. So as far as like, yeah, potential, it's probably still got like some potential to pump, but we need that whole alt season like that affects all altcoins. Just the big fat Bitcoin dominance dropout alt
Yeah,
season. That's what everyone needs. Everyone's waiting on that. It's looking good because we're starting to threaten to drop out of that dominance channel that we've been in for the longest time, in my opinion. So let's get real specific with it too. So instead of just, let me just jump out to the weekly and lock this onto the extremes like that, and then like that. Yeah. So we're only just this week popping out the bottom. The last 3 days, really, 3 to 4 days, has been activity outside that really annoying channel that we've
yeah,
been in forever. So that's good. This is, if dominance gets down to this red line, that's where alts are really popping. Like, because look, it's done it in the past. See, dominance fell below the red line.
yeah.
That's when your alts are doing their all-time high pushes, that kind of thing. Like in this season here, down here, it's done it down here too. So these are basically there's only been 2 alt seasons. There was 2018, like 17 into 18, and then 2020 into 2021 predominantly. But yeah, those are the 2 alt seasons. So we're looking for that third, which would be something like that, where it jumps down below the red line. And the season starts here, like it starts during the drop. So we're starting to see the rotation from Bitcoin into Ethereum, which is like stage one,
So what is that? Like
That's
a
stage one.
15% drop from there to the red line, from the channel to the red line.
Oh, like for dominance, yeah, it loses like 25%, pretty much, from current height.
Interesting.
And this is important. This is related to dominance, or to how we get to the alt season, and that is the Litecoin, Solana, XRP, Dogecoin, Cardano, Polkadot, HBAR, and then Avalanche ETFs. They're all awaiting approval by the SEC. They're waiting for their green light, and their deadlines fall on these dates. Most of them fall in October, so
Yeah.
like around mid-October, and you've got some in November. But what's this one? Final SEC deadline 11th of August. Dude, that was Polkadot ETF. So shit, that would have been recently then. Oh wait, no, sorry. That's
November 8th.
it's American. It's American.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I
November
think that's
8th. My
November 8th.
bad. Yeah, because I read that as 11th of August. November 8th. Okay. Yep. Mm. Yeah, I always forget that you guys read it as month, then day, then year. We go day, month, year.
Yeah, Americans, man, always doing shit different.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
Freaking date.
I've gotten lucky on it before, so I'm hoping I get lucky again. That's kind of my play.
Mm. Yeah.
But I should have definitely started off with more ETH for sure. That'd have been a good startup. I gotta learn about all this rotational stuff, you know, like the layer ones and layers. Like I know Dbloc just recently showed us that chart of how the rotation sort of works between, like, you know, kind of like
Yeah.
tier one, tier
Money
two, tier
flow.
three. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
but we're learning. We got, you know, I'm ready for the next market.
Yeah. And that has been like the way that it has rotated in previous cycles. So we're hoping that it's the same. It is playing out similar already. So, but let me just see if I can find this path to alt season chart. I
Yeah, this
believe that's
price
the
action
name
just
of
got
it.
me so bored. So I'm just trying to, you know, play a little daydreaming. What can hit and what, you know.
Yeah, this one, right? That's what you're
Yeah,
talking
that's it.
about.
Path to alt season. Yep.
Yep. So the flow of money moves into Bitcoin, causing prices to surge.
Joyzy.
Joyzy, causing prices surges. God,
Right.
who typed this up? This is garbage. Hang on a minute. There's got to be a better one than that.
Where'd you pull that from? The
One's
website?
better. No, it's just it looks like it's someone's tried to copy it and they've made like a bootleg of this image. Flow of money moves into Bitcoin, causing prices surges. See, even this one's badly written. Money flows into Ethereum, but it struggles to keep up with Bitcoin. Ethereum goes back and forth with Bitcoin and starts outperforming it. So that's kind of where we're in. This like money flow into Ethereum, and then the phase two begins. Ethereum is outperforming Bitcoin, and we hear talks of the flipping. I don't know if Ethereum's going to threaten Bitcoin for flipping because, I mean, look at the size of Bitcoin. It's what, $2.3 trillion. Ethereum's just over half 1 trillion. So it's got a long ways to go. If it did flip it at its current value, let me see market cap of Ethereum with the current market cap of Bitcoin would make Ethereum $19,658. Ethereum would be. It's a 4x. That's a big ask.
Damn.
Like to get Ethereum to the size of Bitcoin. Bitcoin's current size. It's giant. So yeah, Bitcoin's a big giant. I don't know if that is gonna happen. It'd be cool, but yeah, that's what it would take to flip it. Ethereum needs to get to basically $20,000 to flip Bitcoin. It's at 4 or 4 point whatever. 4.6? Yeah. Almost 4.8. But yeah, it's a pretty big ask.
So that's step 2 of the path to
Yeah, Ethereum just needs to steal out all of that dominance off Bitcoin.
sounds like a next
And
bull market kind of thing, huh?
yeah. I'm actually gonna write it out. Let's see. So sorry if this is blinding because it's pretty bright.
No, it's fine.
But this was done. I did this chart up, I don't know, like a week ago. So
What's
this is
those
probably
numbers
already
on the
quite
right?
different. These ones?
Mm-hmm.
This is trillions. So see 2324, that's 2.324 trillion. So 2.3
Market cap.
trillion Bitcoin. Yeah, market cap. Yeah.
Copy.
So this is by size. I'm going to do an updated one now. So if I go to coin market cap for the quotes, let me just shift this
You should
across
highlight
so
the
we
whole
can
thing and
see it.
just shoot it into ChatGPT and be like, update this for me.
Yeah, create me a pie graph. Yeah, I know.
It's
I'm
good
not
with
that
things like
clever
that,
though.
you know? Things that don't
I'm
really
a
take
more
thinking. Your hands
yeah.
on. A little old school, I feel you,
I'm
bro.
more of a manual guy. But let me see if this will let me. Okay, Bitcoin 2370. So it's a little bigger actually now. That's 2370. Whoop.
And when did you write this up?
ETH?
Last year?
No, like a week ago.
Oh,
So
damn.
559. Yeah.
That's that new money coming in. That dumb money coming
XRP,
in.
XRP's 184.7. So 184, we'll say. Let's go 185. Let's round it up. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt in size. That's Tether. Let's skip to BNB. 117.6. We'll say 118. Solana. Let's say 105 bill for Sol. Doge is, let's say 35. It was 33 before. Not bad. A couple of billion on there. Tron, 34. And then down the list it's not as important, but we'll put it in there anyway. Cardano. What's ADA? 33.6, let's say 34. Hyperliquid. Oh, Hype's actually switched positions with XLM Chainlink. Okay, so Hyperliquid's 16,145.
So when we go back into the bear market, right, in this following year, does that mean Bonk is going to lose one of those zeros again? Like, is that how it works, or does it kind of like build a
Potentially.
new shelf and just sit there? You know what I'm saying? That's where it gets
It
confusing.
depends how far it drops out. Like, depends.
Yeah, I
A
guess.
lot of it's very dependent. Let me just get these Sui 13.4, say 13 as well. These are a little bit switched up, but Link actually has gone up a little, 15. It was 12.6, so it's grown a little bit there. BCH 11.8, so we'll say 12. H bar, Adera Hashgraph 10.7, we'll say 11. Avalanche 10.3, we'll say 10. And then Litecoin is 9.2. I'll just say 9. Oh, it's pretty much the same. 9.2. Oh, I put decimals in. Doesn't matter. Anyway, the main thing I wanted to compare was if this pie graph looks any different to what it did about a week and a half ago, whenever I drew it up. Let's have a look. So column, pie, like that. It probably looks pretty damn similar, to be honest. This is probably a bit of a waste of time, but
I mean, price is not doing much, brother.
I mean, look, no, look at that wedge. Ethereum's slightly bigger.
Yeah, just the start of it too.
Let's say Ethereum gets to 1 trillion, so we'll make this say 1,000. That looks like that. It gets fatter. See, 1,500. So 1.5 trillion. It starts looking like that. See how it's like sealing the dominance of Bitcoin there?
Yeah.
It's becoming fatter. Yep. And then let's say XRP gets to like 500 billion. Will look like that. Like this is pretty much how alt season will look. It'll steal size off Bitcoin and then rotate into the others. But Bitcoin's still very fat. Like it's very fat. It's very well fed at the moment.
Yeah, we can give away a third of that.
Yeah, we can give it up. Like let the alts just have a turn of the market cap.
This is interesting.
Um,
BitUnix Spot Auto Invest is now live. The brand new Spot Auto Invest feature is now officially available on BitUnix. Set your preferred frequency, amount, and duration, and the system will automatically place orders for you, helping you steadily build your crypto portfolio. Experience it now and enjoy. That's cool. I wonder if other platforms offer that too.
Yeah, that's BitUnix. Yeah, they're all.
I know, like Cash App and
pretty good.
And I think Coinbase obviously has it. Cash App, Coinbase, and what's that third one? PayPal. There we go.
I did.
PayPal does that too. They're expensive though, man. I tried something different today, so I used Cash App. I got paid today, so I made a deposit on Cash App, bought Bitcoin from Cash App, and then transfer that straight to my wallet to trade. But yeah, I don't like it, man. They overpriced Biddy when it was being purchased. It was still a little bit cheaper than paying the PayPal fees for transferring. So I was like, let's try it out. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. I was reading something else though. A lot of people are using, so the way you're supposed to use Cash App to get like the best bang for your buck, so to say, is people are purchasing Sophie, which is a stock, and there's zero fees. Like literally zero fees, zero spread. And they purchase Sophie and then I guess they transfer Sophie and then they sell that off and then they buy what they want. Zero fees. But the only issue with that is when you're buying a stock, there's something called like settlement days or something, or the stock has to settle before you can do all that stuff. So if you're in a rush in a hurry, it's no bueno. But fee wise, looks good.
Yeah, it's there's so many bloody rails and options out there, man. It's like it gets a little bit distracting. Like you can get sidetracked from like so many little things jumping out at you. You know?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find an effective, efficient way. That's all. I'm tired of like
Yeah.
spending, like $75 to $100 in fees by the time I get, a good portion into my portfolio. It's annoying, but I'm testing different things out.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. You'll figure out what you feel comfortable doing, and hopefully,
I mean, the
usually
best,
it's like the tried and tested methods, like the ones that have been around for years. Are the
yeah,
good
the
ones.
best would be just to use my debit card straight on my platform to buy and trade, to buy whatever I want. I would assume that's the best, but the problem with that is you got to KYC everything, and it's just annoying.
Yeah.
Wait, bro,
Anything
how are
that's
you
kind of
spending
new is like,
75?
ooh,
Sorry.
if
Sorry, I missed it. How are you spending like $75 on fees?
Well, like PayPal. So the way I do it, the way I started doing it at first was I would use PayPal on Coinbase to make a deposit, and their fees are freaking high, man. Like if you go on Coinbase, I don't know if you use Coinbase, but if you go on Coinbase and you want to do a deposit, you could do like ACH, you could do debit card. The only problem with that, right, which is zero fees, by the way, which it's great, but the only problem with that is it takes like 7 days for it to be considered tradable or usable. Like you could buy, but it's got to sit in Coinbase, and that bothers me. Like I don't want to trade on Coinbase. Like Coinbase is just my like middleman, right? So what I do is I use PayPal to make a deposit into Coinbase, and I have to pay those damn fees, which are really high, probably like the most expensive fees I've seen, truthfully. But the beauty of it is that everything's available immediately, like within seconds. And then from there, I purchase whatever I want to use to transfer. Whether, I sometimes it could be like MOG, Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever. And then from there, I transfer it to my main platform, and that usually arrives pretty quickly.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, Coinbase has those restrictions. If you just do ACH, you have
Kills
to
me,
wait
bro. And
like
it
7
wasn't like
days.
that at first. All this started happening after they got hacked. After that whole hack thing happened, my funds were tied for like 2 weeks. I was like cursing them off. Like their customer support is the worst. Coinbase has the absolute worst customer support ever. Clearly, which is why they got hacked to begin with, right? With the insider shit. But yeah, I mean, in the beginning, it was just one of those things where like I just needed dry powder. So I'm like, I'm missing out on profits. Like this was, when we had all those flag ups and run ups and stuff. So like I didn't care. Like I was like, all right, whatever. I'll pay the $75. Just give me my dry powder and let me get this invested. But now it's like, I'm not going to keep doing that. It's stupid. And I know there's better ways, but just I'm trying to find an efficient and quick way, right? And I keep asking ChatGPT, and she recommended using Sophie, the stock, because it is zero fees. Like whatever you purchase, like you get that exact dollar amount in their shares, right? But again, it's going to go back to the same thing in terms of timing. If you're in a rush, you don't have a couple days to just wait for it to settle before you can sell it. So, yeah. And honestly, like at this point, Like I'm like I'm about to just KYC my shit, use my debit card on my main platform, and just be done. Only problem is my license is expired, and I'm being lazy. What's Juno? You guys familiar with Juno? Because it was also recommending that as a third party ramp on and off.
So to sum up, like anyone that's sitting in any kind of altcoin,
Mhm.
your first step, you should be rooting for Ethereum. You know what I mean?
Oh, I am.
'Cause that's the
That's what I
door.
have open now,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, man.
That's my main screen.
Everyone should be rooting for Ethereum's success and it to go higher and go into like full breakout price discovery, because that is what pulls all that dominance off Bitcoin. And you know, and after that, I would be rooting for the ETF approvals, and yeah, just the like this the whole crypto market sentiment to shift from the whole Bitcoin narrative, because it's been so obviously so dominant. And yeah, but yeah, I wouldn't get excited about much until that huge dominance thing shifts. It's looking good, man. It's like it's down, it's on the line,
Yeah, we're like right there.
it's threatening to drop. That's great.
So the
ETH
crazy part.
BTC
Sorry.
is like, have you seen the ETH BTC chart?
Mhm.
That's got a trend line that has been in place since 2017. So that's very significant. That's like, how many years is that? One,
Too
two,
many.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is the 9th year underneath this trend. So that's a giant trend, and it's getting squeezed. Like it has to make a decision if it's going to break out or not. And I think we're looking good because we're right on the cusp. We're right on the doorstep of the breakout.
Yeah.
So there's an opportunity here to like end a 9-year curse for Ethereum against Bitcoin
And that would be Valhalla for all
and
alts,
break out.
basically, right?
That would be incredible. But yeah, well, we have to wait and see. Like it has to prove it. You can't just sort of expect it. It has to come above this line and actually make the breakout happen.
So I wonder if that
But
ties in
yeah.
to what Dbloc's been saying about Total 3 needing to retouch or retest the bottom of some trend he had up. Remember where he was saying like that would be the big move. He's like, I don't want to say it, but it's got to. Was it
Yeah,
Total 3 or was it others or something? And he was saying
maybe
it would
something.
need to
Maybe
like tap that.
let's check out
Chuck it
others
out.
dominant.
Chuck
'Cause
noise the shit out.
let's chuck it out. Let's chuck out. Let's chuck it on the chart. Yeah, here's others.
I think it was it others or Total 3? I remember for the longest time he keeps showing that, you know, it looks like it
So
needs
this is everything excluding the top 10. Others is this is like, yeah, like low cap stuff, lower cap stuff.
It might be that.
But yeah,
If you had a
yeah.
trend line going straight from, might be that
Total
one.
3 though.
I gotta ask him when he gets on. Definitely not Total 3. Never
Yeah.
mind. No.
Total 3's.
Yeah, Total 3 is
it's
out of
still
here.
beneath.
It's about a double top.
It's on the cusp. Yeah.
That's dangerous.
On the cusp of something special, but it hasn't
Gary the
quite done
snail
it yet.
looking.
Would love to see that.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, it really looks like a snail.
Dude, look at the size of the cup and handle going on here. Look, huge
Oh, that's a
cup,
good thing though. That means it would go
massive
up.
handle. Yeah, it's very bullish. We just need to break the neckline of the cup and we're set, you know. But yeah, it hasn't happened yet, so it ain't happening until it's happening. If that
Yeah,
makes
it must be
sense.
others then that he shows that, and this is a couple
Maybe.
weeks ago, so I don't think it's even reached that yet. That
Yeah.
measured move.
But I mean, it's done like a cupping formation with no handle back on this one. It got the breakout, and that was the alt season. But then this one's been like, it's had 2 attempts now, but this is way more of a cup and handle, if you ask me. We're right on the cusp. But it looks good, man. It definitely looks good. These rounding bottoms, look at the giant W. That's like a multi-year W right there. Double bottom. This is like a triple bottom. 1, 2, 3. And the threat of a triple top is like, it's definitely there. 1,
yeah,
2, 3. And yeah. The thing that doesn't make me fear the triple top is that the fact that there's this going on. See that trend line there? Like the lows are picking up over time.
basically what Bitcoin's been doing for the past 4 years, right?
Yeah, the lows have been getting higher, so that's good. That's a good sign. So that means that demand has been coming in every time that the that total 3 has a dip. It's finding new demand higher and higher, new demand higher, new demand higher, and then it's like we're repeatedly beating up against this resistance here of what is it, basically $1.1 trillion.
Yeah, we're still at what
1.16.
1.06.
Yeah. So we're there. We're so close. We're just waiting for that
It's like a
real break.
1.5x
Yeah.
for the decimal point. So, what do you see if we were to play out a weekend trap, right? And I know you said you're not the biggest
Yeah, I
fan
don't
or
know.
so
I
much, but I know we
couldn't
trap
comment.
longs, trap shorts. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to like pick up like if we did already trap the shorts, which I doubt.
Well,
It would mean we
if
would
you
have to
ask
trap the
me on
long.
Bitcoin,
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
this looks like these guys are trapped down here, and then also up here, these guys are trapped up here. So there's
Right.
2 traps.
But that bottom
And
doesn't look
we're sitting around
trappy
here.
enough though. It doesn't. Usually it's like a sharp point, right? Like a mountain.
Well,
That's
you
more
got
like
some
a boat
pretty
looking
sharp
thing.
situations here, but yeah, there could be. Dude, I don't doubt that there's a bunch of people trapped in here. I don't know if it's enough, like to call it a big full-on trap.
It could be
There's
though.
definitely people trapped in this push. I would say there's some longs that are trapped up here.
But that
One
was
way to
on
check
Wednesday.
is the liquidity.
That was
Like,
on
check out
Wednesday
the
though.
liquidity.
I know the dates
Yeah, still
could
means
be
they're trapped.
short. Yeah, you're right. I
Yeah,
don't
because
like it
hasn't rescued them. You know, price hasn't come up to rescue the people up here yet. If we get a big resurgence, that means all of these guys that are long here are going to
get
get
free.
rescued.
Yeah.
Basically free. Exactly. So this is the Bitcoin liquidity. Let me just check the 2-week picture. I just want to see where the bulk of the dude. Look at all the long liquidity here. There's
Don't
not
tell me
much
that, bro.
short compared to the longs. There's
Yeah,
still a lot of longs in
that's
play.
a lot down there. But what's the price on that?
Yeah.
What is that? 111, 112?
Well, if it's to deal with these 2 bright spots,
Yeah,
if
that's
it
out
push,
112
if it
basically.
pushed down to 112, yeah, it would deal with a lot of that if it pushed down to 112.
Bro, you saw how hard it was for us just to reach the CME gap. It took a whole freaking week, practically.
Yeah, yeah. Which means if they do want to go and achieve that, maybe this could take the rest of August to get down there. You know, to fight through all the demand. But it just depends, man. Like that cost benefit analysis thing that Dbloc has talked about. Like is it worth it for them to drive it down there? Like, is it gonna be profitable for them to drive it all the way down to 112 to grab that liquidity?
But what if it
Because if
does? And that
let's
money
say this
rotates into
liquidity
ETH.
nets them, let's say this liquidity nets them, $1 billion, but it costs them 2 billion to get it down there. Well, then it's not worth it. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, for
If
sure.
if they can get it down there for less than it's gonna net them, then they'll do it. You know what I mean? That's the way I see it. It has to
E-
be profitable to go there. Like,
Even Dbloc was saying
have to.
he really doubts it would
Mm.
go back to the 112 range.
Yeah, I mean, it would take a black swan, like a disaster. Like, I mean, the bad data of the PPI, that was kind of a black swan because it happened at an instant, right? No one knew it was going to be 0.9 when we were at what 0.1 the last PPI or
Yeah.
0. So that's a big shock. That's a shocking figure. And the good thing is, dude, the SPY has made another all-time high in the last, look, it did it in pre-market opened what 6 hours ago,
Yeah.
and it's done an all-time high in pre-market. That's 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 no small feat. Like, that's a big deal. So the stock market doesn't give a shit about the PPI.
Clearly.
It really doesn't care. Look, it's
But
like
yeah,
strong as ever. They don't give a shit. So why does crypto care so much?
I was just
It
gonna say
shouldn't.
that. Why does it affect
Which
us
means
so
it
much
doesn't
then?
add up. Well, that's what I mean. Like, it doesn't add up. Like, why does crypto give a shit about PPI if the stock market doesn't even care? So that means to me that we belong back up near the highs.
Could be money
And this is
rotation.
just a drama. This is just crypto being a drama queen and freaking out too much. Or either that, it's being dramatic. It's probably a bit of both, but it's being dramatic, and also it's a reflection of how much leverage is in cryptocurrency right now.
It's
Because
disgusting
we
though.
unwound all of that froth on the top. Like, whenever there's something that shakes the market, all the froth of the beer gets blown off the top. All the
Yeah.
sticks of the stick house.
So correct me if I'm mistaken, but isn't
Hmm.
it the leverage traders that basically attract the market makers the most? Isn't that what causes them to go up to those liquidate, right? More than spot, obviously.
Uh it's like leverage is the way we get those crazy parabolic, like, it's not
Like
just leverage because it can be spot too,
I was gonna
spot
say
volume,
that would be equivalent to like
like,
a sell,
yeah.
stop order sell. Yeah.
So it's to do with time. So people that got in a week ago are more likely to part with their Bitcoin a week later. People that got in 12 months ago are less likely to part with it off a weekly activity, like we've seen, like, or a daily activity. It's like the recency effect. Like, the more recent that you got in is more you're more likely to get out recently. But if you got in a long time ago, these things are just the volatility that you ride out in the journey. Like, you're just going to ride it out. But, if you got in, like, see this random squiggle that I drew. If you got in, let's say, on this dip, you're not going to get out on that pullback. But if you got in on this pullback, the chances of you taking profit or closing out on this pullback is higher. You know what I mean? Because it's like, it's so close to where you got in. It's like, shit, I better take what it gave me, or I face, round tripping to where I got in. See, that's the benefit of being an investor, is that you can weather the volatility way better than someone that is a trader that only
Yeah.
got in at B. They're more likely to get out at C if you're a B, entry. And that's not bad. It's just that's what you should do. When you're a trader, you responsibly, like, manage your risk. Because look, your risk is so close. Like, you're so close to coming back to where you got in. That it would take just an hour of bad price action and you're underwater, and you can't afford to be underwater. So But when you're an investor, it's like, yeah, dude, it's just another day in crypto. Like you just ride it out. You know, all the dips, even a nasty dip, you can just ride that out. Maybe you even buy it. Like, you know, the investor is just buying dips. And, you know, one day, by their own choice, they'll maybe sell when Bitcoin goes into blue sky breakout price discovery, you know, or they
Yo, heads up, we
shave
got
some off. Like they're not panicking though. They're not panicking with the volatility like a trader does.
What's going on, bro? We got price action. You said?
we do, but we got data in 4 minutes, so there's some price action
Ooh,
happening before it.
what data?
Retail sales and then some
Ah.
manufacturing data. There's like 6, 7 data points, but main one I think is retail sales and
I'm gonna
manufacturing
bring it
data.
up. Look, we got a countdown for it right here. Retail sales and core retail sales.
I can already
Now,
tell
if
you
you
that's
open it
probably
up, it
outperforming.
tells you usual effect if the actual figure, which is we're waiting for the actual, is greater than the forecast, it'll come in green if it's greater. It's good for the currency, which means it's bad for crypto. Anything that's good for currency means it's bad for crypto because crypto is valued against currency. You know, when we measure Bitcoin, we're measuring it against the US dollar, which is a currency. So
The US dollar
we
is
want
up right
red.
now, right?
Whenever a figure comes out, you want red, basically, for markets to like the information. You know, this is why the PPI that came out, look, so bad. It's green, 0.9. They were expecting 0.2 and it came in really hot. So that's bad for markets. That's why we dumped. But yeah, dude, oh, please give us a red number. Like, that's,
I want my trap
that'd be
longs to
good.
come in, bro. That's what I'm looking for. I want it. I want that weekend
Want some
trap.
good news. Give us some freaking good news.
All right, well, 2 minutes on that. Good call. Who was that? Crazy Train talking? No, that's not Crazy Train, right?
Crypto big.
Crypto
Crypto
big.
big.
Clutching it with the news.
Mhm. I know Bick is like my spirit animal because he's bullish. He's like that's what I feel like I am too. Like
Nah, big is
always
clutch.
cheering on price action and
He's my
looking
7th indicator.
and optimistic.
With that ass though, he's always
Yeah.
jumping in like, got some price,
It's
like out of
good.
nowhere. I'm like, hell yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
It
It's
helps.
like
It really helps.
investor mentality. Investor mentality.
Especially
I
when you
think
have
what makes a good trader is someone that's always suspicious and doubtful. Not doubtful, but like cautious. That's what you need to be as a trader.
yeah,
You
bring in
have to
Zeusy.
be ready to pivot,
He's my
ready
main
to change your
indicator.
mind. Yeah. If you're always bullish and optimistic, you're probably better suited to be an investor. I would, in my opinion, not financial advice, but yeah. If you, but I mean, look, it can be also like kind of market phase specific because if you're in a bull market like we are, it helps to be bullish and optimistic, you know? You go with the trend.
30 seconds and
But
counting. Does it refresh on its own, or
you're
you got to refresh it yourself?
yeah, no, oh no, it'll come up live as the countdown comes. The problem with being optimistic in a bull market is that you're less likely to pivot when it matters to being bearish, you know what I mean? Because you're always waiting for the
Yeah.
the good out of something that may not come good. It may not. It may start to fade.
Pending,
All right,
pending,
here we go.
pending,
Pending.
pending.
Yeah. Come on, red numbers. Come on.
I feel like I should put a
Retail
stop loss
sales
here.
and sentiment. I can hear the aggregator going off.
Oh,
Good.
red.
That's good. A
0.5.
red
Okay.
number. Sales are down, which means that businesses are struggling, which means
Oh,
that's
oh,
kind
that's
of
not
the
good. What is that on the?
manufacturing Empire State Manufacturing Index. I don't know. That's a very high number of
That went
the
from negative 1.2 to
forecast.
11.9.
Yeah, to
Jesus
11.9.
almighty. All right, but price action is
Jeez.
looking good
Look
though.
at the
Hold up.
swings though on that. Look at the
Ooh,
swings on that shit.
Are we there
Okay,
yet?
as forecast. Core retail sales as forecast. So
look at Rick's stream.
a nothing burger.
Can we go there
Import
now?
prices.
Import price is gonna be crazy. You already know that.
Yeah, probably green.
Either crazy good or crazy
God.
bad. You could go either
It's
way.
taken a while. But see how it's a yellow event? That means it's a low impact event.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
green.
it's up. It is
0.4.
up.
Okay, let's
But
see
it's
price
Why
low
red
action.
impact.
candle?
Because
Oh,
ETH is
dude,
pumping.
XRP likes it. ETH likes it. That's all that matters.
Screw it.
Yeah, who cares? Let's go up.
Let's trap those longs, baby.
So no more
I think
closing of the
let's-
gap, right? Because we are definitely considering that gap closed.
We're on ETH, yeah. We
Oh,
haven't
dude.
we haven't even touched that
Oh,
yet.
Ethereum. You're talking about Ethereum gaps. I thought you were talking Bitcoin gap.
No,
Is there an
Bitcoin gap.
inf-
I want to touch
like-
that gap again.
Yeah,
Why?
right.
Double tester.
Dude, it's sorted. I thought we like completely engulfed the gap.
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just
Oh,
kidding.
yeah, no, we
remember
did.
now.
Look, we almost
we
went
did.
through it.
we didn't touch it twice. So he needs his entry,
Almost
bro. That's
straight
what it
through
is.
it.
I remember he said
Nah.
they sold
No,
everything.
I
I heard.
I need the other half to go in. I have one half of the entry in already. I need the other half.
I'm gonna check the
Was there
YouTube
some
stream.
news?
I feel like people
Yeah.
saying that Rick guy needs to shut the f- up.
No, chat's happy. They're happy. Nah, there's some
What's
some,
up,
some data,
YouTubes?
some data release. So I don't know how to take it though.
Wait. Options is today, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
we have
we can
4
trap.
billion in options closing throughout the day, right?
Oh, do we?
Yeah, I have check GA. I put the news there.
Damn, bro. We've never had a green option closing day since I started trading with you guys. I don't think I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that's why the red candle right now at 8:30.
Ugh.
Yeah, bro. Is this actually
Well-
good for us, or is it just sort of
What's
fluffing
up,
out?
dude?
Some and some.
Joe. Well,
Well, it's good news
with
if you still have dry
vectoring
powder
around.
left. If you have dry powder, then that's good news. Because usually an options is not a long downtrend. It's usually just a flush of money out of the market and then back in.
Usually
Right.
it takes the whole day though. Probably before
Yeah,
market
a
close.
day is better than an entire trend, right?
Yeah.
What about
It's a little
the
bit of a
numbers?
flip. Well, the numbers that mattered, like the ones that are red folder. See
Yeah.
how there's like red, orange, and yellow. Red is high impact, a high impact, like CPI and PPI are red folder. So retail sales and core retail sales are the red. They're the important details.
Okay.
One came in lower than forecast, so it beat the forecast, which is good for us.
Yeah.
And then also one matched the forecast, which is
Retail
I would
sales
say
looks crazy, bro. How do you go from negative 1.2 to positive 11.9?
Yeah, that's manufacturing
wild.
index.
That's Labubu's right there. That's what that is.
What do they say about manufacturing index? It's a leading indicator of economic health. Businesses react quickly to market conditions, and change in their sentiment can be an early signal of future economic activity, such as spending, hiring, and investing. Survey. See, it's survey based. Screw the surveys, man. Who cares? Survey are about 200 manufacturers in New York State, which asks respondents to rate the relative level of general business conditions.
Yeah, bro.
See,
I
you
do
could
surveys.
lie. to
That's
them.
all bullshit. That's just
Some
spilling
survey shit.
paper and giving it in to shut people up. That's what that is.
What do they call that quality of data when it's a survey? It's
Bullshit.
not anecdotal, but it's like
That's
survey
called
based
bullshit.
data. It's just like it's not. I like hard technical facts. That it's not opinion based or like someone's gauged opinion. It's like, dude, I want numbers. I want figures. I don't want your feelings. Like
What was the
sentiment.
last number?
It's interesting, but I feel like it's I don't know. It's
The
wishy-washy.
yellow one, the last data that got released. What was it?
Oh,
again?
the yellow one. I usually have these turned off, but import prices.
M/M. What does M/M mean?
Yeah, month over month. So which means that they measure it every month. Once.
Is that survey based as well?
It contributes to inflation for businesses and consumers, especially those who rely heavily on imported goods and services. Import price index. That's government.
Yeah, well, that's tariffs right there.
Inflation data.
1.3% from the predicted.
Apparently, this is the earliest government-released inflation data. But it's light impact, like it's low impact, usually. Low impact expected. Okay.
Well, we had a
Interesting.
nice Darth Maul candle on ETH.
Sorry, we have a what?
A Darth Maul candle. Or it's got two
Oh,
Yeah,
Darth Maul. Okay.
yeah.
it's a little bit it's anomalous, isn't it? It's like an anomaly.
It
What does
doesn't
that
know where it
mean?
wants
It's
to
a
go.
big blip
Indecision.
of price action.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't look so bad on what have you got there? Oh, is that the 1 minute chart? Oh, that's why.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, on
1
the
minute.
15,
Yeah,
the 15,
it's
yeah,
really
so
hyper.
it's
Let's
a
get the
Darth
1
Maul.
second up.
Volume hasn't picked up yet either.
Yeah. The problem with the 1 second is like, yes, you can see the recency of price action, but you fail to see context. At least with the 1 minute, you can see where it came from. Like you can see the trend.
Well,
5
that green
minutes even
vector just
better.
validated that that red vector. You see that clean it up? After cleaning it up, it just went back down.
Yeah.
It's crazy we have tools like these now. Like remember 2020? I didn't have vectors at 2021.
I had
My
vectors,
only
but I was taught them differently to the way Dbloc. I wasn't taught like it was. I followed Tino, but Tino it's forex based initially, so he comes from more of a sort of forex background. So
oh,
his
that's really based on volume, right?
yeah, his reasoning, like he was I could see, okay, this is like a high volume candle, but then it's why like they're even doing it in the first place. Is like I learned that from like Dbloc by being here. So it's like, bits and pieces. I think that's probably what attracted me to this, because I was like, I'd never seen anyone else use like vectors at all. So I was like, well, this is interesting. And then when I hear him sort of explaining certain things, I'm like, well, I didn't even know like vectors, like why that would be the case for a vector being there for that specific time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So,
My only indicator is it's called diamond hands. That was my best indicator in 2021.
is that an actual indicator, or you just diving handing everything?
Yeah, dude. When I see diamond hands in the chat, that's what I do.
Okay. Follow the diving hands.
Oh man, that's the worst. When I see that on the chat, I just get so bearish now. That's the worst advice you could give a trader.
The diamond hands and buy the dip, because I mean the thing as well, people will say buy the dip, but you can keep buying to zero, or you could also just keep buying to DCing down from the Pico top. And if you're DCing some of these alts from the Pico top, then
DCAing from blow off top is the
yeah,
hardest, one of the hardest tasks to do.
for sure.
You have to be like really, really good because you don't know how far, and if you have enough dry powder to do all that buying.
Absolutely.
And what if the downtrend, it takes 6 months to get to the bottom?
Like what can you actually have right from buying the top and
What you do
expecting
is you just create little boxes that show you where the major supports are, and maybe divide it into like choose 5 of the strongest, like look for all those points where everything like got supported or got resisted, and just like look for 5, maximum like 7 places you can DCA.
So I'm thinking what you're saying is good for Bitcoin, for example, right? But
Yeah,
if you're
Bitcoin. Yeah, of course you're supposed to buy Bitcoin on the way down.
but if you buy, no, because people will buy various things on the way down. They'll buy all sorts of alts. But think about like how many alts from the Pico top have even seen like a new all-time high, like from the
Dude,
last
we're
cycle.
in uncharted. Yeah, we're actually in uncharted territory right now. Whatever we're doing here, right here, and this price, this is, we don't know this. We don't have the data for this. The only data we have for where we are right now is about what, 7 days old, like 2 weeks old.
Like there's a couple things that are like a couple alts, older or last cycle alts that really just have not hit an all-time high, any all-time high at all. And
Yeah.
it may be some way away from doing so, right? Um Most of that's a
But
sort of
I
DeFi.
believe that the money is already in the sidelines. I think it's here. It's here, but it's just quiet. It's just not showing its face yet. You can see
Right.
it from the strength. You can see it from the strength for Bitcoin.
Yeah. So now, if you look at what we're saying about DCAing, right, or even just buying like top blasting, right? Let's say you're top blasted, like on BTC, if you'd top blasted from 2021 when we seen the all-time high, it was from 2024, right? Was it from there? Yeah, from when presidential run up, we got a new all-time high from then, right? So it would have you would have had to wait like 3 years. But I mean, if you'd done it for anything else, you're still waiting. You know what I mean? And we're near the end of the cycle.
Yeah, yeah. It was actually a 2-year wait, 2.5, all the way to 2023. Yeah, we had some signal like signs, but I think what really shook the market was that drop from. We thought we were ready at 20K, then we went all the way to 15.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
everybody out. That's just like we're done.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, you
then
definitely.
it's just
Yeah,
nonstop from there.
yeah, you had some signs that, of that. You know, we're starting to run up and starting a new bull market. But even if we were to like treat the, because I mean, people will treat like a sort of top last and BTC as like a trap long. Do you know what I'm saying? So like for them to be like, oh, this is finally in profit, like they would have to wait so long, so long. You know.
Did you see the article I put on GA chat? The option expiry today, so a pretty big amount.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for right now. I think that's what's coming. I think that's what's building at the moment.
Yeah, take a look. Rick, are you playing Apex Twin?
I was, yeah.
Rick plays Apex. Rick, you play Apex? You want to play, bro?
There was some
no,
Apex.
Apex Twin.
Apex, not Apex. Not Apex Legends.
Oh.
You play Apex Legends, yeah?
Yeah, I play it.
That game is sweaty. Like it
Yes, sir.
I play fighting games, right? But I have like friends who play fighting games and play shooters. And the way they're moving around in that game, I'm like, it looks like the way
The
someone
movement.
game.
Yeah. You have more than your aim. Your movement is super important in Apex.
Oh, bro, they got a
Insane.
Tekken 3 soundtrack playlist on Spotify.
Hey,
Tekken, baby, Tekken all day, all day.
Remember Tekken 3?
Yeah,
dude.
Tekken
I
3.
started playing the arcade. Tekken 2. I even before Tekken 2, I was playing Virtua Fighter. Who can remember that?
Yeah. I had it in my local arcade, man. I loved it.
Yeah.
Classic games.
Yeah, dude, I would always be in the arcade.
Mortal Kombat, like I really did play like everything, man. And I still do. So that's the thing.
I just recently like went to an arcade and I saw the token price and I was like, that's how much it is for a token now?
Oh, yeah,
Oh man. It is crazy how much a token is now.
And arcades are a dying breed, man. Like Asia is the last continent that really has them. You know, you guys are holding it down.
Yep. Koreans, Taiwan, yeah. Asia still loves their arcades.
Yeah, Korea still has it for Tekken. Japan still has it for various games. Oh, hey, Jin's been there.
Jin Kazama. This is Lei Wulong.
Lei Wulong.
Lei Wulong. Oh, dude, Lei. Dude, I was fierce with Lei. Dude, I can dance.
He was
with
the
Lei.
wushu guy, right? He was like the kung fu. Yeah.
He really showed up. He really showed his skills. Like at Tekken 3, that's when he really that's when you could start really playing him well. Yeah,
this was King the wrestler.
Yeah, when they had
leopard head.
sidestep, when they had that sidestep, it just changed the game.
Yeah. Nah, this theme's my favorite theme from Tekken 3 by far. Yeah.
Yeah, King, Lei, Paul.
This is Paul Phoenix.
Yeah.
The boxer.
my second favorite from this is Anna. Anna's not Anna.
Oh,
Sorry,
dude,
Nina.
Anna. Yeah.
Yeah,
If you know
Anna's
how to
cool.
play Anna,
Yeah.
Eddie
yeah, Anna's
Gordo.
strong.
And you got it. Yeah.
The
Oh,
Eddie Gordo.
every beginner starts with
Capoeira.
it.
As well,
If
and
you
so
just
is
put
Nina.
buttons, you just get Eddie and just do whatever.
Guanang.
What?
Yeah, he's like
NBA 2K. I never really played any NBA games. I played NBA Street V2. That was a very fun game.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, that this theme. Yeah.
Oh, bro,
Yeah.
on PS2
Nina
days,
Williams.
you kidding me? NBA Street 1 and 2, Volume 2.
Oh, NBA Street 2, incredible game. Like what's
best,
game? Oh,
bro.
and 3, but I think so. I played NBA Street and NFL Street. NFL Street, I loved it.
It is
Absolutely loved
alright.
NFL Street.
I like the
And I
basketball
mean,
ones
Ling
better.
Xiaoyu. Ling Xiaoyu.
oh
You
yeah, Link
definitely
Shot.
played. If you're in that time era, you definitely played Def Jam. Remember Def Jam?
Oh, Def
Meta.
Jam. Like,
You could play as Sean Paul. Sean
Oh,
Paul.
Paul as well. Yeah.
He would do the breakdance
Yeah,
moves,
I
bro. That
remember.
game went hard. That game went
Oh,
super hard.
Well, that game had you like throwing them like into the trains on the subway and shit. Oh,
Uh-huh. It was like the gangster OG version of Tekken.
yeah. It was real good, man. It was real good.
Fight
Yo,
night.
guys, check Altura. I've been waiting for this coin to do something. It's one of the gaming tokens I was looking at around 2024. It just gave me an alert. Went up 160% just now.
Damn. You've been
Altura.
waiting since when? 2024.
2024. Even Dbloc mentioned it. He had it before when it launched. I had it also, and it died down along with the rest of the gaming narrative. Remember June? What happened in June? Like all of the gaming narratives, they just like. Yeah, Altura, ALU.
Do they have second tag tournament on there as well?
Trying to find Metal Gear Solid themes.
Of course,
Oh,
man.
yeah.
Second tag.
Oh, there's a new one coming out. There's a remake of Snake Eater.
Yeah, Snake Eater.
in,
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that.
August, end of August, I think comes out.
They got rid of Kojima from Konami, innit? So he can't make any new ones that would like actually be part of his original vision. But they can remake some of the older ones, and I think the remake is looking really good. So I'm looking forward to try that.
Any of you play the Battlefield beta?
I've never played a Battlefield. I've always thought that I should try one because I like the scale of it. It really looked really cool, like how sort of massive everything was. But I
Well,
never
the
got around
beta's
to playing
free.
it.
If you ever wanted to try it out, you could. You got the weekend. This weekend's the last until release.
Yeah?
I think. Yeah, I got the stream up right now. I just loaded in.
I might have to try that out. Yeah. Let's see.
Don't make me FOMO. Don't make me FOMO. I want to play it so bad.
Bro, with
I
this
wanna play
price
it so bad.
action, there's really not much better to do.
Nah, dude. Like I'm the kind of guy. If I get into something, I really try to get good at it. Nah, I know myself way too well.
If you
I
want,
told
if you
myself
want
this
like,
cycle, no major video games, just like focus on this. And
I'm very competitive too, bro. I know what you mean.
people
yeah,
kept
I'm
asking me as well, man. They kept saying like, they're like, bro, you're gonna get back into fighting games. Got new ones coming out. I'm like, listen, like once bear market hits, no problem, man. Like I can't. I've got too obsessive a personality. Like I'm gonna be too hyper fixated, and I'm not gonna focus on the things that matter more currently. So I had to just say, look, soon.
Dude, I got into crypto like almost full time because it made a fool out of me last cycle. You get what I mean? I took it personally.
This guy's gonna revenge trade the whole cycle.
Yeah, so I ended up, that's what I did this cycle. Just learn what I needed to do and do it right and beat it.
So
you remember the original Sims? The Sims soundtrack?
They had a remastered come out a couple months ago, no? Sims 1 and 2.
Original Sims.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
the OG one.
Yeah, dude, original. The OG songs are like
from the Sims, but I remember
good.
Sims.
Yeah, I remember that.
Blah 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 blah. Like they never actually said any word.
Sounds Swedish to me. But yeah, the original one wouldn't run on the newer Windows or something like that, so they remastered it with slightly
Okay.
better resolution, I guess. But it was really just to have it run on the mainframe.
All I've heard is people just getting their Sims killed. Like they just the Sims would always try and go and like cook dinner and then like burn the house down.
Oh yeah. Now, the problem with
Hell
me is
yeah.
I can't never play Sims fair. It's like when you start the game, you
The
live in
gnome.
a box, and I'm like, I hate this game, so I gotta cheat, man. I gotta put some money in the bank.
Yeah, I
And
remember, bro. Like 1996, I was just building houses. Like I would put the cheat
yeah,
code to be a
dude.
millionaire. Just build. I'm like, wow, look at this mansion I'm building with this big, tube TV that was huge back then.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it wasn't about like I didn't care about the corporate ladder. Let's just throw a party in a nice house.
Yeah, Sims
Or
crazy,
you
man.
build you get your characters to go in the swimming pool, and then you go back into build mode and take away the stairs to get out of the pool, and then they would drown.
and they drown. Yeah, you know what?
Crazy.
I was gonna mention that other people was like they would like close, but they would delete the door so they can't get out and shit. I was like, you guys are
Yeah, that's so funny.
I knew you were sick, Rick. I knew it.
Oh
Rick
yeah.
is there. That's it. Rick serial killer confirmed.
Premeditated.
I was gonna be like, no, it's like Rick. No way, he's a serial killer. I was like, yeah, way. I'm telling you.
I'm Australian. I'll get
Wait,
you on a
it's just
highway.
synonymous. What, you like Chopper Reed or something?
No, not at all.
Yeah, Uncle Chop
I was
Chop.
hoping I could find the original Age of Empires soundtrack, but
Ooh,
this is
Age
all
of Empires
bullshit.
2. I
This
played
is not it.
from 2. Age of Empires 2 was amazing. And do you ever play Age of Mythology? Age of Mythology was great. Oh, there is.
That's one with Zeus, right? On the cover. I've seen that since like I was 6
yeah.
years old, bro. Never touched it though.
Yeah. Dude,
You
I
did-
got
you
that
did
game
find
out of a packet of cereal. That Age of Mythology demo
Yeah, Age of
disc.
Mythology was great, man. Loved it. But the Age of Empires 2 theme is sick. Every time you like like they play on the victory
Yeah,
theme, they play on the title.
Mythology kind of improved everything that we like. That was really fun. Just letting everybody do their thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like sandbox games, man. Civilization, I was addicted to Civilization.
Just Oblivion.
No, this
No,
is Maps of the
Civilization.
World. Age of Empires 2.
Civilization, where you just like, you start up like as what, the Turkish, Japanese, the Romans.
You know what? I never got around to playing Civ. I remember some of my friends being like, yeah, sometimes turns can take like a week or something like that because you're waiting for other people to like
Oh,
take
if you play multiplayer. If you play multiplayer, yes.
yeah.
But yeah. But Total War, if you really want to play, Total
Ooh,
War was my favorite. Total War. Whew.
that was amazing. So you know what's cool about Total War, right? So I loved Shogun Total War back in the day.
Yep, Shogun was my favorite, and then Warhammer was the next that I really, really
Oh, you
got
play
into.
Warhammer. I've got the Warhammer ones, but I've not actually tried them yet. I've just got them in the collection. Now, there was a TV show back in wait, just died, just can't turn it off.
Oh, my stream? Yeah, bro. I'm getting wrecked out here. I'm embarrassed. I didn't know you were watching.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a TV show in like the early 2000s called Time Commanders, right? And basically they used to take regular people and then have them like sort of command an army and try and like lead them to victory. And it turned out that game, because when you looked at it, it was like, the graphics were like out of this world for its time, right? And basically, it turned out to be Rome Total War. It's just that was the way that they had got funded. They had taken the prototype and they'd given it to the show, and let the show basically use it for like a couple of seasons, and afterwards they would release it as a full game, like which is Rome Total War. I remember back in the day because you never knew it was Rome Total War, but I remember looking at it. I was like, "Whoa, this thing looks so much better than Shogun! Like, what is this?" And then it turns out it was actually part of the same series. It's just that we didn't get to play it until a couple years later. Let me see how many seasons that went on for. This one. Time Commanders. Like you just have like, I don't know, Susan from HR or Steve from marketing, and they're sitting there like in their like in their shirt and their their regular office gear, and they're just sitting there like commanding the Roman army.
Yeah, it's another one I always used to see at the stores, but never played either. It's funny because I think I played Deer Hunter before, like the old school, like Windows 90, 99, 95 Deer Hunter, and I never even understood how to play that game. That's the funny part.
I never played Deer Hunter at all, actually.
You didn't
No,
miss
but
out, bro. It looked cool and all back then, you know. But Counter Strike was it. That OG 1.6 CS:GO.
I played Source. I never played 1.6. I remember people who play 1.6 saying Source is for noobs.
Source is
So,
trash. Yeah.
there you go. There it is. There it is. And they do like, the headshot hurt box is like massive compared to 1.6. Like headshots are so much
It
easier now.
wasn't even that. It wasn't even
Yo,
that. For me, I just
1.6.
couldn't run it.
Remember the bunny hop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. 1.6 was fun.
Even Condition
Okay.
Zero was good, but people hated it. I loved it because I thought the graphics were that much better.
I was more of a Team Fortress 2 guy around that kind of time. That and
07, yeah.
yeah, that and Call of Duty 4. Like COD 4, I mean I played
Ooh,
Source before,
game
but
changer,
COD
bro.
4 was what I really started to like. That was the first online multiplayer shooter that I rinsed, like absolutely rinsed.
Everybody, bro. That's what defeated Halo back then. Halo was it.
Oh, dude, do
Yeah.
you know what reminds me? What album reminds me of Counter Strike? Like the original Counter Strike?
Yeah, yeah.
Freaking Toxicity System of a Down, because it came out around the same time. I used to play it and listen to that album. Like, when did Counter Strike come out? Was it like 99 or something, or like 2000 or something? I don't know.
Original one probably
The
was.
original CS
I think
was
98.
released.
That makes sense. Yeah. See.
1.1.5.
First release November 2000 was
Oh,
Counter Strike's original.
Yeah.
because it was
Yeah.
Half-Life mod, isn't it? So
Half-Life
Yep.
was the
Yep.
original game, yeah, Half-Life, and that came out in the late 90s, I'm pretty sure.
and that's where it all spawned from, like
Yeah, 98.
Classic,
Mm.
Condition Zero, Blue
Yep.
Shift, all that kind of stuff, right? And then they just like bloomed on from there. Like TF2 became Team Fortress became its own thing, got a sequel. Counter Strike got its various sequels.
Did you guys ever watch the Spawn video?
No.
Like the Marvel character Spawn?
Oh, no, on
Wait.
Counter Strike. He was like the best player. The Swedish guy.
Oh, I'm sure I've seen him. Scream was my guy. He was disgusting, bro. The AK.
What was that?
Who here
Gland?
played Twisted Metal?
PS1 days.
System Metal's one that I missed out on as well, man. I always saw the clown and I was just like, what is this game? Like, well, what is this game? Like, I don't know. Twisted Metal looks interesting though.
That was the game I played at my older cousin's house. Never owned, but always yeah, same case scenario. I was too young.
You ever play Time Splitters?
Yeah, I think so. Time Splinters
Yeah.
2.
Yeah. Time Splitters 2 was the classic one. Like that's amongst my favorite shooting games, shooters of all time. Like Time Splitters 2, Call of Duty 4. Perfect Dark is literally my favorite by far, like above all of them. Like literally, I've got too much of an affinity for that game, and it did too many like cool and interesting things at the time. It took everything that was great about GoldenEye and just like perfected it. Like and just single player was a lot of like fun. Multiplayer was a lot of fun. The setting was great. Everything about it was just great, man. Had some cool ideas. It had like co-op that you could do, like obviously as we have nowadays, but there was like counter-op as well.
Couch potato. Couch
Yeah.
co-op.
Yeah. And then they had counter-op, yeah, where you could play through the single player campaign, and then player 2 can just like be the random like grunts, the soldiers that you'd find in the level, and
Like
he'd
NPC.
basically so he'd take control of an NPC, and then he'd like run and try and kill you, and then
That's pretty cool. I never tried that.
yeah. He's got far less health than like you normally do, but like when he dies, you can just jump into another one. You can beam into another one and then just do it again. So it's like really great idea, man.
Any
Hey, who
Gears
was
of War
talking
fans?
about Aldura or some gaming coin just before? Was anyone mentioned some gaming coin? Ghost, maybe?
Wasn't it
I don't
Ghost?
know.
I think it was Ghost.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, Ghost was talking about gaming coins before. So
All good. I just had someone asking about what coin it was. I'm not sure.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Altura. It was a big. Yeah, it's a
Altura?
game infrastructure. Altura, yeah. ALU.
And then TURA?
Yeah, ALTURA. It was something like there was a bunch that were really strong. There was Shrapnel. IMX was super strong last year. Remember that whole gaming narrative? Then Altura was climbing alongside it,
Oh, yep.
and then
Do you
everything.
remember Do you remember
E-
Engine? ENJ?
Oh yeah, of course.
ENJ.
ENJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
There's a bunch, a lot of good studios. I think there was
Korean.
one that I really got hooked into. It was there's Shrap, and there was one more studio. I keep forgetting. GameSwift. GameSwift was
Sorry, I didn't mean to
super.
like butt in there with that.
Sorry.
With that question.
No,
My bad.
no. I mean it's
Yeah,
more. It's relevant. It's like actual like channel relevant shit. I mean,
Oh, so good. It's a real off peak time right now. It's very much off peak. At least for me, at 11 p.m. What is it, US? It's like 9 a.m. Okay, 9 a.m.
it's like
New York
2
time.
p.m.
So
over here.
what do we got? It's the Friday session, huh? Today. That'll be starting soon, huh? What do we got? 26 minutes and the US Friday session will start. All right. All good. All good. What did you mention just before I butt you? Did you say Oblivion? No. You said something else. Some other game.
Oh, Gears of War.
Oh, Gears of
Yes.
War.
Anybody with Pioneer?
Man,
played
I
Gears
have
1,
mates.
and I always said I was going to play the rest of them, and I never got round to it. But I do like the idea of it. For me, first-person shooters and like co-op shooters and stuff are always like a lot of fun.
I missed out on so much because I didn't go down the Xbox route. I went down the PlayStation route. So I
Yeah,
just like
it was the
Gears of
graphics,
War,
bro.
Halo. All
You're
that
right, yeah,
shit.
because it was a 360 release, and those graphics were next. Like that was next generation, next level. You know.
Kind of crazy though. Like back in the day, like it really was like you pick a path and then you kind of get gated out of like what your friends want to play.
Yeah, like all the Xbox crowd didn't know like all of the Metal Gear Solid stuff and
That's crazy that a lot of it's
PlayStation
changing now.
specific stuff.
Yeah, because Gears Remastered is that's why I bring it up because it's I think August 26th or something. The original OG remastered one's coming out and it's cross-platform. It's coming out on Sony, it's coming out on Xbox, PC, everything.
Yeah.
Because like that was listen, I remember even 10 years ago, like saying to people, well, a bit more than 10 years, little less than 10 years ago. It was like people kept saying, yeah, like let's hop on PS4 chat and like talk about this and that. And I'm just like, okay, one, I don't have a PS4, so I'm gonna feel a way about it. But two, Discord is right there. Why not just use Discord? I'm like, I don't know. And then I was just like, it took me like a solid year. I was just like, because they're in a group chat and they'll just be like, yeah, let's hop on. Like this thing is so much better in every way. Why do you keep like jumping on like gaming chat when you could just jump on like Discord and just have the best of both worlds?
Yeah,
The
even
best thing
even
of
before
games.
Xbox Live, bro. Like on PC, people were using what was it, Ventrilo? You guys remember that?
Oh my god, Ventrilo, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
dude. TeamSpeak, Ventrilo,
TeamSpeak,
yeah,
yeah.
all that
Yeah.
shit.
IRC, like all of that shit, yeah.
Discord was definitely like a big
IRC.
change that I welcomed.
Remember ICQ?
For game chat.
No, I don't remember ICQ. I ain't never heard of
ICQ.
that.
Sounds like AOL. I remember doing Skype calls, Skype phone calls to people.
Oh, Skype as well, bro. Skype went on.
Yeah, Skype.
Yeah,
What
and
happened
then,
to
and then,
Skype? They should have
before Microsoft
led
bought
the
Skype.
way. They should have done it better than Zoom because
Yeah,
they were
I know.
they were one of the
Remember when
leaders, right?
Microsoft bought them?
Yeah, that's
But
why it was
MSN.
pre-installed now. That trash.
Yeah. But Skype
dude.
used to be like its own independent company, independent program.
Skype
Yeah,
got beaten down by Discord and then eventually killed off by everything else. Like Microsoft had just better options, so they just killed it themselves.
MSN Messenger, man, those days.
Do you remember the nudge feature on MSN Messenger?
Yeah.
It used to be like the most invasive thing on planet Earth. Like you just be on the computer and then and it would just like
And
shake the entire screen. You're just like, oh my god, this is
yeah, and
I'm
those
like, oh,
annoying like little animated characters that would come up, like the
yeah,
woman laughing. Ha,
yeah.
ha, 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 ha. Like what the yeah, it was so loud.
That
And
was it was
the
crazy.
knocking hand on the screen, like
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, 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 yeah,
knocking on
yeah,
the screen. Yeah. Yeah, that shit, man.
Yeah,
That's
you guys are
crazy.
talking MySpace days right there.
Yeah, MySpace and MSN. Good old MSN Messenger, man. That's jeez. That's
God,
nostalgia.
remember Top Friends? Everybody had Tom as number one, and then you had your besties at the top, and yeah, your girl
MySpace.
like right, you know what I mean? And people got offended over that shit, bro. We used to start fights over that.
Yeah, who's like in what order is your top
Going
friends?
into middle school the next day, people were like, "Oh, you put me number 4, you fool."
Yeah. Damn. Besties.
I liked how you could customize it though. That was probably the coolest part, right? With the
That
music and the
was cool. You could
background,
add a song and yeah, definitely.
very personalized.
It was so like, yeah, like HTML. Like you could customize your shit if you knew how to do like HTML well. You could like adjust everything.
You didn't even need to know, bro. I mean, yeah, first, but
It's
once
like
it became a common trend, you just go to the site, pick your
Yeah.
shit, and then copy and paste.
Yeah, yeah, you go to those sites that that make it all up for you, and you would like copy the code and then paste it in.
I swear,
Yeah.
bro. You tell me to do that shit now, I wouldn't even know how to. That's the crazy part. Like, I was doing it back then. Like, what? It was just out of
Yeah.
trend, you know?
Yeah. It's like, oh, dude, how did you get bold comments, like bold letter, italic? It's like, yeah, you got to add this into the script.
All right, the wavy text and all that, the rainbow wavy
Yep.
text.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, some people's MySpace looked like trash. Like it was just so much like everything was written in strike through, so there was a line through everything or something like that, you know? Crazy. The good
Nice,
old days.
I was gonna say, nice nostalgic little Friday we got going on with
Yeah.
zero price action.
Yeah, that's what happens. Look what you made us do, crypto. You got all boring and low.
Yeah, chat's probably like, shut the hell up already.
Yeah, talk about crypto.
We could
Talk
talk about
about money.
delivering pizzas and the sky's blue and the grass is green, like many people here like to chit chat.
Well, Friday session, man. Hopefully something interesting happens today. Something big. Some kind of like face melting recovery that no one was expecting. I doubt it, but that's the bull in me.
I got my money on Clive. His numbers were what, 120,300 or something like that. I like the sound of that. I'll take that over this.
Yeah, everyone's getting real suspicious of the top coming in. Like any month now or any week now, like we got to be careful because it really could. Like it could come in. You never know. But I'm still optimistic. But yeah, shit. We still got Q4. Q4 is like historically very good, strong quarter. You know, especially bull market year, the grand finale.
Well, let's see how it pans out because so far everything's been on track. So to bet
Yeah.
against that, to sort of bet against the tide, but you never know, man. You never know. Maybe they might be like, oh well,
And
QT, so we didn't really get enough carts, and now it's like stopped early, and I don't know, you know.
I mean, the stock market just made a new all-time high in pre-market. So the stock market, if that's a headwind, there's no sign of any kind of tragedy like happening. So
Right.
at least from their point of view, and that's TradFi, like that's the biggest market in the world, the biggest traded, like with charts and everything. So they're not scared. So why should we be scared? Like, why should we be fearing anything?
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I've seen like stocks ripping and TradFi ripping, and we're just dumping out of our ass for whatever reason.
Yeah. And to be fair, like in prior bull markets, crypto is first to fall because it's considered a higher risk market than the stocks. But yeah, we'll
Damn.
see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, damn. I don't know. There's
Yeah.
nothing crypto narrative wise that
Just when I started
marks the top. Things are just chill right now. I don't feel like the PPI result is a top signal. Like it doesn't add up. It's just, when's the last time we focused on PPI? Like never. No one ever mentions it, or it's never that hyper focused.
I think Dbloc said it was more important than yesterday's data, though, if I'm not mistaken.
It was because of the figure. Like it was such an ugly number, and such a big shock to what we were expecting.
Oh,
So
like so if it would have been
that's why
a
why
deeper
it was a big deal.
a deeper hole kind of thing.
Yeah. Like usually it's like yeah, it came in near the forecast, like whatever. CPI is bigger than PPI, if you ask me, because that's inflation. That's what the Fed is concerned with, like the most. Like that's their 2% is their CPI target year over year. So that's the number that really matters. But everything else sort of plays into that figure, I guess. Like producer price index, PPI. So it's like, okay, well, there's consumer price and then there's producer price. So if it's costing more to produce, why is that? Is that because of tariffs? Like it's becoming more expensive to produce things? Or maybe because they're trying to switch to America only for manufacturing. So if you have to pay an American workforce to produce goods, it's going to cost more money. Because the minimum wage in the US is higher than the minimum wage in China, for example. I don't know. Is that right? Is that how it goes?
You said the minimum wage in America is higher than the one in China.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be. I bet
Yeah.
you there probably is no minimum wage in China.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's probably gonna be because it's such so much bigger. Well, is it a bigger country actually? Let's see. Actually, by landmass, I assume so. Let's have a look.
Probably, if not very close. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know Brazil by
Population too.
landmass is actually very comparable. I think it's bigger actually, slightly bigger, even though it looks smaller because of the way that it's like drawn on the map.
But they got
Let's see.
manpower in China. They got so many people. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. China
They're like,
landmass. Say.
what is the Chinese population these days? It's over 1 billion, right?
Yeah. It's like it's yeah, because I think the most populous country now is India, like, but it overtook them maybe 2 years ago, I think.
Yep.
China population.
1.4 billion as of last year, China.
Yeah, called it. Who said 1.4 billion before? You called it. India population.
And the US is 340 million.
Yeah, and India is 1.45 billion.
Yeah.
1.451 billion, just to be specific. I mean, we're in Europe, so
Yeah.
be leaving
Wow.
numbers out.
That's wild. There's so many people, man. Crazy.
In terms of landmass, China is slightly larger than the US.
Yeah.
So
There you go.
But-
That's a lot of workers. A lot of workers.
mm-hmm.
Well,
Pakistan has 250 million. Actually, let's just type in most populous countries. India, China, US, Indonesia, Pakistan are the top 5. And then Nigeria, Brazil, Bangladesh, Russia, and Mexico make up the other 5. So that's the top 10. Oh, Nigeria's got more people than Brazil. Brazil's got like, I mean, these must be pretty close actually, because Brazil's got more than 200 million people. I know that much for sure. 212.6 million in Brazil. Indonesia. $284.4 million in Indonesia. How big is Indonesia? Let's see. I mean, Indonesia is actually pretty tiny considering the amount of people that are on there. Unless they spread them along the sort of Actually, I think what it is they probably have a bunch of the islands and then they also count them, which would make some sense. Because that main island there isn't really big enough for like 251 people. 251 million.
producer price index.
Mm-hmm.
If production costs like go up, doesn't that just mean like prices go up for consumers? Which means
Yeah.
if prices are up, maybe that means that there's gonna be like less demand because people won't have the money to buy the crap that's coming out expensive.
Yeah.
So maybe that will curb inflation. Maybe that'll actually be a positive effect. I don't know.
I mean, if prices are high, then yeah, inflation can't run so hot if people can't
Yeah,
buy a
because
little bit.
people can't afford it, so they won't buy.
Yeah.
Which would force prices to come down because they can't sell anything, so they got to cut their prices.
Mm-hmm. One sec, I'll be back.
Somebody's got open mic. This volume sucks, bro. Make another cup of coffee. Right back.
So we're getting that sell off. I believe Dbloc said that he'd sort of say, well, I can't remember if he said he expects us to go lower, if that there was potential to go lower. Maybe it's just potential to go lower. W's not invalidated just yet. Well, ETH's just given all of that back. So I did. I know he at least said that lower high, expecting lower high on ETH into lower. So
Joe, do you ever go to
that's a good question.
yeah, like, hey, my man Joe's still up, bro. All right.
Well, listen, I fall asleep for a couple of hours.
Oh,
I wake
okay.
up. Yeah.
Do you live in the UK?
Yeah.
I was like, I
You
know where
are
you live. I was like, hold on.
you are up at some mad times like I am as well, like 5 in the
Oh,
morning.
I'm telling you, like I got when the sun goes up, that's when I'm going to bed. It's not a good start. It's what it is.
I'm happy to know that because at this time I'm doing the same.
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
not
it's
I'm not I'm not alone.
it's the tail end, right? It's the business end of the cycle. I mean, won't have to do it for much longer. Then you can just sleep whenever you want. I mean, I might still
True.
end up sleeping at these times, but at
True.
least I'll sleep for more hours.
Yeah, we're at the
We need
time
to
where
go
you
to
don't want
America.
to quite miss you don't want to miss too much of this. What's going on right now?
Exactly.
And like Rascal Joe, let's not go to sleep. And don't go to sleep.
Listen,
Straight,
there's
side,
time.
straight sideboard.
It's couple more. What's it? 2 more months, maybe 3 more months, and then we're all can sleep for months after that.
Well, what if we get the super cycle? What you gonna do then?
Oh my god! Then I'll leave it in
Yeah.
ETH or BTC and just go about my business, man. Just let the market decide.
Or catch up on a little sleep.
Yeah, man.
Hey, what time does Liverpool play today? They start the Prem starts today, right?
Yeah. Let me check that actually, because
I know it's 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock my time, Eastern
okay.
time. U.S. Eastern time. So I think 3.
Okay, well that'll be like 8 p.m. or something like that. And usually that sort of makes sense on a Friday. You get like some
Yeah.
8 p.m. starts. Liverpool.
Yeah, it'll be a night game, right? Yeah, 8 p.m.
Yeah. Liverpool versus Bournemouth.
Yeah, yep. The Chili's.
We got that, and then I think men's. Let me see.
City plays Saturday. We play Arsenal on Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. That's a big game, you know. It's a big game.
Yeah, that's a big game to come out the gates with. But hey, we here for it, man.
Yeah, and to be honest, they don't usually have a great track record at Old Trafford, so
Yeah.
big test for them. And then they've got Victor Gyökeres. He's got a score. You've got Benjamin Šeško. He's got a score.
Man, like Glock 9.
Exactly. So big pressure.
Oh yeah. There's big. All the pressure is on Arsenal and Arteta this year, man. I think there's a lot of pressure brewing at Arsenal on this dude to be like, "What you gonna do something this year? We kind of got you up the players. We got you a world striker number 9. So it's just kind of like I don't know. I think all the pressure's on him this year. I believe.
I agree. They've got to win the league really, or win Champions League, or
Yeah. Yep.
I think if they just win a domestic trophy, it's not enough.
Nah, man. Nah. At this point, all the money that's been spent to try to on Arteta, yeah, coming up short like he's been coming. Yeah, they got to do something big this year, man. Or I see him getting sacked.
I think it will be civil war in the fan base before he gets sacked. I'm
I
not
hear
sure if
you.
he gets season
Yeah, I
or
hear you
something,
on
but
that.
you know what I mean, because they already kind of like that. Some of them are Arteta out and saying he's just not going to get us anywhere. Others are saying
What?
no.
He's
Win.
improved so much.
He has. He has.
But you know, he's probably the guy. He's the guy before the guy.
That's why I think as well. I think it's like he creates a great squad, like a fantastic squad, and he gives it to somebody who can actually get it done. I've always kind of felt that way, you know.
That's how
But
Pep
he
was.
hasn't.
That's how Pep
Yeah.
came in the city. You know, I mean, Pep did this thing at you know, Barcelona and Bayern, but
Yeah.
you know, City already won the league, but they wasn't like winning the league like they were when Pep came around, and
True.
Pep was the guy after the guy. It just took him a couple managers to finally get it, and I mean, Pep's done what he's done at City since he's been there, so the rest is history.
No, 100%, 100%.
I think that's what
Definitely.
Arteta is, man. I think he's just a guy before the guy, to be honest. But you know, I'll let I'll let them Gunners do that crap over there. They go right on ahead.
Yeah, it's for them. They're not used to chopping and changing managers, so they really old habits die hard. They're gonna keep them for many years, like until you know they just decide enough is enough.
Like Wenger.
Man,
Exactly. Like Wenger. It's just, but Wenger was there for years longer than he should have been as well. So it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, he was.
you know,
He was.
But at least he kept him in Champions League in second place. That's one thing he
yes,
did do. But it started dropping at the end.
no, 100%, 100%. But it's I don't know. They'll always say, "Oh, we're supposed to be winning Champions Leagues," and it's like, well, okay, you don't really have any European trophies at all, really.
That's what I'm
So
saying. Yeah, they don't have
so
enough leg to stand on. Like, oh yeah, we should be winning league titles, and it's like y'all don't really do that anyway. So
yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
you can't chat too much, even though they
If
try.
you look at the there was a graphic of like the since the Premier League started the champions, and I mean it makes us look like a farmers league. It's like most of it is just it's Man United and Man City.
Yeah,
Like
man.
you got sprinkles of Arsenal now, you got sprinkles of Chelsea, and
Liverpool.
yeah, you got Liverpool now twice. You've got Leicester City. You've got Blackburn, but then after that it was like Man U and Man City. It's like dominating it.
You guys seen this price action?
Nuking, right?
We're nuking a little bit, but I think this might be a good opportunity, and this is going to be one of the last shakeouts before the breakout, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think this is just if someone wants to kind of maybe try to hop in a little bit, this is probably a good time to do it. This weekend, today. Yeah.
I'm thinking Soul and ETH might give a triple bottom around here, and we might do it.
Triple bottom,
Actually, Soul has a triple bottom. ETH doesn't.
Because
We
East
have
got to go
some.
down lower. You talking like the 4,200 area, or are you talking like a little bit higher up here? You talking this 40? Where is this?
I'm thinking around 40. No, I'm still thinking we're gonna hold 45 area.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking this area is gonna hold, but I'm just looking at Bitcoin and seeing, we're nuking a little bit. Of course, it's gonna bring everything down, but I think Sol and ETH are primed to pump again.
We got Cyclo at 116,400. I got some trend lines coming right below that. So we got some nice 100x liquidations down there at Cyclo. So I can see us running for that just to do the trap shorts. Pull that down. Boom.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah,
Go from
layer two ETH pair is already triple bottomed here.
Or we might not, Drew. We might just hang here and slowly start to march on. You know, we'll see.
Only issue with ETH is that it's a you know it did a high and a lower high, and it did it in kind of similar ways where it's like it pumped, it sort of just like slowly curled and then just rolled over, and now it's did like a mini version of that. So we'll have to see. I mean, it would be nice if that was like but I don't know. Well, I think some indecision. Let's
It's
see
that
how
damn CME gap, bro. We never touched it with ETH.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy. I never thought those were as necessary, but I've never paid attention to them, so I actually never knew really. I've never really actually researched it. I always
me
just
neither.
thought like the CME gaps and that was it. So let me take a look at the ETH. Where is the ETH CME gap? Let's have a
I
look.
think it's 4,030 or 4,040 around there.
Yeah,
my
around
God.
that range, I think.
That's the last figure I wanted to hit. Holy
It was like
Uh-huh.
4,200.
Hey, all right. So that's a plummet. If you were to go from there, from here.
Yeah.
And then if we break 3,900 and 36, yeah, that's not gonna look pretty.
This setup, this hourly setup looks pretty good though on ETH. As long as we keep this higher low right now, because we got the higher high, then we got the lower low. Now we're making a higher low, and we made a lower high. So that setup's pretty good. Yeah, it's like A, B, C. Now we hit the D, and we should pump off this D, in my opinion.
Hey yo.
Pump off the D. Hey yo. Pause.
It's holding up pretty well to Bitcoin. I mean, obviously, because dominance has been taking a crap to the downside.
Yeah. It's definitely a bit more stubborn than the other assets. I think that's why, like, yesterday they dumped it, they pumped it again, like to the 50, and they just dumped it again, and then like bear flagged and then dumped it again. That they were trying their hardest to shake people out.
Now, when them flows keep coming in, gonna be tough.
Yep.
Yeah, I like to see that swipe of almost maybe 115, 900, just under 116, maybe with Bitcoin for a nice little swipe down, make it violent, then make the recovery.
Make it violent.
That quick wick down.
Good lord, what's that?
Okay, we got JP Morgan shilling Ethereum again. I like that.
Big.
Ethereum-based stablecoins processed $3.48 trillion in transfers over the past month. That's up 16.2% from last month. So active addresses dipped slightly, 38.54 million. That does not matter that the addresses dipped because the money went up.
Dominance going up, Biddy going down.
You mean address of bitcoins or Ethereum?
Ethereum right now. Here I'm talking about Ethereum.
Okay.
I'm just I'm going to quote this guy from JP Morgan, this analyst from JP Morgan. He's saying, we think Ether is emerging as a direct way to gain exposure to the expected meteoric growth in stablecoins as the Ethereum network hosts most of these stablecoin assets. So yeah, if the banks right now, they're looking at Ethereum, and JP Morgan, that's one of the biggest banks. I mean, it's pretty obvious that Ethereum's going to have a bright next few years. I'm thinking 2-3 years bull market. I'm not selling nothing for 3 years. You guys are crazy.
But JP Morgan like fake news. Huh? When they say, Bitcoin or everything is bullshit, they are buying it. And when they say, that's a good asset.
Yeah, but this isn't the big boy. It's just a low-level analyst, It's not like Jamie Dimon's out there shilling it. But Jamie Dimon's always saying good things about Ethereum. Even years ago. JP Morgan, they had Ethereum nodes in space in 2019, 2020. They've been messing with Ethereum for a while.
Yeah.
Imagine thinking that deep, saying like, okay, we're going to dig our, hands into this so hard that we need to figure out a way to be independent from Earth, basically, so we can make machine-to-machine transfers outer space in case something bad happens on Earth. That's how dedicated they are. They have these things operating in space.
Okay, watch out, we're getting a green vector.
Big buys, watch out.
5 minute. Let's see. Flipping the red. What's S&P? Minis is just barely down, just a smidge. So is a SPY. Okay.
Let's have a look at that.
Ain't much, just barely down.
Bit of a double top on it.
What on the S&P, right? On the spot.
Yeah, they're just down, just barely in the red.
And for you guys that love the stock market, there are some Ethereum-centric stocks that are, I think, going to do very good starting this week.
You said Ethereum eccentric?
Ethereum-centric.
Centric, okay.
Some kooky Ethereum stocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of stocks related to Ethereum.
Spooky.
Interesting. Yeah, you mostly hear about the Bitcoin ones, not really the ETH ones.
Yep.
Let's see what we got on.
I don't know. People talking about ETH going to 25K, so you know.
I heard 60K for Ethereum.
That gets to 60K, like
man.
The guy said that for real in a conference. It's crazy. This guy is crazy.
When?
Forget, oh,
It depends when.
Yeah,
flipping
depends when. Yeah, that's a flipping right there.
People, if you would have said $100,000 Bitcoin about 7 years ago, people would say the same thing about you back then. So
You're probably right. Yeah, Drew.
put
Most
things in
likely,
perspective.
most people would probably be like, "You're crazy." Yeah.
No, I was there, man. I was
Yeah,
telling
but
people, I was telling people millions, and I was like, Bitcoin's going to $1 million back in like 2019. They're like, you're ape shit crazy.
Yeah, it's just a time horizon. You know, if long enough, yeah. Yeah.
if you're saying
yeah,
over
yeah.
the next like 50 years, then sure. But like that'd be like 5 trillion market cap. You know what I mean? That'd be an insane like valuation.
Oh no, it's only but think about it. It's just a little more than a 10x. It's not that much.
in not number, but it's like moving. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, a friggin' push bike versus moving an oil tanker.
Right, but if you have an event, let's say a catalyst to help, kind of get some of the liquidity from Bitcoin into Ethereum quickly, which, you can have, if you have a FUD event in Bitcoin, all of that money's going to Ethereum. At least 60% of it's going in Ethereum and the rest going to stables. And I think we're going to have a FUD event with Bitcoin soon. Right now, it's a perfect setup for disaster, Bitcoin. It's like the Trojan horse. It's a setup, in my opinion. It's just a slow setup that they've been plotting. They know it's like a 30-year rug pull, in my opinion. Just be careful, guys. I'm going to be fudding the hell out of Bitcoin these next few weeks.
Oh.
Tell me, Bitcoin's the OG shitcoin. It's a meme coin that we don't know who the dev is. We don't know how many wallets are actually linked to the dev. We don't know if the dev is alive, if he's dead. Think about that. Who's the dev?
Okay, I'm Satoshi Nakamoto. But
Prove it.
keep it for yourself.
Prove it.
Don't tell to anyone.
Move one Bitcoin from one of your wallets.
On your wallet?
Any wallet. Just move it. I want to see it move.
I'm gonna pause all trading for 30 seconds. You're gonna see the ticker go jet black.
But if you guys read, interviews with JP Morgan, with, let's say, the guy who runs JP Morgan right now, Jamie Dimon, and see why he's kind of bearish on Bitcoin and very bullish on Ethereum, starts to make sense. And the reason he's saying is a liability. And companies, of course, if they're getting a strategic reserve, they're exposing themselves to big risk, and they know that. But I think the bigger risk is going to be on Bitcoin because of that liability, and they're going to have more Ethereum on their balance sheets in the next 5 years than Bitcoin.
So you're just saying it's just not as it's just more riskier than what they've been doing for decades.
It's
'Cause
risky.
they already do risky shit anyways. They've been doing risky stuff.
Yeah, so they know they're like, all right, this thing might
Ain't
dump.
nothing new.
Yeah, but I think they're gonna dig into Ethereum hard. Like Bitcoin's gonna be that speculation for them that they're like, all right, this is the wild card, but Ethereum is gonna be the bread and butter, in my opinion, in the next 5 years. Even though the U.S. says like the strategic reserve is gonna be based on Bitcoin, I still think Ethereum is gonna be number one soon. That's just me. I think the flipping is gonna happen within the next 10 years. It's
I think Bitcoin will disappear. Not now, not in 10 years, but I think Ethereum will definitely surpass Bitcoin because like if the miners continue like this, we will need all the energy on Earth to mine Bitcoin. So for me, it's too crazy. You see, Ethereum passed from a proof of work to proof of stack. So now they need like 1% of the energy that they needed in the past. And when you
That's a very
see all the ecosystem around, voila, it's totally different project.
That's a very good point. A lot of people forgot to think about that. But now with renewable resources, I think that's going to help out Bitcoin. And there's more and more mining happening that are plugged into renewable resources. But still, those resources could be used elsewhere. So, it's going to be a debate and it's up for debate. But that's 100% fact that Ethereum uses so much less power. Yeah, all the countries that want to get green and very, get their, environment nice and clean, they're not going to want to run Bitcoin like that. Too many fingers are going to be pointing at them.
Thought Bitcoin just be running over here. Yeah. US, man, we do what we want.
Yeah, we
That's
do. We don't
good.
care.
Don't
I
need other
love that.
countries. We can stay over here. All of them, all the miners can be here. All right, so we popped up to the 13 on the 5 minute, been getting rejected right now. So we might take half of that vector that we got left around right there. Let's see. Actually, we already kind of did. Yeah, pretty much.
You know what Jamie Dimon was joking about? He's like, you guys know what Satoshi Nakamoto is going to do once Bitcoin reaches its supply limit? He's going to erase the code. Does he know something we don't?
He is not, he's Satoshi Nakamoto, maybe.
Maybe he funded him.
He's big enough for now. He has enough money to. He just might know. I'm not gonna put it past it. He's big enough. He's been around long enough. So. See, we're gonna eat up this vector here. Yeah, eating into it.
So I found his quote. I think there's a good chance that when we get to that 21 million Bitcoins, Satoshi Nakamoto is going to come on there, laugh hysterically, go quiet, and all Bitcoin is going to be erased. And he also said, there's no guarantee that Bitcoin issuance will end once the circulating supply reaches 21 billion. He said, how the hell do you know that is going to stop at 21 million? I've never met one person who told me they know for a fact. Spooky.
They said that Satoshi Nakamoto never sold Bitcoin.
Well, they don't
If,
technically know because he
if
could have
it's
made other
true, it's
wallets.
crazy.
He could have mined with other wallets that we don't know are his, though. So we
Yeah.
can't say that for a fact. He might have been able to sell.
Yes. It's crazy because I know Vitalik sold Ethereum like for $7.50, like a ton, and he was not thinking that the price will go like this, but it was okay to sell a ton of Ethereum at this price. He become millionaire, quoi.
Mhm.
But Satoshi Nakamoto, it's an other story, quoi. It's very mysterious.
So the thing with what Jamie Dimon says isn't really, that's not, you can't just erase it because the 21 million supply is hard coded into the source code. So the only way that can happen was if the miners and the voters agreed to it. And that could happen too. There could be nefarious miners, it could be nefarious voters as well. And any change on Bitcoin with less than unanimous support would cause the Bitcoin blockchain to split into two chains to replace the main Bitcoin network and not merely create a minority chain. Majority support among miners would be necessary. And that's how Bitcoin Cash was created. A lot of people don't know it's because there's minority support for a proposition and it separated from Bitcoin. If BTC
Yeah,
holders decide to send their funds to burn addresses, but has to be somebody that wants to sacrifice their funds too. There's a lot of people that have sent Bitcoin to burn addresses, which is crazy.
Come on, Biddy. Pop up.
Biddy, you can go ahead and die. Let's go, ETH.
My
I
man
don't know
got
if
his ETH. Man got his ETH hat on.
I just know ETH is gonna push the other coins, man. Bitcoin's just gonna suck from them, and ETH is gonna give. ETH is a giver. Bitcoin's a taker.
Gains.
Like, mic check, mic check.
You're good.
Even if the majority of miners decided to like burn the coins or anything, it will break the current rules. So they will hard fork to a different coin that wouldn't be compatible with the current network. So it wouldn't work like that. They cannot decide that. So
Well,
like the rest of the
majority.
protocol wouldn't.
Well, yeah, the
Yeah,
majority
the
can
protocol
decide.
wouldn't follow it.
Yeah, but the majority can decide, and whatever the majority vote is going to get the game.
Yeah, but that would be a different coin. Because Bitcoin have its own set of things. So if
Well,
you
yeah, that's why I
change
said
this
it would be
rule.
forked.
Yeah, exactly. So technically, even if like a lot of miners will go rogue and decide to burn stuff,
Hey,
it
my man
wouldn't
is.
be really compatible. So I think it wouldn't make sense to that wouldn't change the current Bitcoin. It will be a different coin.
Yeah, but even though if it's hard coded, the new, like, let's say freezing wallets, they can vote to freeze wallets, the old wallets, and there's a proposition to do that. So there's
Yeah,
some
but
things.
that's the thing. Like, if you run the old code, right? Like if someone introduced a breaking change in the code and you decided that you don't have to, you don't like that, you can run the old code on your own machine and you'll be in the old network. So
Yeah,
it will naturally fork out of it. And
but you
actually,
might.
most like normal actors wouldn't follow the majority of the network power.
What if they don't have the power and they still remain the minority? The majority is the one that has that power.
Yeah, but it will be a lot of power in a different network. It will be a different coin. It it wouldn't be Bitcoin.
Well, they can still call it Bitcoin. They can say, you know what, this is Bitcoin, and this, it's up to the majority to decide, right? They can say this is the Bitcoin. The fork that we left behind is not the Bitcoin anymore. It was damaged. It was diseased. It was
Yeah, but then
terrible.
like all software will have to be updated to send the coins to this new network. But it wouldn't be retro compatible, so it will actually fork out of it. You know, everybody will have to update the software. And I think like big X or like Coinbase or whatever,
Well, no,
anyone that
that's,
has a
they would, yeah,
user
but
facing like I can suffer some backlash from the public.
well,
Wouldn't
yeah,
follow that kind of
well,
change.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So let's say they don't follow and they still remain minority, they're going to wither away and die. Think about it. The price is just going to go down and down and down until it becomes insignificant.
I don't know. I don't know. Like, would you trade a coin that just changed its rules and everything? Like, Bitcoin has its values because it never changed because it's stable because everybody trusts it. So even if the majority change the rules to something else, that coin will die, like happened to Bitcoin Cash.
Right, but what if it's one that actually has success and continues carrying the torch, basically?
Yeah, you can guarantee that. But I don't
Of
think
course.
anyone will trust a coin that changed its rule in the middle of the stuff. There's
Well, it depends. If
billions
they have good
invested on
reason.
it.
Imagine, 10 years later, and somebody sees that one of the old wallets were hacked, using quantum computing. And there's a proposal that says, hey, we need to move to this new one. Everybody move because old Bitcoin network is vulnerable. You guys are going to get hacked by quantum computing. We need to fork. We need to do this. Old Bitcoin might be dead. People might follow the lead and they might say, okay, let's fork. Let's move to the new thing. And the whales and the mining pools, if they decide that's the new thing, that's going to be the new thing. It doesn't matter if Larry or Joe is holding 5 Bitcoin in his wallet. His 5 Bitcoin might turn, to $100 worth of Bitcoin in 2
Yeah,
days.
but then you will have 5 Bitcoins of the new coin as well. Everybody will have the same money in the new chain. Like it will fork and keep the chain from where it forked. So you will have the old Bitcoin, the flawed Bitcoin, and you will have the new one that remains valuable.
Yeah, but the whole thing is anything can change, right? So it's up to majority vote. And the saying is like Bitcoin doesn't just because it's so strong, it doesn't mean it's going to be here forever, and it doesn't mean it's vulnerable. It's not vulnerable. It doesn't mean there's no liabilities. It doesn't mean the code is perfect. People say there's still could be worms in the code. There could be bugs in the code that still haven't been discovered. There could be hidden codes between layers. There's a lot of things that still have to be discovered with Bitcoin.
Yeah, like the code itself is pretty simple. Like there's not a lot of space for any bugs on the core of it. So there's a lot of updates happening with the improvement protocols and the kind of proposals and that kind of stuff. But I don't think there will be like a big bug. And if that happens, then we have to issue a hard fork to fix that and just exclude
But
the
bugs,
hackers.
even though it's simple, there still could be bugs hidden in the code. In the software implementation, they're complex systems, they're written by humans, which means they're susceptible to errors and vulnerabilities.
Yeah,
And we have
it,
historical
it
examples.
happens. But it's not a huge code base, and it has been like there's a lot of eyes. These many years, but there's trillions of dollars in there, so everybody's looking for it, and if nobody found, like it doesn't mean that it will never be found, but it's harder to believe that there is some kind of like super serious bug in a code base that has been through so much scrutiny over so many years with so much money on it.
I mean, we just found a bug in 2024 in the Bitcoin Core software that could have allowed a malicious user to crash the network by sending a specially crafted block, potentially rendering all digital coins useless. So in 2024, that was last year in August, we almost lost. That would have affected 95% of the nodes. And luckily it was patched promptly. But if that would have went undetected and not patched promptly, and let's say one of the guys from the organization was sleeping, the guys at GitHub were on vacation, partying, hungover, drunk, or who knows what, that would have been bye Bitcoin. Luckily, maybe that was one person that saved it. Imagine that. So billions and trillions of dollars just relying on one person to find a bug. Think about that. If that guy wouldn't have found it, Bitcoin would have been toast last year in August 2024.
Yeah, I don't know. If something happened, it will be like a price crash for a while, and then the network will be reestablished. Everybody will update the software, and it will take a hit. The price will take a hit, but I don't think it will die because of a single bug.
Just imagine if a bug comes out while it's not patched, it's going to take a big hit, and that's part of the reason why I think next up to bat is Ethereum, so the money would flow to Ethereum. And I think one of these days something's bad going to happen to Bitcoin. I hope not while you guys are holding. Hopefully you guys are going to be holding Ethereum at that time.
Yeah, do you know where can I find this bug information? I would like to take a look at the code and fix for it.
Online, man. You can look. There's a bug in 2010 that happened. I forget the name. It was called like the overflow bug. I can find a lot of researches. Let me see. I mean, I bet you AI will tell you too about the bugs. I just remember there was one in like 2010. There was one in like 2017
Yeah, there's
or
the super
2018.
famous one that like dated at billions of bitcoins. That one is very famous. That one was patched, but it was a long time ago. I
It's
didn't know there was.
2018. There was a double spending one in 2018, which if they wouldn't have caught it, they would have been able to double spend, which was the whole ethos of Bitcoin, is to not be able to double spend. But yeah, I just remember that there was like 2010, 2018. I'm gonna look it up right now. Just let's see this 2024 bug.
But the risk of Bitcoin is if a pool got more than 51% of the power, mining power, so it can corrupt the chain, and the other pool can't verify the blockchain. So one pool got all the chains, all the block, so they can corrupt all the register.
Yeah, but the thing is that it will need time and it will be obvious because imagine like they will have to use all the computing power to mine in a different kind of shadow chain that is not being broadcast to the network. So out of nothing, out of nowhere, 50% of the whole mining power of the network will disappear for a while. Someone will notice that something's gonna happen.
En fait, it's just if the miners just shift. If they shift, like, en fait, it's divided by different pools. And at the moment, Foundry have 24%, on pool 17%. I remember like 1 year ago or 2 years ago, it was like two big pools. Like on one was like 30% and the other one was 40. Now it's less, so that's good. But if the miners decide to everyone go on Foundry, let's go, it can be a big problem. But it's not the miners don't normally will never do that because it's their business. So if they do that, they will destroy Bitcoin. A lot of mining coin like je sais pas, Bitcoin Cash or a lot of project with like Bitcoin, because there is a lot, can have this issue, the 51% attack.
Yeah,
Well,
China.
there's a
They
lot
say
of stuff that is overblown, like out of proportion. Like this 51% attack. It actually is like I don't know if you guys know like how that will work, but it's not like they cannot do anything at the moment they get 51%. It will enable them from that point on to mine a shadow blockchain, a different chain, like a fork in the chain that will have more mining power on it than the one that is being broadcast. So at any point in the future, from that point on that they started mining this different chain, they can broadcast that one, and that one will replace the old one, but only from the point they started mining that one. So imagine today they acquire 51%. Everything from today on can be replaced, but not in the past, because for
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
that to the past, they will need more time. They will require at least like kind of the same amount. They will need 1 day of mining to replace 1 day of old chain, but then the new chain will be going on as well. So they will need even more time than that. So a 51% do not allow you to change the past for
Yeah.
like, I don't know, it's not feasible to change something 1 day ago. They can change like the last 2 blocks, maybe 5 blocks or something, but they cannot change like the real past.
No. It's not in the past. It's only the new coins.
Yeah, exactly. So the thing is that everybody will notice because the mining power will exit the network because it will start mining on this new chain that is not being broadcast. So it's not that simple. It is a concern, of course. It is a problem. It is a potential bug, but it's not as people say. They're like, oh, once they got 51%, now everybody it's gone and they can do anything. It's not. It's not like that.
No, it's not like that.
But yeah, a Goldfinger 51% attack. I think of course, it doesn't change the past codes and things, but it would destroy Bitcoin if it happened. I think the only one players that can do that right now, I think the CCP, like China, even though they had the mining migration and all those miners moved all around the world, they still have the hash power. If they wanted to, they'd have to sacrifice a lot of time and a lot of money, but I think they could do it if they
Yeah,
wanted to.
that's a real risk. Like they could spin up new machines that are not in the network right now,
Yeah.
and they start mining on this new machine. And if they can get more than 51% of the hashing power of the current network with machines that were never online, nobody will know that they are mining a different chain, and they can broadcast that chain at any point.
Yeah.
So that will be a real concern, but that will require like a lot of resources, and
A lot.
that's actually the goal of the idea for the proof of work rather than proof of stake because it limits the amount of damage you can do to the network and it requires a lot of resource. Like in a proof of stake, once you acquire 51% of the staked coins, you can do a lot of damage instantly. But in a proof of work, you actually have to invest time and money to try to go back, and you can only go back like proportional to the amount of money and time you're investing.
The 51% attack is more difficult on proof of stake though, because you have to buy the actual coin to acquire. Like you have to get the coin itself, which is expensive and risky to acquire in large quantities.
Yeah, and it will be more expensive as you buy it. Of course, you will pump the price as you're trying to buy 51%.
But the
it's only
POS
51% of the stake, right? Not the whole supply.
Right, but POS is more Goldfinger proof than proof of work. Like it would be easier to do a 51% attack on a proof of work than it would be on a proof of stake. It would cost less money.
Yeah, the thing is that once you acquire enough network power on a proof of work, you cannot do all the damage all at once, everything you want, So the damage is more limited, although more kind of like approachable, but it's more limited in what you can actually achieve. In a 51% attack in a proof of stake, the damage is much broader.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about because we see like BlackRock or the big players, they can buy 100,000 Ethereum in a day. So if they start to stack it, I think it's the yield that they got, the rewards that they would got of this stacking. If they stack their rewards, they can continue to grow to have a half of the Bitcoin. I think it's very possible, and it's like for me, it's like a central bank with printing money, but they can do it with Ethereum, and I think it's the plan that they got. You can't stack Bitcoin. It's impossible.
No, well, there's protocols you can stake Bitcoin. I mean, you can't do it directly on chain without help from something else, but there are protocols that stake Bitcoin. Most of them involve wrap Bitcoin, though. You'd have to wrap your Bitcoin to stake it.
Yeah, I think the only one I know, like from the top of my head, that actually you could stake your real Bitcoin was Rune from Torchain,
Yeah,
but it ended very badly. Like a lot of stuff happened in there.
But yeah, BlackRock did file for they want to be able to stake their iShares Ethereum trust. So that if they offer those rewards to investors, which I think they will, maybe not all of them, they're going to delegate some of those rewards. But I think those spot Ethereum ETF, if they offer staking rewards to investors, investors are going to treat it like dividends. Like, oh man, I'm invested in a company that's giving me dividends and everything. I'm chilling. We're doing great. So I think that's going to build, consumer or retail confidence.
That's for sure. You can tell this again. If you tell it again, I will buy more Ethereum.
So BlackRock has formally filed
No,
with
I'm
the
joking.
U.S.
I'm joking.
Securities and Exchange Commission. Hey, maybe someone else will, to enable staking for its iShares Ethereum trust. That could make it the first United States spot Ethereum ETF to offer staking rewards to investors. It was submitted in July 17th, 2025, and it seeks approval for the fund to stake all or a portion of its Ether holdings through the trust providers, with staking rewards treated as income.
Okay, I'm buying.
Let's go. Big buys coming in Ethereum from France. Oh, I see them coming in
Yeah,
right
check
now.
the price. Check the price.
Oui,
Look,
monsieur.
look.
Let's go.
I see it.
You
I'm
see?
all in. I see it. I see you.
Buy the dip.
Yeah, every time I buy, the price goes down.
Well, that's why you got to make sure you don't buy too much at the first buy and just keep on buying heavier and heavier the lower it goes, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Good morning, coffee slurp slurp.
Bonjour.
Looks like Bitcoin. Like, look, I just jumping on charts. I just popped on the 1 hour real quick. Bitcoin dropped below that ascending support at 117.9. It pulls us into this lower ascending channel, but we got some support at 115.1, but the bottom of this channel is 113.150. I actually think I think we just dipped below support here, and we're gonna get back up over 117.9 and see what happens. But top of that channel ascending resistance is 120,800. Let's go. I just went bullish.
It's the shakeout for the breakout.
Yep, let's go. I'm about to go heavy long in a bit here.
Yeah, I'm thinking even if Bitcoin makes a lower low here, just locally, I'm looking at the hourly and anything above that 116, let me see, 116,250 area would be fair game.
Yes, sir. And I don't even mind if it comes down to like even a little lower, 115.6, but I don't think it's going that low. I
Yeah,
think
it
we
could
might 117, 150 here at the, like kind of like that double bottom, and then we're just gonna go up. We're gonna get back over 117.9. Let's go.
it could get pretty spooky if we do touch that 115.6. That can be very spooky.
It could, but there's strong ascendant support at that 113, 150. So yeah, that'd be getting spooky.
I'm all in. I'll be right back.
Good morning, everyone.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Bonjour, bonjour. Alors, c'est Ethereum. Surprise, surprise.
Comment ça, surprise, surprise?
Ah bah on est de retour au support.
Mais toi, tu vis pas en France?
Si.
Ah, t'es en France? Ok. T'es insomniaque alors?
Ouais. Non, j'aime bien traîner avec les Américains, ça correspond bien à mes horaires.
Ouais, moi c'est pareil. Par contre, je sais pas si on a le droit de parler français ici, hein.
Tant que ça dure pas longtemps, c'est bon.
Ouais, voilà, c'est ça.
Yeah, so technically what happened, we had a bit of a bounce on both Bitcoin and ETH. Bitcoin's bounce was like smaller, right, than ETH's. We managed to reach golden pocket, of course, and resistance. That last wick, that candle is interesting. Maybe there was a news event at 12:30 UTC. Kind of range-defining candle, but we didn't manage to stay inside that candle on ETH that found.
That's the green stopping volume candle that you are pointing out. It's when the market opened yesterday. It was that candle.
No, today on the 15-minute, there's an interesting candle that stopped out all shorts, right? By putting a higher high, at least on perpetuals.
Oh yeah, exactly.
You know that a bit that indecision candle with a big wick to the upside and a big wick to the downside. Yeah, it's also the on perpetual inverse perpetual, it's the highest volume. And here we are seeing a volume increase too because we're coming back to the same support, right? So there are still buyers here for now. But if the volume picks up in a bearish order flow, we could put an equal low, I guess, at least, or probably even maybe break it. We'll see. I'm betting like on a flat on Bitcoin while we get a zigzag on ETH.
What I'm looking at is going to be a quick wick down, and it's going to create a new trap shorts, and we're going to shoot up.
I don't think this is about. Yeah. Well, if people short support, we won't even break support. This is support, right? I mean, it's local tiny support, but on Bitcoin, the bigger support is 112, of course. So, like that's where that's where I would expect the flat on Bitcoin at 112. We have a double top at 120 if you want symmetry in the chart. A double bottom at 112 would kind of define the range, and Bitcoin would be stuck between 112 and 124. Yeah, with the midpoint at roughly where we are. Yeah, the midpoint would end up we're a bit below it currently, but 118 would be the midpoint of that potential range. But I don't think these are really times to be range bound though, with September coming up in 2 weeks and all that. But we'll see.
Let's see.
But yeah, Bitcoin would likely stop at 112, right? While ETH didn't really create much support on the way up. Like, ETH maybe has a chance of stopping at 3,300, right? But that's all. Like, this.
It's a Friday, so ETH will might come down today, but it will pick up the volume tomorrow, because on the weekends the ETH and other altcoin they pick up the volume while the
Yeah.
BTC stays sideways.
Well, maybe they'll do the same thing. Maybe they'll just double bottom with yesterday's low and reverse up in a bigger ABC, right? Yesterday, ETH did that very tiny lower low and had a bounce from that, and that bounce up created a bit of a B leg up because it separated from the downward move, right? But we failed to
Yeah.
really break out that downward move. We tried for like 4 hours. And at the end, you get that indecision candle. And then, well, it looks like market decided to go down. But now,
Yeah.
the same setup is still valid. Like, if ETH puts a lower low and reacts and is quickly back above yesterday's low, then yeah, it's just a better ABC. Actually, it's just it's just well, now there is actually now there is one. The previous one wasn't really an ABC because that initial Adam bounce didn't really go break the downtrend, right? Like we only broke the downtrend yesterday by managing to break, well, to trade a bit above 4,600, and that's when we started, having less bearish momentum. Still bearish momentum because it's just a lower high anyway.
Yeah, but if you remember, we are still in the same weekend range that we have created last week and the week before that. So we are exactly at the same spot. So it's our range for the weekend. We go up and we go down, and we came back into the weekend range. So we are exactly in the weekend range right now. So we might go a quick wick down towards the target 5, where you see the purple box, which is the SR flip. So you might get the support and resistance flip from there, a quick wick down, and then come back up and create a new trap shorts. And let's see.
Oh, come on, Eve, just a bit more. Don't tease us. I just want to take a trade and then leave the computer to continue AC work today. But yeah, Golden Pocket TP was a good move yesterday. Although, I only closed one of 2 trades. Both setups identical, but instead of taking it all on one instrument, I took it on 2 instruments. Which is a bit odd, I guess, but... yeah, the other one is about to get stepped out, actually. So I'm waiting for my trade to lose to assess if I re-enter it or not. And my stop loss hasn't moved. It's still below the previous low. Just watching unrealized PNL go back to not being PNL. Well, not being positive. But yeah, that closing one of the 2 trades was at least a bit of an insurance on what could happen. So it wasn't all a loss of time, at least. Now, if we break this support, the next one is like another 10% lower, right? Or at least 5% lower.
Yeah, we can go lower if we break 115,600. I don't think so. We're
Yeah.
gonna break that.
Well, it would mean Bitcoin at 112 and ETH at 4,000, roughly.
You can always go lower if we break support. Nobody wants that.
The plan now, I'm just thinking out loud, but do I want to catch a falling knife? Like, should I? I think I want to, in case something like that was to happen this weekend, would I blindly long 4K, for example? I think the answer is yes. I'll go hunt for the falling knife.
Yeah,
But
the CME gap that has been left before is completely filled now. So I think we're gonna go a quick wick, or this candle might be turned into a green vector.
and with some patience, that 3,300 area on ETH, that's where the falling knife could end up being actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, starting to try to catch it at 4K is probably a good idea. Yeah. Now, if this support holds and we reverse again, then yeah, I want some. Well, I'm not going to be stopped out actually, so I'll just do nothing. Yeah. Maybe I'll add a bit. I don't know. Yeah, well, why not? Actually, yeah, I'll do that. Now I'll retake an ETH long. Although, oh boy, longing ETH at 4,000 and above. Just a scalp. Like yesterday, just a scalp long. No, nothing more.
Yeah.
While keeping, well, like Dbloc says, while keeping half of it as a runner, in case we really break out to all-time highs and above. But I think that's gonna happen, but not in August anymore. But I might be completely wrong. I mean, I hope I'm wrong, because I'm gonna watch. It's gonna be a bit painful watching, all this unrealized P&L go back down and then go back up. Hopefully in October, November. But there's always a risk it doesn't go back up, right? So it's stressful. But I think it's less risky than to actually sell and attempt to buy back, right? Because
Yeah.
I mean, I do it, but with a small part, like with just 5%, 5-10%.
Do you mean spot, Zeusy?
Both spot and leverage. It's the same problem, right?
For spot, what about selling certain levels and then leaving buy orders at comparable levels? So if it does come back, then you still, it's kind of like you're at a neutral P&L.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
kind of what I've been going for. I mean, I don't know if there's like I'd like to bring that up because I'd like someone to sort of talk about any potential flaw in that. And to me, I don't think there's too much if like it's a definitive level that's like it's retracing from, or it's whatever's happening. Sometimes I might say it a little higher just in case like it revisits there, and like any key levels I might set it above like a key resistance. So if we do end up like pumping, I might lose like a little bit in terms of like the difference between where I sold and where I rebuy, but at least it's kind of like, okay, this is going to be another trending move because it's gotten past this significant level, you know.
You know me, I'm okay. Like I'm happy with my account going down as much as crypto is going down, and my account going up as much as crypto is going up. Like I'm okay with that.
Okay.
You see what I mean? Like I just don't want to be underexposed in case things go down or up.
Right.
I want my account to follow what crypto's doing. Overall, because in the end we end up with ETH having done a 3x up, right? If my ETH holdings have not done 3x up, I underperformed the current rise, and that's a bit. It seems easy to do, but it's very hard actually to just do as good as crypto did in these last 3 months, because it just went up like hell. So, like a good move was to buy low, the lowest point, and sell the highest point, right? Now it's hard to achieve that, but having done multiple trades, you likely did less good than that in these last 3 months, just because it's been. There was one range where maybe you made up what you lost on the up move, but yeah, so that's why like fully exiting for me is too risky. Like when we reach 4,800, I thought in my mind that I should be more aggressive and sell more, right? But I did like small sells, and now looking at price, of course, it was a 10% drop. So being more aggressive would have paid out, and you would already buy back and have 10% on the sidelines for the next dip, but like it's too risky. And same
I
thing
feel
for
like,
buying. You can't be all in here. It's too risky too.
yeah, I feel like in the end, like Dbloc's approach is the best approach. Like the risk that I see with the way I might like do it, where I'm just gonna be quite aggressive with how much I'm gonna sell and then rebuy, is that if you sell at a level that you think is a key resistance level and it breaks through that and it pumps hard, then you get sidelined. It leaves you behind. You leave a lot of potential
And
P
we
and L on the
never, and on ETH, we like never retested really on bigger like. So that so you see the taking that risk of having that well, it's like an impermanent loss, right? You haven't lost anything, but
yeah.
price left you behind. So it's a bit like an impermanent loss where uh, you're just getting less ETH if you buy, right?
Of course. But no,
And
it's
it's a loss of potential in your portfolio. Right?
yeah, that's right. That's right.
Imagine you've been trading ETH for 4 years and you decided for an unknown reason to sell some. I don't know, at like 2,600, let's say, and you've missed a 2x increase in price, right? Like, so now with enough patience, you'll buy it back there. Yeah, you will, but
but then how long will you have to wait? That's why
yeah.
I think when you're actively looking at the market, I don't think it's as bad. But talking at level again, to be fair, so let's say with the approach I was taking, where I was like sort of selling heavily, buying heavily, it's like, yeah, if from that level it then pumps into 3K, into 4K, into like close to 5, the 2K to 3K, at least to 3.5K run up, you could miss quite easily, especially if you feel like there's no safe entry, because that run up was like pump flag, pump flag, pump flag, pump, like over and over again. And no one's really gonna feel too safe buying that if they're like, not got any sense about them, but if they, have some level of caution, So it can be difficult for sure. I just think Dbloc's works best. Dbloc's works best as well because obviously he would. My assumption is, just like most good, but they would buy from early, like down low. So it's all
DCAs, right? Dbloc DCAs in, DCAs out.
Yeah, exactly. But ultimately,
So
his position, the meat
you
of his
end up
position,
having bought the average, right, and sold the average.
Yeah, but it's like when you bought, so it's different from, okay, let's say someone gets in quite like in the middle of a cycle or quite late into a cycle and you're buying, it going down obviously is like gonna make you feel far worse than if you had DCA'd near the bottom and you were into, and it's really just like small fluctuations compared to the meat of the position that you've already gained. So buying Bitcoin from 15K and then doing DCAs on and sort of swing trades on smaller portion just to get bits more and build it slowly, it works perfectly, right? It's like when you do miss, it doesn't hurt as much, like, because a lot of the time, most of what your position has grown so much from the 15K running up to now.
Oh yeah. Honestly, Bitcoin is what saved me in these last years. That trade has been so juicy.
Right.
I'm still extracting from it. They added a new stuff on Bybit. It's break-even price.
Break-even price.
Yeah, on a trade. So it's like, when you open a position and you take profit partially, like let's say you buy at 50K Bitcoin, you sell half of it at 100K, then you buy back at 75, then you sell again at 120, then you buy again at 110. Well, it tells you your break-even price. So how much does price need to come back down so that all your wins actually break even? And yeah, it's a funny metric. because I think you can get it down to 0 probably, but like on ETH, my break-even price was $300. Well, I never bought ETH at $300. Well, it never went there since 6-7 years ago, right?
Right. You know what? The are there any exchanges that have stop loss like stop loss targets that have margins of error, so to speak, like sort of, okay, you want to stop by, let's say, I don't know, you wanted to stop at 44,450, but then it still attempts to make orders like around that area, right? So let's say it spreads it across from 44,450 and it goes down like maybe another 0.3% or something, and it just grids it.
Oh, you can't do that on Bybit. It's in complex orders. You can even have time-based market orders where you just tell it to sell every second for a minute, for example. You can do they call it iceberg, I think. I mean, there's plenty of stuff.
Iceberg orders, yeah. Buybox had iceberg orders, and that was one of the only exchanges I'd seen do that. So that's cool to hear that there's another one that does that. That's pretty good. Because
now,
yeah,
let me check, but I know they added a lot of stuff in. There's a complex order creation tool where you can create your order, even give it the iceberg shape, and you can do a lot of stuff.
yeah, because I say that because I mean there's some, obviously most exchanges they do you can do a buy order and then set a stop loss right there and then, but so for some it's just like it's just a trigger price, but it's not actually like if I was to do a buy order and then do a stop loss, I would have I could do trigger price then actual sell price, but a buy order with like a stop loss tends to mostly just be trigger price and that's it. So the trigger price will be the actual sale price, and I mean it moves most of the time. The markets move way too fast for that, especially like for me. It's not gonna get filled in time, on the spot that I'm using. So it's like I usually I do a buy and then I'll just manually set the stop, or I'll do like an Oka, one cancels the other, like an Oka, which will be like, oh, if it gets to X amount, plus whatever percent, then it's a sell. If it's minus whatever percent, then it's a sell. So it sort of just sets both stop loss and take profit. But the actual, like, especially on ETH, it's like ETH's great because I mean it's liquid. For me, I can't really do too many assets that aren't particularly liquid with any like significant size. But I can do like ETH, Bitcoin, etc. Because I mean those completely liquid and they'll mostly just like sell instantly. But I do from time to time have to sell set the actual sell price away from the trigger price, because if it's moving quickly, it will just skip it and then nothing
Yeah,
will.
honestly, I don't play with much, so I don't know what kind of issues that brings. But there's tools to go around that depending on your exchange.
Yeah.
And I guess you could cut your orders in like instead of having one big limit, you could cut it in 4 or 5 different limits.
Yeah, for sure. That's another way to do it as well. Just to manually sort of slice it up and grid it down yourself.
You've made a lower low, right?
It's looking like it right now.
Yes,
Nah,
apparently.
it's like equal low, I think. Is that equal low?
It's lower.
Very slightly.
Well, much more slightly than yesterday's low, because it's not just 10 cents low. This time it's
dollars or something. No,
$4. Yeah,
yeah.
$4 low. Yeah. No, but it might be better to.
It need
Well,
to bounce
it's a
now.
low. Yeah. All right.
If it don't bounce now, it will become bad.
I've seen some people say that,
close.
Yeah, I've seen some say they're going to DCA down until 4100 after that first dump that we had. They were like, we're going to just DCA down. And I mean, look, there's stuff there, right, for us to revisit. all the way down to 4K. So
Even lower, but yeah, 4K should react.
yeah, you would say lower because I'm sure. What's the lower for you? 0? No, I'm sure it's 0.
But no, 3K, it's 3,000. It's the range we were in, right? That defined the support because we went sideways for like a week, 2 weeks, no, a month, right? Between 2,000 and 3,000. Well, 2,000 and 2,800. So there's strong support there. Now, there might be some between 3,500 and 4,000 also. I think 4K is very important because it's the triple top that sent us to 1400. So,
agree.
Losing 4K is very bad. And if we go towards there, we're going to have to fake it out a bit to do as if you're losing it. No, like let's have some mind games there. Because, once you lose 4K, well, the double top at all-time highs is very scary, no?
Yeah, that's why it was never really going. It was never really going to get breached like with ease, right? Like it's just like the 4K selling at 4K was fairly straightforward the first time, like also at 48K. But I mean, this market can get irrational, but it's such a historic like resistance. And let's be honest, once that does get broken and we do hit price discovery with Ethereum, like it's gonna people will pile into it. I could see like the people holding like swing trading ETH, XRP, all these other things will definitely probably try and speculate on that for the short to medium term. It would suck the air out of the room, I think. It will be the most hated rally for sure as well. Because every cycle it's the same thing. People keep saying ETH is dead, ETH is dead, ETH is dead. And then it just pumps violently.
Yeah,
Also,
but even with this pump, it's still dead because we have Bitcoin at 120,000. So ETH should be at 8,000 to be roughly at the same value as Bitcoin. Yeah.
there you go. But although, like, listen, now people are because I know 7 to 8K, that's like kind of reasonable target. But you got people now saying, listen, if this thing is gonna be coiling up the way it's been doing for so long, 15K, I don't want to hear anything less than it. But good for them. Like, I hope it does get to 15K. I'm sure I'll find a way to try and like ride it up to 15K if that is the case. But we've got 1 quarter left, maybe not even 2 months. Anywhere between a month and a half, 2 months to the end of the year. And will that be enough time? I mean, listen, we've seen crazier things. Like when it's time for something to pump, it will pump. But we don't have long left now.
Yeah, new low for it.
Look at me.
Oh,
okay. It's breaking down.
Yeah. What was that? That was for curve. Oh, yeah, that was CRV. Okay, cool.
A bit of a red open on the stock market, right? What's up with that?
Big buy.
Let's see. Yeah, big red. Red, and then red. Well, I mean, generally the numbers yesterday were bad, right? And the numbers today were also actually no, I believe Rick was saying one was neutral and one was like decent. Let me actually take a look at it. Also for Ethereum, I mean, we've got the 50 on the 4-hour, we've got the 50 support at 43, 44. Let's say 43.50.
Down.
And then dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I mean, we've broken through the 50 on most other time frames, so I guess we're looking at the daily and the 4-hour. I mean, the daily, it's very far. I mean, I imagine it would drag that thing up before it goes down to it, but it's at 35.60. On the 4-hour again, the 200. What was the 200 again? It was at 3,800, basically 37.70. But by the time it would get to it, if it did get to it, it'd probably be like 3,800. But yeah, I would say critical support. What you'd say, obviously, in terms of, aside from the levels, right? In terms of indicators that might provide some significant bounces, you've got the 50 on the 4 hour, 35, 43, excuse me, 43.50. After that, it's the 200s. That's a lot further down. To the hourly again. 200 on the hourly is around the same for the 50 on a 4 hour. So I mean that's decent confluence. Probably will get a bounce at that point, I'm guessing. Also, didn't we get a death cross on ETH on the, what was it on? What time frame? See. Yeah, it was like, oh, it's the 15-minute to be fair, but I mean, yeah, it's
Let's go, baby.
played
Yeah, I
out.
was gonna say another $4, please, on ETH, so I can revenge trade a bit.
Yeah, you know, revenge traders.
Of
I
course.
can send you $4 if you want.
No. But pump ETH by $4. No, but it could be a SAR flip. We'll see what happens. But you know, we had support at 44.50, right? We broke a little bit below it, and now we're coming back at it. If people now
It's a
want to sell
fake.
this
It's just a
level, then
fake.
they want to sell it, right? We shouldn't be able to reclaim it if it's now become resistance.
Let's see.
With a bit of margin of error, of course, but yeah, we're there. All right. Well,
Let's go.
This is when bears should act, because otherwise.
I saw that 5:30, like Paris hours. Bitcoin like to bounce, like it's the Paris close and bam. I'm not saying it will bounce, not financial advice, but I saw this like
Yeah, they call it rush hour.
repeating
But
always the same.
so we've seen the opposite during the whole bear market. Well, we've seen the opposite a lot too, where America would just drag things down, right? But currently, it's more like dragging things up, like in the last since last
It's
6
always
months, I guess.
It's always
And they call it
after 5.
They call it rush hour. Yeah, it's they call it rush hour, and it's more like 8 o'clock in France. But yeah, after Europe's close, yeah. So yeah, we're coming towards rush hour in 2 hours, right?
Come on, let's go.
In the end, they both made a lower low, right? Bitcoin made a lower low. ETH also made a lower low. I was kind of expecting just ETH to do it while Bitcoin doesn't and gives just a flat, but it depends now on the time frame, right? Like on the hourly, if this does actually reverse from here, both of them are kind of flat ABCs. Well, Bitcoin doesn't even have a B up actually. That thing was too small. Yeah, Bitcoin is just A down.
But it's strange because but me I'm not a trader, but I understand some patterns, and when we are bullish, normally, when we have a confirmation of a low, normally it's good to have a higher low. But what we see, it's always a trap. We have always a lower low, and bam, after it goes up.
Well, you're right in your analysis. The thing is, the always word is not true. Sometimes it's a low, sometimes it's not.
But it's like a trap. We have on the confirmation, we have like a big sell-off, a big wick down, and then it automatically return up. And we close around next to the level of the first low.
Right, we're gonna retest for the 450 and then go from there, or we get where we are.
We could just continue down too, right?
I mean, we could.
We're back above the support, so potentially we've defined a
We
low.
need to go. We need.
But this is 1 minute time frame stuff.
So if you put your stop loss on the low, voilà, you are out now.
Yeah, I got stopped out personally.
So I can get your contracts, guys, and I can put the price up, and you can buy the top, and I will sell you.
Interesting.
Well, it's
okay,
what we all
I'm
try.
joking.
It's what we all try to do, but it's we think it's because our pattern. It's funny. We think our trades work because of the pattern, while in reality, it's because other players are pressing buttons.
Absolutely.
How about this? How about if the hourly closes above 4,450, then maybe we'll slow down the bearish momentum a bit, at least, yeah. Like for confirmation that this is a low, right?
I think we're good, Wait, let me see. Let me take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin has had a similar. I mean, it made a lower low, right? It sort of swept down and made a
they
lower
both did, yeah. They both did, yeah.
But it's like both good reactions. I think it might be okay. I took a little swing, like well, not that little, but it's like I took a swing.
I took a revenge trade.
Oh my god, a revenge trade.
But it's not a revenge trade. It's just my strategy.
Yeah. Another attempt.
Because price is now back above. So, when it was below, I quickly turned bearish so that's why I wanted to be stopped out. It's because if price doesn't hold 4,450, I don't want to be in a long. So I get stopped out. I lose a little bit. Now that price is back above it, the setup is valid. I want to be in a long. So I revenge trade that loss. I enter a new trade, same stuff, stop loss 1% below. It actually covers the previous low. So I'll still be in a double bottom there. And if this one also gets stopped out, and price eventually will stop being able to pump above that level, so I won't be able to long anymore. I won't be able to revenge trade it anymore. Because price will be lower than where I want to buy. And I will reassess, maybe wait and try and find a setup much lower.
I think my issue is knowing when to stop. I'm trying to set like limits in terms of like getting stopped out, and sometimes I'll constantly try to get back in, but really need to walk away and just say, look, it didn't work out this time.
Yeah.
But I'm very greedy, so here we are.
There's like 12% chance that it works, so it's normal to lose 4 or 5 times before it works, and sometimes it just never works. But then normally you're not supposed to be able to enter unless price spends the whole weekend here having fun stopping the Z out and in and out and in. Like, imagine if price just hovers around this level and I continue to try to be long from that level. Like, eventually you have to stop. If you see that price is too undecided around your decision point, because actually the good trades are trades where price leave the area quickly, right? So like breakout trades are good for that because sometimes price just shoots up and leaves the area, right? But the worst for me is when price just hovers around where I want to trade, which it might here, right?
All right, it's just running below 40, 45, 44.50. So it could potentially let's see the reaction. I think they might be threatening. I'm gonna take a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Do it here and see. I think they're just trying to sweep maybe.
Come on.
What are outside factors telling us today? We have Dixie that's red, so that's supposed to be bullish for our assets. But the stock market is red, that's more like a negative point, more like a bearish bias. Gold is green, so there's like a bit of a flight to safety going on. And oil is red, and well, it doesn't really help in the end. All right, let's just stick to technical strategies. How about news? What's up in the news? Are they telling us
We wait
goodbye or
for
to
Trump,
sell?
là. Trump and Putin.
Oh,
Big news today. Normally.
right. You think that's going to be
Yeah,
positive outcome
they will
or?
say, yeah, let's start a nuclear war.
Oh.
And we are in the shit.
And we'll pump. No, we'll
And
pump. Man,
you
if
will
they say that,
forget
we'll just
trading
pump.
in 2 minutes, in 1 second. Woo! Say fuck. No, I think it will be. I hope it will be good.
We'll
But
do
I
a
don't
dump
think
and
they will
pump, right?
end. They will not end the war today. They say we
Yeah, but
need
people are
to.
expecting a lot from that meeting, right? So if the outcome isn't positive enough,
I think it will be positive, but not enough. The problem is that Zelensky is not part of this meeting. So that's for me, it's very strange. You have no one from Europe. It's just Trump and Putin, the king of the world. It's
or maybe they're
crazy.
not even gonna discuss Ukraine, right?
Yeah, maybe it's more like business. Say how many tanks, how many warplanes, how many bombs you need. It's crazy.
You think America would sell weapons to Russia? Hell no. They'd never do that.
No, but they
Trump
sell
would.
to you.
America
They sell
would.
to Ukraine. They sell to Ukraine. It's a big business.
Right.
You saw the companies like I saw it was Rheinmetall. I think these companies are a good indicator of if we will go to win peace or if we go continue war. If the price of this selling factories goes down, I think we go to peace.
Putin's going to put Trump's dick right in the dirt and just send him with his tail between his legs. He's not going to give up until he gets a huge chunk, if not all of that country. And he's got something on Trump. That's why Trump's always on his knees for him. So Trump's got zero power in this whole meeting. So he's just going to get ragdolled and try to put a nice, pretty face on it. But I wouldn't hold my breath that anything's going to get accomplished. Unfortunately,
we'll see what happens.
Dominance, man.
Yeah, the king is back. Well, it never really faded. It's the best scenario for alts, right? Having Bitcoin push into new all-time highs while dominance is also on the way down. It's really what can give you the most impulsive up moves on altcoins.
Yeah, that's the theory. The theory.
But you have new money coming into crypto and it's coming into alts. Maybe they're doing buys for those ETFs that are going to be launched on alts soon.
I think it's the deadline is at the end of the year, no? I don't know
you need
where
some
we can
time
find.
to get your backing mechanism ready, and they probably anticipate demand a bit. And
But you know the proverb, buy the rumor, sell the news. I think we are in this kind of thing. Like we hit new all-time high. Everyone say, what is Ethereum? What is Bitcoin? We need. They buy and the price go down.
yeah, that's often the case at tops, but Bitcoin still misses 10K, 135 would be a better target for the top of this 3 up, yeah.
Come
Talking
on.
about Bitcoin, it's reaching well, it's now close enough to that golden area, right? 1165, right? Like if it doesn't want to visit 112, then turning around roughly here is kind of a good idea. Because yeah, losing 116 would mean probably 114 pretty as an attempt after that, and after that it's 112 again. Yeah. So when will we know what they said? We have to wait for
Trump?
market close. Yeah.
Bah, en fait, I saw on Google like Trump just arrived in Alaska, quoi. So
They have a press
it's
conference
not
after
for
market
now.
close, no?
I think it will be late tomorrow morning, quoi.
Okay.
I don't know what time is it in Alaska at this time.
It's probably like 6 in the morning, no? Or
Well,
7.
6 in the morning. I would check Alaska time. 7 10 to 8. 10 to 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock, okay. Well, Trump wakes up early.
Ten to 8. Yeah, maybe around 4 in the morning, like a French time.
All right, Eve. I'm gonna guess you can't reclaim 4450 anymore. Well, just wait, I
Anymore?
guess.
Anymore?
How about we get like a double bottom here?
Anymore for today? Maybe, but anymore. Too strong word for me.
I
I can't hear
want to
that.
revenge trade, but I can't. Maybe just that 4400 round number could act as a bit of a psychological level, no? Because that's what's happening right now on the 1 minute, right? 4,400.
Yeah, I like
just a little bit lower than 4,400.
Is this it?
I like the 12 August pump. We are just right at the top.
I don't know, but it's like 1 minute falling knife catching stuff going on.
Yeah.
Bearish momentum. And we cannot reclaim the previous low. For now.
For now.
Yeah. Bitcoin is there, while ETH is not, right? So that's why I say that. Because Bitcoin is already there. I mean, yeah. While ETH is missing a little bit, then I'll be able to revenge trade.
Let's see.
Is any small cap alt worth buying right now? You know, first Bitcoin, then ETH, then smaller caps. Is it too early for that? And has anything dropped 2 digits? Probably not, no. Nah, yeah, no. Right, never mind. Mantle is up 5% currently. Huh? What's up with that?
Which one?
Mantle.
Ah.
I think it's probably one of my biggest alt positions, Mantle. Well,
But
apart
do you
from
have the mental to hold it?
I've been so I'm long from this one you're gonna laugh at me because I could have made so much more money, man.
Big buys
I'm long
coming.
from 37 cent on Mental. Look at the
I
chart. You'll
need to
understand.
watch
5x long.
mental.
Yeah.
Mental.
It's
US
the only
dollar.
long that survived the alt season bear market, or whatever you want to call it, when every alt made a new bear market bottom. Mental didn't, so that trade survived. All the others lost.
75?
37.
37?
Yeah.
I
It's how long I
can
opened
see
to.
it. I
It's
can see it
two and a
on.
half years ago. 2 years ago.
Okay, nice. Very nice.
But I could have made so much more, right? Like if I traded it. You know,
Yeah, but
selling above $1, buying back below like 60 cents would have been much more
I saw
profitable.
your performance on Bitcoin là, on the c'est quoi ça? Profit and losses. I watched 3,000%. I was like, we made that. And I see the entry price. I was like, okay. I was like, it's
Yeah.
impossible to do that. But okay, 60K. Okay, I understand.
But
Yeah,
it
mental
was
is
it was
very
15, but I added, I TP'd and added. So that one I'm managing a bit now, with the idea of exiting it fully. But no, mental, I did freaking nothing. It's been 2.5 years. Maybe it's time to pay attention to the chart, yeah. And if it puts a higher high above $1.5, maybe we could get even $3. But overall, the idea would be to sell distribution once it's above 150. Yeah. That's on leverage, and then on spot, it's on Web3 staked. And the cool thing is you can choose if you want flexible staking, where you can immediately unstake, or if you want to lock some of it for having bigger APY, and it automatically puts you into launching coins. But yeah, there's probably some opportunities in these alts. I wouldn't buy mental here. But maybe, I don't know. What's Cardano doing?
It's going down.
Well, zoom out. Not too much though, because you're right. It's been going down for 4 years. Since September 2021, it is going down.
It was 50 cent, 50 cent in June, end of June.
Now
Like it
it's
doubled, quoi.
$1. Yeah, but ETH tripled, so you did less good than ETH.
Yeah. But I think a lot of people have altcoins and they are seeing like, big caps going up, and there's like, fuck, I did the worst investment. So I think on these lows of this altcoin, a lot of people are done, are just done.
Well,
But if you check the price, you have confirmations of lows, and the price start going up. Now, a lot of altcoins need to confirm that they really going up.
With the king of alts being up this much, altcoin traders now have a lot of potential to pump other charts, right? Because with ETH being back like at 5K, people can take profit and they're gonna end up with money and they'll pour it into other alts, right? So that's why the third phase is to have smaller caps, mid caps pump too. It's because people have money, so they just throw it into other alts. They throw it in charts where they see opportunity. So maybe they won't this time, but but that's what happens, right? And with Bitcoin having pumped to 120K, people had money to actually scoop up dips on ETH, and when it went to 1400, you had Bitcoin so high on the pair that selling some Bitcoin to buy some ETH felt like a no-brainer. Well, not a no-brainer, but felt a good plan. It was so cheap in Bitcoin. We got it at the same values as 2019. And now that it's starting to rise again, I guess some people are starting to do the opposite, exiting ETH to buy back Bitcoin today, but on a bigger time frame, that's not the case. That 40,000 Satoshis area could act as resistance temporarily,
Well,
and I think the bigger one is 50,000 Satoshis, 48,000, 50,000 Satoshis. Yeah, there it could just fail, and then
I can't believe people like sell Ethereum to buy Bitcoin back. I can't believe this.
That's what's been happening since we touched the 100 EMA on the weekly chart. ETH got rejected before it even reached its all-time high.
Yeah, but
I mean,
when I mean people, is
yeah,
like people. I'm not speaking like traders or big, guys who have a lot of money. I'm just speaking about common people. Me, I have friends, they sold Bitcoin. Not all their Bitcoin, but they sold a part. And they didn't sell Ethereum, and they are not planning to sell Ethereum to buy Bitcoin.
But that's the whole point of alts. It's to make money on them to buy back Bitcoin. I mean, at least for me.
Yeah.
When you look at assets, it shows you the dollar amount, and under that, it shows you the Bitcoin value. Most exchanges do that. There's a reason for that. It's because a lot of people just trade for Bitcoin. Especially on Binance, where you have a lot of
really
Bitcoin.
don't think so.
You have a lot of Bitcoin pairs. All the crypto traders, some of them still just trade pairs. So they never sell ETH to buy dollars. They never buy ETH with dollars. They buy ETH with Bitcoin. They sell ETH with Bitcoin. And their goal is to just accumulate more Bitcoin. Because they think that even in 30 years, Bitcoin's value in dollars will just be higher, which for now has to be proven wrong. And they're right on that one, right? We're in 2025 and Bitcoin is 120,000. I wonder where it'll be in 2030 and how much Bitcoin you'll have.
Yes. For me, maybe probably the same amount.
Hello, my dog is crying. She wants to go out, I think, but this isn't a good time. Nina, tu attends. This isn't a good time. Actually, it could be.
No, Juicy, it's a great time to take the dog for a walk. Go ahead, do it.
Well, I'm not gonna make her wait because of price action. So yeah, I'll go
Yeah.
walk her. See you
It's
people.
perfect. Perfect. Okay, that's very bullish. Juicy is taking his dog for a walk, ladies and gentlemen.
Especially for a dog with hat. Because it's very hot here. We have a sun. Like, it's burning, tu vois.
Yeah, but statistics say that every time Zusi takes his dog for a walk, I think he's about 80% hit rate for a big green candle. Let's see if he can do it again today. I'll be right back.
What the hell's going on here? They haven't really given us too much to trade in the last couple of days.
What's up, Quan?
What's going on?
Nothing today. Just sitting here.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yourself?
I just got up a little while ago. Probably like an hour or two ago.
Same here.
And I'm made some coffee. And then I take my vitamins, and then I'm probably gonna go touch some grass.
Watch your vitamins with coffee. It might not you might not actually absorb them
Why is that?
because it interferes with a whole lot of them, especially the water soluble ones.
Coffee interferes with absorption?
Yes. A lot of things do. Even other vitamins interfere with other vitamins. That's why multivitamins are basically useless.
Yeah, like I mean, you don't want to take too much of something that's gonna block something else.
Magnesium and calcium is one example. Certain like vitamin A and D compete for being because they're both fat soluble. And then there's a fact that like when you put vitamin D in multivitamins, it doesn't even make sense because like unless you're eating fat with that, you're not going to absorb it, or the vitamin A, or vitamin K.
Yeah, I have a ton of fat in my coffee.
Oh, good. It won't block it entirely, but it will block some of it.
I'll just take extra.
And then like sugar blocks a lot of vitamins and competes because it has the same transporters that they use.
Well, there ain't no sugar in my coffee. I'll tell you that.
I just mean if you had it anytime soon, in the past maybe hour, half an hour.
Well, shit. Maybe I should just skip the vitamins altogether.
And then if you take creatine, for example, caffeine competes with that because it blocks the same, it uses the same transporters. Spent a lot of time on this stuff. Then you also need magnesium to absorb vitamin D and B6 and zinc.
I get enough zinc from other stuff. I used to take zinc, but then I was like, no, I'm taking too much zinc. Like if you take more than 50 milligrams a day, or like it doesn't let you absorb other shit.
Yeah, lots of competition.
Me and Matches were actually discussing opening our own business, selling vitamins, herbal supplements, and stuff.
It's a big business these days, dude. There's a lot of influencers that do that.
Yeah, but what they're selling is garbage.
Sometimes, yeah.
We're gonna source
You have to
labs.
be careful who you order from. And you're right about that. Like, so even like when it comes to like only supplements I order are electrolytes, and yeah, even I'm careful about that. You have to who you source it from.
This is kind of a brutal dump. I was kind of actually expecting things to be up today for the first half of the market, but they were down. They were down, 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 down,
Finally reached the
down.
Q3.
What's that?
We're finally reaching that Q3 VWAP.
So you think it's gonna bounce?
I don't know. I just know it's reaching it finally. I'm not planning an entry. If that's what you're asking. The next one would be the June opening VWAP at 112.3, and then the next one would be the Q2 at 105. And each confluence is another range. So yeah. So I hope we hold this one.
Damn, I should have closed my long grid bot yesterday. I don't know. If Doge goes up higher, then I'll probably be happy that I left it open. But I need some of these other positions to do some magic.
I bought some spot positions that I maybe shouldn't have recently. I was they're to hold, but I could have got better hold positions. They're not just to trade immediately. They weren't the best decisions. Not usually how I make my decisions. I usually pay for that. I'm paying for it. I'm probably down like $20,000.
Goddamn, bro. That's all right. My spot portfolio is down pretty bad too overall.
I just mean on those positions, not the whole thing.
What the hell did you buy?
Huh?
Pump? Is that what you said?
No. No. Just bought more Soul.
Oh,
In
yeah,
HNT.
right.
In HNT. That's where most of my losses.
Freaking crater after you bought it.
What'd you say, Quad?
What did it freaking crater after you bought it?
Yeah, and then when everything else went up, recently it didn't go up and it just went down. And then that's when stuff started going down. It went down more.
Well,
Also about half its value.
That sucks.
It's okay. It's all right. It's not like hanging over my head or anything. It'll be all right. It's more so that like I could have turned that into more money from the dip than what I'm under, because I'm not going to sell it under. It's going to come back eventually. It'll be all right. It just took out a lot of my trading money.
sucks. Sometimes you get stuck holding a bag, and then you're like, "Well, I know this is gonna come back someday, eventually, but like now I can't trade because all my money is tied up in it. I don't want to sell it for all that." That's what sucks about it.
Yeah, I'm kind of stuck to where I can only do like one of my trading positions I would usually like hold money to do. I usually keep a little bit over 50,000 for trading. And right now I'm closer to 10. Bro, I don't do leverage, so.
I say you could throw that puppy on 5x. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
Yeah, the time to do that was when I had a lot more on the side to do.
Yeah, if you throw something on 5x and it goes down 50%, and you just lose that money.
And then I have the money to live on, which I can't touch right now.
Yeah, man, I think you got a good thing going. Don't mess it up.
I saw dominance coming down and total 3 going up, and I was like, man, we're about there. Maybe I can hold like I'll just enter most of my positions for the next couple of months and ride it, and I'll be a little lazy and not trade as much. Yeah, that was the idea. Increase my spot bags.
There's worse places to buy, dude. I'd like to just throw some fat money into spot and then just let it sit for like a month.
I have much worse things. I could just be spending it. I could not be day trading. I could be in my former life, just wasting my money on nothing. Yeah.
I probably prefer that. To be honest.
I don't know, fellas. The way I see it, we're going
I'm just getting old.
on ETH for the CME gap, trap the shorts at the same time. 2 birds, 1 stone.
What's up, bro?
No idea. I hope so. I mean, just because I've got some long bots and I've got some spot that I just bought for a competition, so I'm hoping that it does come back up.
I mean, the real question is, did we already trap the longs, or are we going to do that after? That's what we're going to figure out.
I mean, sometimes we trap the longs on Thursday.
I mean, I'm getting short-term reversal bull divs and stuff on Market Cypher, but I don't. The chart doesn't look. Yeah.
Yeah, charts kind of look like shit. I mean, I don't know. We might just go sideways here for the whole weekend. That high that we made yesterday could be the trap longs, or earlier today. Even. Like so, earlier today, like that high could be the trap longs, and then we could have just put in the trap shorts, and we'll just travel a range in between the high of the day and the low of the day for the whole weekend, which would kind of suck. But I don't have to trade it, so it doesn't matter.
The only thing I like is I see on the momentum waves I see a hidden bull div forming on the 4-hour on Bitcoin, but I mean that's a.
The other option is that the high from yesterday afternoon is the trap longs. And this could be trap shorts, or we haven't done the trap shorts yet. But there's only a few hours left to actually get trap shorts. So I think if they're gonna trap shorts and then bring it back up to CME, and like if those were trap shorts, then they should probably try to start working on bringing it back up to where CME opened. Which I do, or wait. Yeah, I don't know. We need to just see what the CME closes, I guess.
We're in last week's CME range right now.
Yeah. Yeah, we're kind of smack in the middle, maybe a little like towards the top side, but I don't know. I've been a little bit confused by the charts lately. Today it looks a little confusing to me today, so I don't really have too much of an opinion. But I think London just closed, so I guess we'll see how the stock market does for the rest of the. Damn, I knew Bitcoin dominance was gonna bounce. I knew it was gonna bounce.
Yeah, it's went like half a percent in the past few hours.
Yeah, whenever we all think it's gonna break down, it does end up bouncing.
I don't expect just a snap break for it.
I think he's gonna come up again. I don't think it's gonna break down right now. I think it's gonna come up again and possibly even put in a new high before the end of September.
Right now, it's close to hitting the downtrend resistance.
Well, like a trend line.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, I can kind of see it on the 15-minute. Does look close to that trend line.
It just bounced off the. The Q2 24. VWAP.
Well, there's some vectors on the 15-minute for Bitcoin, so see if it decides to go get those. I think they're on the 1 hour too. Yeah, a few vector zones in the 1 hour.
Anybody know how long we have until CME closes?
4.5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, this 1 hour stopping volume candle, and this one afterwards has a pretty good wick. So if this candle closes green, if this 1 hour candle has got 20 minutes left, if it closes green, then that might be a signal for a local bottom for the day.
Well, looks like she didn't want to walk a lot. We had a quick walk and back.
Damn it, Susie, you canceled the pump.
Even if you look at 15 minutes on my chart.
Lucy, you fun sponge.
What? I'm sorry if I canceled the pump. I did short up there, but you know, it's not with my account that I'm gonna move price.
What were you saying about your 15-minute chart?
I was saying if you look at the 15-minute chart, the third last candle is the vector candle on my chart, and the other two candle hasn't closed below that, so that means there could be a new trap shorts, or we might create a new trap short. But to me, it looks like we have freed the previous trap shorts with the stopping volume candle, and now we have created a new trap shorts.
Yeah,
so,
that's kind of how I was looking at it. You talking about
yeah.
Bitcoin or ETH? Sorry,
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
have this
yeah,
chart open.
Bitcoin. I'm talking about Bitcoin.
Yeah, yeah.
Bitcoin, yeah. So let's see how it works.
Yeah, I mean it could hold there. I mean if dominance just keeps shooting up, that'll bring ETH down lower, right? Which means
Yeah,
could potentially
exactly.
grab the CME, trap the shorts, and hopefully move
Exactly,
back up.
yeah.
Do cup and handles count on dominance?
That's a Dbloc kind of question, but I don't see why I wouldn't.
So is that a cup and handle forming on the 5 minute, or am I wrong?
Couldn't tell you, brother.
5
In
minute
what?
for
All this.
dominance?
Yeah.
No, because it just came from a downtrend. So the cup and handle is a continuation pattern, not a reversal.
I see. Okay.
So like you would find them in like the middle of an uptrend instead of the bottom of a downtrend. Does look like maybe a rounded bottom sort of thing though.
And there is a news in the market as well. I don't know if it's true. The Federal Reserve and program that increased bank security of crypto. So that could be a bullish signal for the crypto as well.
Oh yeah.
Wait. Why do they have to increase bank security? Does that mean that some crypto banks were going to go bankrupt? What's up with that?
No, it's the Federal Reserve and program that increased the bank security of crypto. Scrutiny, sorry.
Scrutiny.
Yeah, scrutiny.
Oh, okay, not security. Because I was like, wait a second, why would you need to increase
Why?
security? It's like, is it bad that you need to increase it?
No, it's a scrutiny, yeah.
Oh, so they're starting to turn their head on us, and they know.
You'll be less questioned.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. If we zoom out a little bit and look at, earlier this week, Trump wants to kind of tighten the belt with, banks turning people away for crypto and all that stuff, remember? So it makes
Yeah,
sense to give the banks more security and all that. Kind
yeah,
of like
exactly.
double up on it.
But there's another bad news coming. Trump also said if Putin didn't behave well or he didn't talk well, I'll walk away. That's what he said.
Trump said that?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's,
that could be a bearish signal.
they're putting on a
He's
show,
not going
bro.
anywhere.
Yeah, they're putting on a show.
Well, I don't think so. He's going to do anything stupid because he's after the Nobel Peace Prize. So he's going to come with something good. I think so. That's my opinion anyway.
Yeah, but nothing that Putin's going to like and nothing that Zelensky's going to like. So
But
doesn't matter
you
what
know
Trump
you know
wants.
the Trump he's going to convince him. He's going to convince him. He's going to do something. He's going to offer something to him.
Oh, it'd have to be a hell of a lot because Putin wants that country bad. And all the
Yeah,
territory
there's
back.
no doubt about it. Putin won that badly. But
I DM'd you.
Oh, okay. Oh, it hit it from the bottom side. Oh, it hit one from the top and one from the bottom.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay. Making sure.
That purple one is from when?
Oh, you probably it might
20
the
might
picture
be
might not have
this
detail enough for you to see. It's March 24.
Yeah.
The monthly VWAP.
And then you got these more recent ones. So like August 25. It's back above that now.
Yeah, that's the recent week. Week 3 of August. Yeah.
Yeah, so that thing might start to bounce and recover. Not good for altcoins. I wonder if maybe I should sell
Well,
something else.
if we see ETH rise back above 44.50, then I agree with you. There's a recovery going on, but for now we've lost support, so you'd expect that to become resistance. We could rise to 44.50 and just find resistance and continue our downward move.
Are you still holding your long, Zuzi, on ETH?
But I would love to, but it got stopped out. No, I took loss very quickly.
Don't worry, you'll
I
recover it.
get
You'll
rid of
recover
the
it today.
losers. I get rid of the losers
you'll
quick. I
recover
hold
it
the
today. Don't
winners.
worry.
That's the idea. Get rid of your losers quickly and hold on to your winners. Not too much, but enough that it pays for the losses, right? And if you're in doubt, I like the 50-50.
The 50-50.
Yeah, just, try and be 50-50 in the markets. Like, it's easier psychologically also, right? Because right now it's like, all right, well, if we recover and rise up, well, I have crypto to sell. If we continue dumping, I have dollars to buy, right? It gives a bit of ease. It eases the pain. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to revenge trading that level for the second time. So let's go back above 44.50. It doesn't mean to long it here expecting that to work, right? That's a different setup. Now, if we put a double bottom here, maybe I'll try to long that. But I need to see a bit of strength before, right? So maybe rise to... Well, would need to be a bit higher than 44.50. A sign of strength. Bitcoin doesn't care though. It's only down 0.3%, and it is. It didn't break that support yet. I mean, not on the. Well, we wick below it, but it's still there. It's still around 117. And it didn't touch golden either. We came very close, but it still misses $200 to really touch golden pocket. But maybe people are buying it a bit above it. Or maybe I pulled my fib wrong. Wait. That's close enough, right? Yeah, it's close enough to golden.
There's a 61.8% chance that you pulled it wrong.
I did pull it wrong, actually. I mean, not precise enough, but using both wicks exactly, you end up with a golden at... Okay, I checked. I pulled both wicks. 116,500. So yeah, we're still missing like 0.01% or something like that. 0.1%.